The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Winning moves were in abundance at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. It may have been Saturday, but nobody took the day off with players quickly getting to work. Maxim Dlugy became the third legend to win a game, vaulting him to the top of the senior standings along with Larry Christiansen and Igor Novikov. Young Christopher Yu defeated Pedro Espinosa, joining Andrew Hong for co-lead in the juniors. The junior girls games were unanimously decisive, but Sophie Morris-Suzuki refused to relinquish her lead, remaining undefeated. The race for a national title is on. Round 4 of incredible chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 4 of the U.S. Junior and Seniors Chess Championships held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in the World Chess Hall of Fame at the Q Boutique store, where you can purchase all of your chess needs. You can buy a chess set, you can buy a chess book, pretty much anything chess related. Well, the players are ready and re-energized, ready to battle it all out on the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start today's action.
Welcome everybody to the capital of chess in America. It's St. Louis, Missouri, and we are hosting 3 national championships this couple of weeks. The 2022 U.S. Junior Girls, and U.S. Junior Championships are being played for here at the St. Louis Chess Club. To bring you all of that action, I'm Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Alejandro, as always, a great pleasure to be with you and Christian in studio. It's been wonderful.
It's been great, and we've had a bunch of interesting rounds, 3 already in the books, and it felt that yesterday it was a roller coaster of emotions.
No question about it. Things snapped yesterday. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for this live broadcast of these national championships. We're still terrorized by the loss of Awonder Liang yesterday. Chess is a cruel game, and boy, did we live it here on the panel. Alejandro, what's happening in our current standings? Begin with the ladies, please.
In the ladies, we have a very clear leader with 3 points out of 3. Sophie Morris-Suzuki has so far put herself away from the field. Did a perfect score, 3 out of 3, including a very important victory there against Rochelle Wu in the second round. Thalia Cervantes is the only player half a point away.
And in the juniors?
In the junior sections, we have 2 leaders, and they've done it in very different ways. Andrew Hong showing absolute mastery of the white pieces. Superb preparation. And Christopher Yu, being very cagey, won an interesting game yesterday against Pedro Espinosa. But the blemish, you have to say, from these standings, the unexpected, Awonder Liang, #1 seed with only half a point out of 3.
2,700, languishing in a tie for last. And in the seniors?
In the senior section, more of a close affair, as we have 3 leaders, Larry Christiansen, Igor Novikov, and Maxim Dlugy. We haven't seen as many decisive games in this tournament. All of these players have won 1 game, drawn the rest, and the only other player to have won a game, Vladimir Akopian, actually ended up losing the first round, so he's on 50%.
And Christian, pardon me, first of all, let's do the format.
We have 3 10-player round robins for you, a classical chess time control of 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. You then get 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and through the entire game, from move #1, you get a 30-second increment.
You mentioned that the 3 rounds have already been done.
Yes.
What's our remaining schedule?
We have 1 round a day, except for Tuesday, July 12th. We will have our rest day, and that will be very welcome, not just for the players, but for ourselves.
Right.
And we start at 1 p.m. every day, including the last round, July 16th. We will have the playoffs after the tournament is over, if necessary, on the same day.
And Christian, I was so excited. I wanted to get to you a little early there. Nice to see you in studio, my friend. Who's our gladiator for today?
Great to see you, Yasser. Great to see you, Alejandro. And it's great to be back casting the games of the best juniors as well as the best legends that we have here in the United States. And we've been profiling a lot of very interesting players. But one that I have my eyes on today is this young lady, Sophie Morris-Suzuki. She is, in fact, the only player right now that is still on a perfect 3 out of 3. In all 3 sections, this lady has just been playing brilliant chess. And let's take a look at how she got to where she is. In round number 1, she defeated Zoey Tang with the white pieces. After that, a very difficult matchup against Rochelle Wu, but she defeated her graciously. And in round number 3 against Gracy Prasanna, well, what a game that was, back and forth. And unfortunately for Gracy, she resigned in a drawish position. But let's take a look at the illustrious career of this young lady. She's 20 years old. She learned chess at the age of 11, very similar to when you learned chess, Yasser. She took second place in the under 14 section of the 2016 All-Girls National Championship. Well, that was not everything. She also won the 2017 New York Girls State Championship and the under 18 section of the 2017 All-Girls National Championship. She played, this is her 3rd time that she's playing in the U.S. Junior Girls. She also participated in 2018 and 2020. Let's not forget, if she wins this tournament, she will be punching her ticket to the U.S. Women's Championship. Sophie is also an avid music enthusiast and enjoys writing music. And look at her, she plays Alice Lee today. This one is going to be a huge clash because we know 13 years of age, Alice Lee is out for revenge after a very difficult start. Guys, we have so many amazing games today.
Indeed. Let's talk about that, Alejandro. Set the stage for our viewers and tell them what we can expect in the pairings. Let's begin with the girls.
Absolutely. We have a huge matchup here in the girls section. I would say 2 big ones. Rochelle Wu with the white pieces is playing against Thalia Cervantes. I think this is a very important matchup.
Absolutely.
Thalia is currently in 2nd place, but I think we're going to have our eyes on Alice Lee. She mesmerized us at the American Cup.
Yes, she did.
Got all the way to the finals in the top bracket, lost to Crush, got to the finals again, and lost to Crush a 2nd time. But what a performance by Alice Lee. She's going to be playing the leader of the tournament, Sophie Morris-Suzuki. And let's be honest, Alice has had a rough event here in St. Louis.
She hasn't performed well. She saved a couple of lost positions, but she did lose game 3. And what about the juniors as the pairings for round 4?
We have a headliner in this one, no questions asked. Andrew Hong, especially with the white pieces, will be trying to impress us and his opponent, Grandmaster Christopher Yu, as these 2 players currently sitting in 2.5 points are the leaders and they face each other.
What a great matchup. And in the seniors?
In the senior tournament, we have a lot of KG matchups, but there's a matchup of the leaders. Christiansen with the white pieces will be facing Maxim Dlugy, both of them with 2 points. That is going to be our matchup of the day.
No question about it, our marquee matchup. Also, Dmitry Gurevich versus Igor Novikov. We'll keep an eye on that one, but it's nice to see the tournament leaders clashing in this round 4. Again, reminding everybody we will play tomorrow, and then there'll be a rest day on Tuesday as we see Larry with the white pieces.
What a classic matchup this one is.
I know. I'm just thinking to myself.
I feel this is like ICC days. This is like
Internet chess club
when
days.
you saw Larry C against Dlugy.
Yes.
It was this matchups of 1-minute chess that never stopped.
Exactly.
I remember watching those.
Exactly. And what are they playing for, Alejandro?
We have big prize funds here. We have the U.S. Junior Girls, $20,600 for them, $6,000 for first, $4,000 for second, and $3,000 for third. We doubled this one from last year. Thank you to the St. Louis Chess Club for that one.
Absolutely.
And in the Junior Championship, we have $40,000 up for grabs. 12 go to the first place, 8 to second, 5 for third. And remember that in both the U.S. Junior Girls and the U.S. Juniors, they're also fighting for a ticket to the respective championship, whether the U.S. Women or the U.S. Championship, to be held next year, not this one.
Exactly.
And in the seniors, you have $75,000 in prize fund, $20,000 for first, $13,000 for second, and $10,000 for third. And Larry checking out the pairings.
The competition.
Shout out to Emily there in the back.
Exactly. I mean, without her, I don't know what we would be doing for our meals and everything else that the club provides. A really big shout out to the St. Louis Chess Club staff for making our stay so enjoyable, so pleasant.
And I have to say, the playing hall looks marvelous.
It does.
It really does.
This
look
was
good.
put together in just a couple of months. So kudos to everybody that worked tirelessly
this looks
to
great.
get us to where we are.
I just wanted to share that yesterday I was talking with Chris Bird, the international arbiter. You see him there in the middle of your screen. Standing. This is Chris Bird, our international arbiter. I was talking with him, and he was explaining the pandemic. As we've been talking about, these tournaments tend to be qualifiers for the Open Championships, including the Ladies Championships. And this year's U.S. Championships in October will be 14-player events.
That's right.
Because of the pandemic qualifiers
yep.
that took place. And so we're going to be, instead of our usual 12-player fields, we're going to have 14-player fields. I didn't know that, so I just thought I'd share that.
Yeah,
with
we're going to
you,
have
the audience.
humongous tournaments when you think
Yes.
about it. We're going to have a traditional 13-round tournament in the U.S. Chess Championship. That is about as long as the candidates for those in the production crew, just thinking about how long that is.
Right.
It's about the same.
I remember my U.S. championships had 16 players.
16, 15?
16.
Was it a 15 round? How many rest days did you get, though?
Oh, a lot of rest days, but also a lot of, I want to say, now I don't even remember, when you adjourn the game.
Adjournments.
Adjourn game days. And, well, there we see our key matchup in the juniors as the two leaders face off. Just a second. Where's my control? I don't think I... Where's my juniors? I'm looking for the juniors. Help me out here. My go-to guy, I want to say.
I got them, guys. If you want some updates on what's happening right now.
Go for it.
It
Yes.
seems we have a French in the big game between Andrew Hong and Christopher Yu.
was
Quite a surprise, I have to say. I haven't seen Christopher Yu play the French as often, but I have to say I haven't been following that much his games either. So this is more or less a surprise. In my opinion, the French is not a great opening, but a lot of players, specifically after Nepo started playing it in the candidates in 2020, a lot of top elite level players started playing the French, and we see that from Christopher early on. A surprise in my opinion. Now, another big game is Pedro Espinosa versus Abhi Mishra. Abhi Mishra, well, we cannot avoid it. He got lucky yesterday, of course. He got lucky. He's on 2 out of 3, so very decent result. He could have easily been, he should have probably been on 1 out of 3, -1, but he's on +1, and right now he has a big match against the lowest rated player in the event. And once again, a bit of a surprise at the beginning because he decided to go with D takes C4, the Queen's Gambit accepted. Now, after the move E3 in general, this position is considered to be quite equal if White wants it to be. If White doesn't go for the very aggressive E4, E3 is a tamer approach, and it doesn't seem like Black has a lot of ways to complicate matters. You can try to go B5, or you can try to go E5 at some point, but from what I'm seeing, he's taking more or less a quiet approach as Black, and this is surprising to my eyes. Let's wait and see where this game takes us.
Thank you, Christian. I also turned my attention to the game between Awonder Liang, a wounded animal, and Awonder losing such a painful game yesterday. He's up against Carissa Yip. Carissa losing her first game of the tournament. She had started with 2, I want to say, nice draws, and Brandon played a wonderful game against her yesterday. I mean, seriously. I mean, I don't think Carissa has to feel bad about that game, but today she has a real challenge. She's Black and she's playing a King's Indian defense. I know that's a part of her repertoire, but Awonder also plays the King's Indian defense. We saw it earlier in the tournament by him, taking some risks.
Taking the bull by the horn, and this move, Bishop E2, seems to have stalled Carissa.
Right? I mean,
Which is a
everybody
bit
plays
strange
D7, D6, and it could be an Overbox system with Bishop G5.
G5, yeah.
Well, one of my favorites. That's one of the ways I
No, I
used to
think
treat
we're
it.
going to see H4.
H4. So this guy has a good memory of this H4 variation.
Why is H4 the way to go, Christian?
Well, that's a new way to go.
The new way.
Yes. H4, I think, after D6 creates some very serious troubles. And I have some good memories. Alejandro was saying that. Good memories, sure, but also bad memories at the same time. Oparin, my student, played it against Nakamura in the Grand Prix, and he got a completely devastating position, and Naka escaped. So that was unfortunately a big problem, a big wrinkle. Nevertheless, it does seem like H4 is producing serious trouble for black. If you go H5, then you're also going to give me this G5 square as well as a potential attack after F4 and G4. H5 is not considered to be the best move. What black needs to focus right now, and this is why I'm a bit concerned about Carissa, if she doesn't know her theory, and if she doesn't go for the counterattack immediately with the move C5, then she might fall under a tremendous pressure in this game. Let's take a look and wait and see. And you made a very good point, Yasser. Awonder is also a King's Indian player, so he knows these variations. He has prepared them with the black pieces. And why is Carissa already thinking after bishop to E2? And by the way, she played the move C6.
Ooh, that's old school stuff.
Old school stuff. I faced it actually myself. I think it was against Julio Sadora many years ago. And to be honest, H4 is a very decent move at this point, creating some very serious problems for black.
Thank you for that, Christian. I want to turn our attention
And
to the
he
game.
played it. There it is.
Yeah.
It's on the board.
I want to turn our attention to the game between Rochelle Wu and Thalia Cervantes. I thought that this is a really important game for Thalia. She stands at 2.5 points, a mere half point away from first. Queen's Gambit accepted, and after E4, she played B5, A4, C6, takes, Knight C3. I'm familiar with Bishop B7. I've seen that before. But Queen B6? Man, I don't know my theory at all. Knight jumps to D5, Queen dropped back to B7, Bishop to F4, and on first blush, you just go, oh my God, this is devastatingly good for white. Is this theory? I mean...
Isn't this the Hikaru game against Levon Aronian?
Where they go E5?
Serious theory, yes.
Yeah,
The serious theory.
Yeah,
Okay,
but this is like the beginning of theory, right?
Thank goodness. I was
theory
thinking
just
that
begins.
Thalia had walked into a blunder alert. But E5. And tell me how the theory goes now that we're here then. I guess we take with the bishop?
Bishop takes
Yeah, you take
C5.
with the bishop. You move the knight out, but I don't actually play this line. I don't remember if it's knight d7 or knight c6.
Knight d7.
It's knight d7, right?
Knight
D7,
to
yes.
D7.
How does this go again? You give a check.
I give a
No,
check?
you don't give a check. Giving a check is bad.
I don't think you give a check. You go bishop G3, if I'm not mistaken.
Because I
And
can
then
see
it's-
that bishop
Yeah.
B4 check and queen takes
E4,
E4
yeah,
check is
Issues.
so you have to go bishop G3, right? Go for it. Christian, how does it continue then?
Yes, bishop G3, knight F6, knight C7, and it's a complete mess.
Yeah, it's a mess. I see there's
Complete
one
mess.
game in the database in this position.
One game. I guess something like F3 just to be able to sidestep bishop B4 check. Maybe bishop E2.
Yeah, F3 rook B8 was the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, bishop E2 also to sidestep bishop
It's a
B4
mess.
check.
And the database seems to
Right.
be quite delayed because there's been a lot of games of. As you
Right?
were
I want to
mentioning,
say that there was a Hikaru
Yes,
game
yes.
in this position.
There's a big game between Aronian actually with the white pieces
Yeah.
and Dominguez.
Also.
And Aronian won with the white pieces. He made some novelty at move 16 or 17 or something along those lines. So the theory is just beginning right now.
Wow. I mean, again, to my naked eyes, I'm looking at bishop takes E5, and I'm just thinking, I'm cruising as white. Cool that this stuff is being analyzed by the chess engines. Again, I wanted to go to our tournament leaders. I always like to do that. Where is... There she is. Alice Lee versus Sophie. Sophie 3-0. And again, we've got a Grunfeld. Very nice. Grunfeld with H3. Hello, what's that? Bishop B7.
Sorry, what?
A
H3?
Grunfeld with H3? What's that?
H3.
H3 is pretty serious.
Is it?
Yeah, it's very serious.
Oh, I gotta look at this.
Really?
Yeah.
Vladimir Kramnik espoused H3. Wow. Look, I'm going to turn it to our resident Grunfeld expert here.
It is a Grunfeld
Christian,
after all, right?
I
Might as
mean,
well make him work.
Exactly.
I'm
reveal
trying to-
the goods.
I'm
Give us
trying
the
to
good
remember
stuff.
the theory. So I have very extensive files in this H3 because I recently prepared it against some of my students. But as it usually goes for a coach, you prepare so many things, you forget 99% of them. And this is exactly what's happening. But H3 is one of the
To
main
you
lines
today.
recently, and it has been played. Magnus has played it, Kramnik has played it, Svidler has played it, Wesley So has played it. So a lot of top-level games. And if you see Svidler on the white side, you know that this is probably a very testing option because Svidler, in my estimation, is probably the best expert in terms of Grunfeld opening and Grunfeld knowledge. So H3, castle, bishop to E2, B6, castle, and now we have bishop to B7 on the board. And there's a very easy way in which white can continue. That is to actually give up the pawn with the move D5. Now, black doesn't have to take it. Black can just simply play the move knight to D7 or even queen to D6 and focus on the idea of playing the move E6 and targeting this overextended pawn on D5. If white manages to stabilize the position in the center as it is, get this rook off the long diagonal and then play the move C4, white is going to have a tremendous advantage. You cannot allow that to happen. So queen to D6, focus on the idea of playing E6 as fast as possible is one option. Of course, bishop takes C3 should be the most testing option. Nevertheless, you are falling and you are allowing white to develop quite a tremendous attack. After bishop to H6, probably you have to go back. Rook to E8 doesn't make a lot of sense because I can even bring my rook with tempo, rook to C1. I don't even have to move the rook if I want to. So bishop to G7 makes the most sense in my estimation. Take, and now we have this position, which is actually developing into more of a quiet position. I gave up a pawn, but your pieces are a bit misaligned. This bishop on B7, not tremendous, specifically because of the pawn on D5. And you no longer have the dark square bishop. This is the key factor in this position, factor of assessment, because without the dark square bishop, your king is quite weak, right? So what I'm going to try to do as white is focus on the attack. I'm going to expand with H4 at the right moment, stabilize first. Once again, stabilize with potentially bishop to C4, stop you from playing the move E6, at least momentarily, and then try to go H4, H5, put my rooks on the central files and take it from there. You're going to have some difficulties stabilizing the position as black in the absence of the dark square bishop. So very, very complex battle is going to be ensuing in this game. And it's all about who knows this type of positions better. Who is better prepared? And right now, well, after bishop to B7, it seems like Sophie, 1 hour and 31 minutes, definitely within her preparation, it seems. And Alice Lee, 1 hour and 27 minutes. So let's see what happens in this one if Alice goes for D5 and sacrifices the pawn on C3.
Thank you for that, Christian. And just looking at the seniors event, Larry Christian versus Maxim Dlugy, Queen's Gambit accepted, really becoming a very popular defense I see in these championships. Max has been playing the Queen's Gambit accepted it his entire career. This certainly won't be a surprise for Larry, but what has Larry prepared? The game I wanted to draw your attention to, Alejandro, for just a second. I've always called this move, knight takes d4, queen b6, the Benko variation. Pal Benko blazed the trails for this. What? You're laughing. You don't think so?
I can see the name of the variation that Lichess is giving it.
Right.
The Godiva variation, like the chocolate Godiva variation?
No.
No, right? No,
No, I mean, just no.
We don't accept it, right?
Exactly. I mean, Pal Benko played this in the 50s and 60s.
I've heard it called the Grievous Sicilian, because I think you wrote a book on it.
But Grievous is like 50 years the junior
that's fair.
Pal Benko.
That's fair.
What? I jumped in.
You don't know who the expert is in this line?
Who's the expert?
You're looking at it.
dude.
I play that since I was 10 years of age.
So you know
I've
who
learned
to
it
give
from
it
the
credit.
source. I've learned it from Grivas himself. Grivas taught me the Grivas
Student of the
Sicilian.
Grivas School of Chess.
Right? But Grievous learned it from Pal Benko.
Probably.
I mean, come on. Now, the strangest thing about this system that I learned, and I'm not even an open Sicilian guy, is that you don't play bishop e3. That the move queen b6 was designed to push the knight out of the center. And you're so often tempted to play the move bishop e3 because you develop with a gain of tempo. But in truth, the queen is poorly placed on b6. And I was told that you're supposed to play king h1, f4. This queen will voluntarily move anyway, and you kind of save the question of where does my bishop belong? Maybe it goes to g5.
Well, I could tell you, but we have the resident expert. of this
Exactly.
variation, so
Let's
let's let him have it.
tell us what's going on in the position, Christian.
So just to build up on your point, Yasser,
Yeah.
because it's a very important point. And yes, you are right. King to h1 is one of the main lines. And no, you're not going to leave the bishop on c2. Actually, the difference compared to the move bishop to e3 is that you're going to develop the bishop. So let's say f4, castle.
Oh, king h1.
King h1, sorry. Castle, f4, d6, queen f3. And now probably I have to go queen to c7.
Exactly.
At some point I'm going to lose this move because I need to expand
That's
the queen side.
the point,
I need to go
right.
b5, b4, and try to create some tension. Now, you're not going to leave the bishop to go to g5. You're actually going to go bishop to d2. And now the difference between the bishop on e3 and the bishop on d2 is that the follow-up is pretty obvious. You're going to get the rook from a1 to e1, and that's going to be able to support a potential push e5 in the center
Right.
much easier. With the bishop on e3, e5 is very, very difficult to be supported. Yes, exactly. So also, king to h1 is sometimes a very useful move, right? Because you're
Exactly.
getting off this diagonal. You're also potentially going to expand via... It's all about the expansion. Who's going to get to their target first? Am I going to be able, as white, to go g4, g5, and pretty much checkmate you? Because I'm not very subtle with white in this position. g4, g5, queen h5, rook f3, rook h3, and try to checkmate you. That's my idea, right? Put as much pressure on the h-file as possible. Black's idea, on the other hand, is create tension on the queen side and then respond potentially in the center as well once you uncover your king. So these are the battles that we're seeing. Now, on the other hand, in my estimation, queen to e2 is a much better option at this point. Queen to e2, and I still haven't found a clear way to equalize this position. Queen
this
to
is
e2.
the good stuff.
Yes, queen to e2, and you will be able to buy the DVD maybe, who knows?
Grievous is hurting to hear such words.
Well, in fact, Grivas just published a book, an update on his initial book on the Grivas Sicilian recently. So if you are curious about what he recommends, I'm sure he won't be upset if you buy that book. Queen to e2, bishop to e3, followed by long castle. This is quite testing for black. So definitely queen to e2 is one of them. Bishop to d3 has been played, and let's take a look because these players are speeding up to through the moves. f4, d6, you cannot allow e5. Once again, you have to respond f4 with d6, otherwise you're pretty much lost. Queen to f3, and this is the position we currently have on the board. Once again, I do believe that more testing is the line that you showed, Yasser, with the king on h1 and the bishop on d2. Now we have the bishop on e3 and the rook on a1. So let's see where this one takes us. Once again, black is going to try to go b5. b5 is one of the ways in which you can start. You can also start with the move knight to b4. You can also just prepare for the expansion on this side with the move rook to e8 followed by bishop to f8 and then g6. Try to meet the onslaught that white is going to deliver. White is forced to deliver the onslaught on this side, either with g4, g5, or with e5 or f5 at some point. So there's all sorts of breaks, and you have to be ready with the black pieces to meet them.
Wonderful. Thank
Thank
you
you,
for
Christian.
that insight.
Absolutely. I feel an expert now in this Benko Grivas
Right,
Sicilian.
let me in there,
Let me in
Coach.
there. I got
I'll
this.
take off the microphone. I'm ready to swing the patties. Just want to turn our attention to Nick the Firmian and Alexander Shabalov. Seems like the day of the Open Sicilian. Usually we're seeing bishop b5 check and all of these ways of avoiding c2, c3, avoiding the Open Sicilian. Not Nick. He went for it. No bishop b5, no Rasalimo. He goes takes. And now I want to, again, the naming. For me, I've always associated bishop c4 with Bobby Fischer, but I've also associated this position as like the Velea attack. You go like queen e2, bishop b3, and g4.
Yeah, when I was growing up, for me, the difference was that the Velea was with knight bd7 instead of developing the knight through c6.
Okay.
And then I knew it as the Sozin just because...
As the Soviets convinced you.
I mean, that's, as I said, when I was growing up in Costa Rica, a lot of our books were directly translated from Russian to Spanish, not going through English.
Right.
So they just, whatever they call it.
Yeah, exactly.
I knew it like that, and it's again, the senior is really bringing the old theory, right? I mean, we're talking about players of decades ago.
Exactly.
This is such an unpopular line of the Sicilian currently, especially for white.
With bishop c4.
With bishop c4. I mean, black is supposed to be completely okay.
Yeah, I remember an absolutely model game that Vasily Ivanchuk won against Nick de Firmian, where Nick played this early bishop c4 and Vasily played knight a6 to c5 to neutralize the bishop. Many times this bishop on c4 is eyeballing this e6 pawn so that sacrifices can be made, as well as f4, f5. We'll keep an eye on this, but where would you like to take us?
We have to go to the Awonder Liang against Carissa Yip game, because that one has blown up. Now, if it's good for Carissa, I don't know.
Okay, h2, h4 is where we left it.
Refresh.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're right. But that would mean, if I refresh, that would update the game.
I know, right? Crazy,
right?
crazy concept.
So we left it after c6, and somebody was saying old school. I was like, how can that even be a move? Isn't like e5 and g5 just like e5 and h5 a dream?
You mean like
right away? Like, wouldn't you just play e5 here?
But it's
hold on.
Black to move.
I'm sorry, it was a move earlier. No, then I've got it wrong. I apologize.
We're good now.
e5. G4.
G4.
Okay.
I've never seen this position in my life.
I'm coming to get you.
So that I get G4, right?
Right.
And then Carissa D6 makes sense. Battle in the set. I don't know if it's good.
But why did you play H5 if not to stop G4? You're supposed to take it, aren't you?
And now check out a Wonder's move.
E6.
Isn't that a shocker?
Oh my gosh.
He played it instantly. I'm assuming
like
this is some kind of
bringing the
prep,
heat.
But
E6.
E6.
Help us out here, Christian. First of all, where's the novelty?
Where's the novelty? What's going on?
And is E6 a computer engine
novelty? Novelty. I mean, this is novel play all the way. It hasn't been played as much. In my database, in one of the games is mine, this has been played 6 times. Only.
6.
So C6, H4, supposedly. So I played it against Adora. Milov versus Wojtkiewicz from 2000. This is some really old school games, right?
The
2000. Milov against Köhler in 1998. Rochelle in 1988 against.
I don't think these players were alive.
Beversdorf. Who knows? Yes, who knows who these players are? I know who Milov is. I don't know who Rochelle is. But it's not supposed to be good for black. C6 is not supposed to be a good move against bishop to e2, specifically for this reason, because after h4, you're just falling under tremendous attack. Now, what surprises me is that actually Awonder is just blitzing out his moves. So somehow he anticipated Carissa to be playing this move as c6, e5, knight to h7, g4, following up with the top recommendations of the engine as well. d6 and e6, once again, probably the top engine move at this point. Now, the idea is clear, right? You have 2 options. You can take on h5 or you can go e6. Either way, you're going to lose the e-pawn. Now, the question is, what is the best way to lose the e-pawn?
Right.
Is it with an additional effort at destabilizing your central structure after this pawn lands on e5? And the response that Awonder is giving us is that no. I want to see the dark square bishop closed for as long as possible. And I don't want to see any tension against this very important pawn, central pawn on d4. So what he does is he goes e6 first. This file stays closed for the moment. Bishop takes e6, which hasn't been played yet.
No, she took on g4.
She took on g4.
Takes g4. And what surprises me is that, okay, she's not thinking as long as I would expect her to be thinking
As
if
she
this
did
was
in
a
the
new position, right, with
previous
so
games,
many
yeah.
wild stuff happening, right? There you have so many options as black. Take on g4 is a move. I would expect bishop takes a
Bishop
g4
takes, really.
right now. Is it on the board? Do we
No,
know?
no.
HG is our last move.
Why are you expecting this over EF? Because I felt EF.
Once again, EF, it does seem like it's just helping me because I will take with the rook and I'm going to have some counter chances on the EF file. So bishop takes a g4 and now once again, it's all about activating my pieces as fast as possible because I know you're getting a tremendous attack on this side. I need to find my counter chances. Your king, as white, is still in the center.
That's true.
So where are you going to castle? Short side, most likely not. You're going to be focusing either on leaving it in the center or trying to go on the queen side. And if you do go on the queen side, I would love my bishop, my dark square bishop, to be open. That's why I'm focusing my attention in the center, like this. So, well, there's Liang, Awonder Liang, the rating favorite, coming into this event. He's been having a disastrous event up to this point. Drew her his first, well, actually he lost his first game, drew the second, and then lost again yesterday. What a miracle for Abhimanyu that was. But right now, he's out for blood. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I think that with the white pieces looking at the second lowest seed in the event,
You gotta say, hey,
You gotta go for it.
I gotta right the ship
Right.
here. Sorry, Carissa, I need this point. And boy, guns blazing at the start. But of course, we've got to play our respects to the tournament leaders in the junior section. I'm going to the game of Andrew Hong versus Christopher Yu. And that was the French defense because I think Christopher, who's doesn't really have the French in his repertoire.
Andrew Hong against Christopher Yu.
Exactly. And I'm saying that the French, I mean, after what Andrew did with his first two white games,
It's
I'm not
incredible.
playing the Sicilian. I'm staying 10 feet away from the Sicilian, Alejandro.
I can see that seems to be the prevailing thought process there in the playing hall. And Christopher does play the French. He doesn't play it very often.
Okay.
But I have seen him play French before. I think he's more of an E4, E5 player. I must have... What?
Rook D1 is a surprise move for me. Probably it's still theory as far as I know. I remember I played the black side of this against Nick Firmian back in the day of the U.S. Championships. I played it with a A6 and B5 as black. We made a draw, but Rook D1?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I know long castle. I know bishop E2.
I know D4 takes C5.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are very common. Rook D1. Okay. I see it's still part of the database.
that
And
I can see.
So we'll let the players stew on this one. Where would you like to take us?
Well, just a little note that Andrew
Sure.
Hong is thinking, so that's a first one for him with the white pieces.
As Christopher, I would like cheer the fact
You got
that he's
that there.
actually slowed him down. Andrew has been.
I think the French was a bit of a surprise for Andrew.
It must have been, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Because Rook D1 actually, there is, at least in this database, there's no more games.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
That's
Rook
it,
D1
huh?
is the novelty.
Wow.
Wow.
Castle was also not a move according to the database, and it was actually D takes C5.
Yes,
which
that's-
was by
Yeah,
far
we
the
mentioned
main
it.
line.
Exactly. D4 takes C5.
Which is surprising. I mean, Rook D1 is a very natural move, right? It's okay. It's an okay move. You're signaling the fact that you're probably going to take the king either to F2 or castle short side, right?
But Rook D1 for me is one of those moves where you're being a little bit too clever for your own good. In other words, I think you're going to take on C5 and you want to control the D4 square.
Right.
Whereas, I think you really want to play bishop E2 and castle short or play D4 takes C5. For me, the questions are, okay, first of all, can black counter punch in the center? Because again, you're 1-2 moves away from castling, and maybe there's an issue. Let me make a very, very bad move. I apologize to everybody who plays the white side of a Sicilian, white side of this French Steinitz. I mean, you've got to be careful that your center just doesn't fall apart. If your bishop was on E2, if your king was castled, these exchange sacrifices probably would not be working. But F7, F6 might just question the move Rook D1.
So this is your first instinct.
That was my first
You want to go
instinct.
F6.
Yeah, can I counter I mean, probably you have to take on f6.
Take on f6, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What else are you going to do? And I take. And probably you're going to take on c5.
Sure.
Like, what else are you going to do? Take on c5. And now, can I use the fact that your king is still in the center to do something? If I can, great. If I can't, I take it all back.
Let's go to g1.
Bishop to g1. And now,
That's
how
probably the
would
only
I?
move.
So h3. So
I can't play e5 is the problem, right?
right. So I'm thinking you would play h3.
You're really trying to stop me from...
I'm trying to stop you from castle
Yeah.
and making a. I'm sacrificing a pawn, but the king is in the center. I have reasons that I might want to pursue these types of ideas. In any case, rook d1, novel move. Cool. Again, where would you like to take this?
Novelty, and let's stick with this one for
Okay,
just a
sure.
second to try to understand the nuances of the position, because there are so many ways in which both sides can
Bless you.
play, especially white, as you were mentioning, and you guys gave a lot of moves, right? Castle long, rook to d1, queen to f2, bishop to e2.
D4
There's a
takes
lot of
c5.
d takes c5, of course, which is the main line. What are the differences compared to the main line, for example? So, rook to d1, and this is what I wanted to ask you. What is your first instinct? My first instinct as a black, as a player that doesn't play the French, would be to go b5, to try to create some sort of initiative on this side. Unfortunately, with a rook on d1, it doesn't seem like b5 is a great move, because after we take, now queen to f2, and you have to retreat. You have to
Right.
go to d7. Knight to e4 is no longer an option. Not only that, but generally you reinforce this knight on c5 with the move b7 to b6. In certain cases, that one is no longer possible because you already extended with b5. So it's more of a waiting move, more of a reinforcing move on the d file, potentially after queen to f2 and the opening of the d file. We could see a knight land on e4, taking advantage of the fact that the pawn on d5 is pinned on the d file. So definitely an intriguing move. And right now, Christopher Yu is trying to understand what the differences are based on what he knows about the position.
Right. Again, two things that would come to my mind right away as black. One would be to capture on d4. c5 takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4. Again, I do want to counter strike in the center with f6, especially as, again, you're 2 moves away from castling, bishop e2 or bishop d3. If you take, you're still not castling. The pawn on f4 is a bit of a weakness. And the other thing that, the second thing as a French defense player I would have in mind is the move b7, b6. A moment ago you saw me sacrificing the pawn on c5 with the move b7, b6. Essentially I'm telegraphing the idea of f6. And again, we're seeing the center kind of blowing up. If I can ever provoke d4 takes c5, b takes c5, then I think white's going to regret the fact that he captured on c5. So I see b6, f6, I see the immediate f6, I see d4 takes c5, and Christopher is certainly weighing those 3 choices. I'm kind of warming up, actually, the more I look at it, to the move b7, b6.
I like b7, b6. It's a cagey move because b5 seems correct because
Right.
it just gets the space. When you analyze
Yeah,
it a
with
little
queen
bit
F2,
deeper,
what?
right? When you analyze it a little bit deeper, it's
Yeah.
actually the dark squares that end up being weakened for black.
Exactly.
And the committal move b5, you just can't take it back, and
Exactly.
you're gonna be worried about your dark squares forever on the queen side. I like b6 a lot. Maybe we can update some of the other
Sure.
games.
Which
Let's
one?
look at the marquee matchup that we have in the seniors.
Okay.
Between Larry Christiansen and Maxim Dlugy.
And that was the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yes,
When we
and
left it.
Maybe you can give us a couple
Woo!
of insights of this position.
For sure. With the move bishop e2, bishop b7, a4, b4, knight d7, knight d2, knight d7,
Knight fe5.
knight fe5. Okay, I like what white is doing so
You
far.
should like what white is doing. You play this against Lamy.
Exactly. And I played it very well. I had a very nice advantage.
And you won.
Really?
Wow, impressive, maestro.
Where was that game played? Was it a Dutch league?
I don't
Or it
actually.
doesn't say.
It doesn't say. But
Okay.
it just says it was in 2003.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, from a White's perspective, it's all about trying to use, I want to say, just a slight advantage in development. My king is already castled. On a good day, b3, bishop b2. But more importantly, I think bishop f3 in a fight for this long diagonal is what White wants. And by the way, let me just update the moves after knight e7. Are both players playing very quickly? It feels like they are. Bishop e7 came
After I think.
pretty
Dlugy thought for 7 minutes on bishop e7.
well, but and look at him go. I mean, he is like he knows this position. He plays bishop d5 more or less with a firm like I got this.
And it's not such a natural move, right? It does invite knight c6.
It certainly does. Should I? It doesn't matter. Let's just have a quick gander at this one. I'm guessing.
I guess you
the
take.
qu-
I don't
I
think you play queen
take?
c7, I think. No,
I'm sorry.
I think you play queen c7, right?
Right. Well, now with this guy hanging, I think I take. You
Why?
take with.
Why don't I take on e7? Sorry.
I was. Oh, A8.
A8 is hanging also,
as well.
right? Yeah.
Holy smokes! There's a lot of captures going on. here.
Right.
Right.
Takes.
At the end of the day, you do have queen takes a6. If not, bishop f3, I think white is better. Okay, so wait a minute. What's going on? Knight c6. I have to take it then. Bishop takes.
I mean, you could take on e7, I guess, but like directly.
Sorry,
Queen
let's do that again.
c7.
Queen c7.
Knight takes. Could I consider just?
Yes, it's legal. Does look a little funky.
Funny, right? Yeah, keep the king there.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm wondering why. What is the compensation I'm having for keeping the king there?
Right. Well, there's two things you need compensation for. First of all, the two bishops.
The two
Second of all,
bishops, right.
why is your king in the center?
I don't like it.
I don't know.
No, I don't like this.
But
So-
Maxim is
Yeah,
playing
he
like
he must have
I've
some
been
idea,
here,
right?
done that. Christian, jump in. This is a very peculiar twist we're seeing in this Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yes, absolutely. I wasn't watching that game at all, I have to say. I was looking at the game in the Griva Sicilian.
Of course, that's got
seniors
your attention.
from the
yeah.
senior section as
That's
well. And it does
fair.
seem like White has a slight edge in the game that you guys were looking at, the one between Christiansen and Maxim Dlugy. Probably not that much. It doesn't
Knight
seem like...
c6 we wanted to play.
Yes, knight c6 is a perfectly playable move, of course. Queen to c7,
We were taking the
knight
bishop.
takes c7, knight take,
And
back with the...
b3, and we liked white after b3 here.
Right. It's probably a good position for White. Nevertheless, bishop takes c4 seems to be, at least from an objective point of view, evaluation equalizing after rook to c8, or at least creating a balance in the
Wow.
position.
0-0.
It's still a very complex position. Two bishops against two knights is always complex.
Absolutely.
So, despite the fact that it's 0-0, forget about it. Yeah, it's going to be a game, a very, very complex game. Now, let's take a look at what's happening in the Kaidanov versus Akopian game, because a lot of things have happened after rook a to e1, b5, as we were expecting. White is trying to attack on this side, black is trying to develop on the queen side. King to h1, bishop to b7, queen to h3, again, not very subtle.
Yeah,
I'm
E5
just going
is
to go
coming.
e5, and I'm threatening to give you a checkmate, right? So you
Right.
have to defend against that. One way to do that is to interfere on this diagonal with the move g6, or to play the move knight to b4. Take advantage of the fact that a3 is not yet on the board, and you can target the bishop on d3. Now, the problem is you are losing a couple of tempis. Also, after you do take on d3, which will happen because actually white forced matters with the move a6, knight takes d3, c takes d3, a lot of things have changed. And the whole character of the position has changed, because now I'm no longer looking to attack you on the king side anymore. I'm actually looking to put some pressure on the c file. And in the center, focus on the pawn e6 and try to create weaknesses, structural weaknesses in your position. So from what I remember from my days of analyzing this position, I haven't analyzed it in quite a while, is that white generally is quite happy with this position. E5 was definitely not in my notes. Akopian just played it. in my notes was more or less waiting for you to try to force me to play e5. Rook e8 was one of the ways, trying to go rook to c8 and put some pressure on the c file was another way. a5, just giving up a pawn like that, was another move, if I remember correctly, and this is seems to be the best move in the position as well. a5 with the idea to go b4, try to destabilize this knights for white and try to invade via the c file after that. So that's one way in which black could have played. He played the move e5. Now, this begs the question, what if I just continue with rook to c1? Where do you put the queen?
Right.
Because you don't have the b6 square. You cannot go on that side. If you go queen to b8, this looks extremely passive. Queen to d7, probably yes, but how do we assess this endgame? After knight to a5, I'm not liking this one at all. I'm going to take, get rid of the bishop on b7, follow it up with the move knight to d5, and this is a play for 2 results. I have full control over the c file. No, actually, the more I look at it, this is looking horrendous for black. So you cannot allow that. I guess after rook to c1, you have to go queen to d8, but once again, queen to d8 doesn't strike me as a great placement for the queen, especially. And if I remember correctly, one of the ways in which black could have played was actually to go rook fc8 first. And that would prepare the move queen to d8, because at least the connection between the rooks is going to remain intact in this particular fashion. So e5, I'm concerned about this move. I don't like it. I think he doesn't know exactly what to do, and I have a feeling white is just slowly getting a very stable and significant advantage. So this one was another game that I was looking at. First of all, let's update this one between Alice Lee and Sophie Morris-Suzuki, and maybe you guys can take it over. What has happened after queen to d3? d5 was not played. No sacrifice on c3. c takes d4, c takes d4. And now black had a way to win a pawn, and I'm actually kind of confused why she didn't go for it, and that is bishop to a6. Bishop a6, you have to remove the queen from that diagonal, take on d4. Knight takes d4, and by the way, this has been played quite a few times, and it does seem like this position leads to a very balanced position, equal, by the estimation of a lot of engines. So, also by the games. I'm a bit curious why she didn't go for this. She went for knight to d7, but after bishop f4, knight to f6, knight to d2, it seems as if white has stabilized. And I'm just going to be able to focus my attention on the c file, play the move d5, if you allow me to do that, and if you don't, how are you going to stop me with the move e6? I don't think you want to do that, because once you play the move e6, this d6 square is going to be a big problem for you. I'm going to stabilize with f3, close the diagonal for the bishop, follow it up with the move knight to c4, knight to d6. I'm starting to like white's position in this one. Guys, what do you have?
Yeah, well, very stable looking advantage in the center with the central pawn duos. I find my eye drawn to the game of Nick de Firmian versus Alexander Shabalov. I don't know what the current theories are, but I remember as a teen looking at these, what I would call the ultra-sharp, double-edged Sicilians, and they're in a very hot-looking kitchen. What do you think, Alejandro, about this position?
It's one of those positions that people kind of started to shy away from. These battles that
clashing immediately,
right? You see this position, black is down in development, and white is using the fact that black is low in development to just try to crash through.
Exactly.
Queen f3, bishop b3, f5 is ready, f5 is played.
It was played in the game.
And there's not a lot of subtlety here for the white side.
No, there really isn't. I found my eye drawn to the move e5, and I was just going down some rabbit hole of modern chess theory. The crazy part is, when you see these open Sicilians where you see a move like e5, and you think to yourself, oh my God, you know, everything is explosive and it's an amazing game. Whenever there's this really, really sharp, tactical, calculating lines, it always ends up at 0-0s.
It's somehow ends up in a perpetual, right?
And f5 and
f5 played?
Yeah,
I don't.
Assuming it's is e5? No, e5 has to be the move here, right? Or do you take on b3?
I don't know if it matters.
It might.
It might matter, right?
A lot.
If you take on b3 first, a takes b3.
And then there's a tempo on the b5 pawn.
Right, but is there?
Yes.
For example, I have two options, right? I can go
B4.
b4, but I could also consider going e5.
E5 take on b5.
And I go queen b7, and let's say your knight's on a3 uses Sveshnikov.
Yeah, but you're missing the b5 pawn.
I don't know. I mean, this is how people play this Sicilians nowadays, right? Like
Why don't you go
d5,
queen
bishop
c6
b4. I don't know. I don't know if it's good here.
No,
but I
I'm
like
saying that
b4
but
might
you
be...
can throw in b4.
Wait, let's keep
sure.
going with that one. So
Sorry?
e5 take on b5. Why not queen c6?
Okay.
And then bishop b7. And how do you defend the pawn on e4?
Okay, now you're talking.
Now you're talking, yeah.
You got my attention there, Christian.
Yeah, I like that.
But wait a minute. You got to go down the rabbit hole. You're here.
And now you have knight a5. Nice trick, yeah. So knight takes e4 is met with knight a5. That's important.
Yeah, that's very important.
Yes. In Seattle, we call this a fork.
Yeah, this the barbaric northwest, yeah?
An infraction in St. Louis. It was super cool, double-edged position, but I got to tell you, guys, my instant reaction is theory. The theory books have worked these double-edged positions out to some kind of equality.
But you know that neither one of these players has any clue.
Right? Who's bluffing the best is what's going on here.
And if you're part of our audience are wondering why is this not played at the candidates level and stuff like that, objectively, these Sozin Sicilians, they're not
Fisher Sicilians, please.
Whatever. The Fisher Sozin Sicilians, they're not holding up too well for the white side.
That's correct.
Yeah, the engines really have thought that the black positions are doing very well, despite the lack of development. Taking that bishop on b3 really puts such a kibosh to the attack in so many variations that people are not afraid to play this as black. Now, that being said, it's still a really cool and interesting game. It's not like white's worse out of the opening.
Yeah, no question about it. I just noticed, by the way, in our marquee matchup between Larry Christiansen and Maxim Dlugy, our two tournament co-leaders, well, one of the trio, I should say, the move bishop d5 has caught Larry, and he's just stopped. He has not responded. So he's probably into what, something like a 10-minute think at the moment? It's
something like that.
Time's ticking away.
11-minute think.
An 11-minute think. I also wanted to jump to Dmitry Gurevich versus Igor Novikov. Boy, they've played it really slowly. I mean, I've seen this position many eons ago. Czech not going for the, what do you call this gambit?
Marshall gambit.
You're talking about Frank Marshall the other day.
Yeah.
You remember?
That's right.
He's got his name associated with a number of gambits, too. I think there's also a Marshall gambit in the Dutch defense.
Marshall gambit in the Dutch defense?
I do believe there's a Marshall gambit in the Dutch defense.
Is that the one that goes like d5, f5, e4?
Yeah.
That's the Marshall?
Yeah, with knight c3 and f3.
At least giving up a pawn in the center, consistent, right?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. There he goes. And but he did, pardon me, Dima did not do that. He dropped back with a knight, the safe variation, I want to say.
I mean, I hate repeating myself with the old school line.
Right.
C3, right?
The quiet.
This is the funny thing about Igor Novikov. I think this is something that you see less nowadays. MVL, probably one of the last bastions of this style of chess where you just play one opening your entire life. No deviations, no ramifications. You just study one thing, you know it better than everybody else. You get out prepared once in a while, you lose some games to preparation, but very often you get out prepared and you just know the position so well.
And you save a fortune on an opening library.
Yes,
because
exactly.
you don't have to buy the Benko Gambit books, buy the Open Sicilians. And Igor has been playing the Slav and the
specifically the triangle system without knight f6.
Right.
And specifically the e6 variation of the Najdorf. Not all the Najdorf.
Right. The e6 variation.
I did hear of a story, I don't know if it's true or not, that Igor Novikov got invited to one of those high-level Soviet camps.
Okay.
He was there to work with one of the high-level people.
Right.
He was invited because he was a known Najdorf expert.
Okay.
And they wanted to look at this line with the English attack, bishop e3, e5.
Okay.
Igor said, "I've never played e5 in my life."
That
was the end of Igor Novikov in the camp.
And he was seen playing tennis the rest of the weekend. Nice. I see that you've got the Carissa Yip game going there, Alejandro.
We gotta update it. It's a fascinating struggle. It's not immediately obvious to me that White has that much for the pawn. I saw the engine evaluation that Christian had.
Bishop takes G4.
That bishop takes, and he wanted to go bishop takes E6 after.
I think we were focused mainly on.
No, we like bishop G4.
Okay.
Yeah, Christian was saying that it's important to keep the center a little bit controlled. I thought F5 was a pretty logical response to bishop takes G4.
Sure. Yeah, I mean you want to capture on E6 with the bishop.
With the bishop, right?
And not suffer a double pawn and.
Yeah.
Be able to deal against H5.
So bishop E2, bishop takes E6. This is the current position.
Okay, we're up to
Black
date.
is a clean pawn up. You could even argue the better structure
as well. No question about it. Yeah.
So it's a race. It's a race to see if Black
can I checkmate you?
Can Awonder Liang checkmate Carissa Yip before she gets her pieces out?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And do we? Let's go. Let's ask the question.
I don't know if we start like that, but let's say that we do. Let's say that we play H5. I think it's such a logical move.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was trying to play H5, and it was like the arrow took over. Sorry, I apologize.
I don't know if we want to sidestep this as Black. I have the feeling that we do.
G5.
I think G5 makes a lot of sense, right?
Right. Just to try to keep it
close
as much as possible. Right. Now, the question that I wanted to say is, how do I rip it open?
That's the question, right? Because if you even try to move F4, I can just keep closing things. I don't have to actually take. It's not checkers. I can close the position with
Keep
G4.
it closed. No, I'm not happy about that.
At any knight move, I think I answer with F4, just to shut your pieces.
Okay, my bishop on
out.
C1 is kind of crying. I get that.
Maybe rook G1.
Yes, but G4 is a problem.
G4.
I think
G4 is a
G4,
problem.
F3, and it's me who's attacking your king.
F4, G4.
No, after F4.
yeah.
After F4.
That I'm threatening.
You
G4.
mean if I play rook G1?
If you play rook G1, then G4.
G4 is an issue, right?
Wow.
Suddenly, these pawns march. That's kind
Well, it's kind of.
of funny, you know?
You want to play? Are you sure you want to play F3? I mean, there is an issue, isn't there, on the G file?
Could be, potentially.
If you take, I mean,
And then you go
right,
H6.
right,
Yeah, maybe
right.
it's too happy, right?
You got yourself excited there against rook G1. But I don't know.
Well, the problem
bishop
is, if I go bishop
H6.
F6, then you take on F4, right?
No, bishop
Correct.
H6,
Bishop
right?
H6 is the only move, but then knight E4.
Knight E4, pardon me, knight
Knight
E4.
E4, right?
Yeah. Well, here it feels like I'm prying the king side open. I think we did something.
You get a pawn. You get your pawn back. Am I that scared at the end?
Are you, or
Okay.
you're not?
I'm not so sure.
Could
Our
we go
panel's
back
in
for a second,
disarray.
though?
I mean, we're shocked. I thought I was getting at your king.
This looks good for white.
Does it, huh?
I feel like it. Yes, you wanted to go back, Christian, please.
I just don't like this. So H5, G5.
He's
Right.
played, by the way, the move knight F3. Perhaps
Maybe prepping,
Perhaps I'm a smarter way to do things, right? Because I think
just to make sure that that H5 when it
H5,
comes
there's no G5. Yeah.
makes sense.
Makes
It makes a lot
of
of sense, but why not knight H3 is my question.
With ideas even of H5, but also
So
Knight
F4.
F4.
knight
yes.
F4.
I don't like the knight on F3. Also, this knight on F3 is blocking the action of the bishop and the queen. So H5 is not as supported. I understand the rook is now supporting H5 after knight F3, but somehow
I was
knight H3
never
makes a better
recapturing
impression.
with the rook. I am sympathetic to knight H3. I can easily imagine that variations with H5, my knight would be
On F4, yeah.
beautifully
Yeah.
placed on F4, with or without D4, D5. This is shaping up as a really great game. Dare I ask you, Christian, what the engine's evaluation is after knight F3?
Let's take a look. All right, so knight to F3, it still seems to be very good, favorable for white, +1.
+1.
Plus
Really?
one.
That's a lot.
And give us, let's say, the next 3 best moves of the engine for
Knight
both
to
players.
D7 makes a lot of
Developing,
sense. Why
developing.
I
not
get that.
develop the pieces and
Right.
also support E5 at the right moment,
get
getting
behind
some
that,
pieces
yeah.
closer to the king, rook to G1.
Not H5, but rook to
Not
G1.
H5, no. So if you go H5, which is also an option, I will take on H5. And now finally we understand why this knight is coming closer to the king, right? Because I'm going to support all my pieces after knight df6.
Continue the line knight g5 for just a moment.
Knight g5 I take. This is already a bit problematic.
I wanted to play bishop takes h5, of course.
Queen b6, jeez.
I'm doing my own thing on this side, and you're not in time.
Counterplay, right?
It doesn't seem like you're in time. Still complicated position, by the way. Even rook to g1. By the way, bishop f7. None of this will happen.
She played a very logical move, in my opinion.
Bishop f7.
Yeah, it does two things, right? Maybe even three things. It defends g6. It prevents... I don't know if it prevents it, but it makes h5 less appealing.
Okay.
And it allows you to play the move e5, where I think she's starting to think, well, where's my counterplay? I have more pawns in the center. At some point, I'll hint that this is a move.
Exactly.
So it doesn't actually stop me from playing h5, because it's quite easy to see that after knight h4, it's a double attack, you're going to regain your pawn.
Right.
And I'm sure Awonder is calculating this type of situations.
Well,
now,
I think it's actually forced.
h5?
h5, because if
Not the best move. No.
No?
Not the best move.
h5 already played. I mean, the panel here agrees. I know the computer may not agree.
What did the computer
But I mean, not
want?
playing h5 here is insane.
h5, from a practical perspective, makes a lot of sense, right? You play
Clear.
the move knight
Okay.
f3,
Exactly.
you anticipate the move bishop to f7, and you know that you want to play h5 to get the knight to h4. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Correct.
G takes h5 is pretty much forced at this point.
But what did the computer like beside h5?
Rook
'Cause-
g1. Rook g1 was supposedly a better alternative. Nevertheless, h5 is quite close to it.
Okay.
So rook to g1, king to h8, and knight g5. This was a different idea. Try to open up the h5
Wow.
like that. h5 was played, take, knight to h4. We assume that this is going to come on the board. And by the way, once again, knight h4 is not the only move. Queen to c2 or queen to d3 to try to put some pressure on f5 is another way. But once again, from a practical perspective, from a human's point of view, knight h4 is almost an automatic.
Right.
e6 and bishop takes h5. How do we assess this position? How close is white to checkmating the black king? How close is black from stabilizing the position and just being a pawn up? This is a big question.
Somehow I think that black is doing okay because the knight on h4 doesn't feel comfy.
Okay.
I like the knight on f4.
Let's play some moves.
Queen
Let's play some
f6, I
moves.
think, right? I mean, this would
Queen
be...
to f6,
If
yes.
we can go back to Christian's...
Yes, queen to f6.
Board for a second. Because this is such a crucial... Queen f6, I see the engine behind you.
The engine loves white's position
just-
for whatever reason. So bishop takes f7 and queen h5. An
Wow.
immediate attack.
Do you have a threat?
Immediate attack.
Is there a threat?
I would assume knight g6 might be a problem.
I would
G6.
assume knight g6 as well, right? I mean, I'm trying to use the h file.
But okay, let's go like knight knight d7?
Knight d7, the best move, yes. And now I actually go knight to f3.
So knight on
Knight
d7?
something to f8? I don't even know which one.
Knight d, let's say knight d to
Yeah,
I was
F7,
trying to
right?
defend g5.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, so it's actually a slow play situation, it seems like. I'm just
Wow.
going to go rook to g1, then I'm going to put the bishop on
E5
e3,
though.
and then I'm going to go long castle, perhaps.
No
But
way.
e5?
But e5 is going to prevent
e5,
you, right?
yes,
e4 is coming.
yes, e5, and then this bishop h6.
It feels like black has
I'll-
anticipated
that's-
all of
that's
these
the way I
attacks.
feel as
I
well.
feel black's up a pawn.
That's the way I
right?
feel as well.
Right?
Yes,
Black's
yes,
up a pawn. I'm kind of chilling. I'm going to go king h8 one day. And,
Absolutely.
Wow.
No, I don't see this. And
It's
by the way, the engine
compensation.
once again is saying that white is doing tremendously well in this position. But from a human's perspective, it doesn't feel that way, right?
I mean,
I feel the opposite of a gorilla
Me too.
hitting my
Me too.
chest, like
Yeah.
whatever's the opposite of that.
Yeah.
And what an important game it is for both of these players, Alejandro.
yeah, a start that has been less than stellar for both. Carissa had two nice draws with the black pieces, but fell to
With the
Brandon
white pieces.
Jacobson's sword yesterday in a sharp Italian. And Awonder Liang just having a disaster of a tournament, losing his first game against Justin Wang, drawing his second game, but the big surprise yesterday against Abhi Mishra. Not just drawing a completely won position, but actually losing the whole point.
I mean, again, going from a position Awonder Liang had that was plus 10 to -4 in one move. It's not like you blundered your queen. It's like you blundered 2 queens in one move. I mean, that was an extraordinary turnaround. It was very, very, very painful for us to watch. Let's jump to Sophie's game.
It was
Sophia's
more painful for him to play it, yeah. But,
exactly.
But sure, poor commentators.
I wanted to, let's just jump to the girls section for just a moment, because we had this really super crazy game that was going on between Rochelle and Thalia. The move e5 is kind of where we left it, where we were looking at bishop takes e5, and I was stunned to realize that a lot of top but really, really big names have been playing it. Strangely enough, Rochelle actually recaptured on e5 with her pawn. d4 takes.
I don't think this is a line.
I was about to say, the very different approach. She put her knight, g1 knight, to c3, and says, okay, on a good day, I'm going to play bishop e2, castles, and I'm going to have a tremendous grip on the center. We have knight e7 on the board.
Ooh, a challenging position. There is...
I'm anticipating bishop e2.
Well, I was thinking of knight takes b5 works, but it just doesn't work, so I don't know what I was talking about. Knight takes b5 looks like a tactic, but I think...
the first impressions are like, can't I take the pawn? Sorry.
Yeah, but bishop takes d5, I think, just... Stops everything, right?
Yes.
Queen a4, bishop c6, pawn to... Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see anything.
Okay,
so
but
bishop e2,
yeah.
I assume one side castles, the other side castles.
Yep.
I really like black's position. I think that if I go knight c6...
The knight on b8 to c6?
Knight b8 to c6.
Yeah, I can see that you want to make a home.
Knight d4, I think, is a threat. Knight g6 starts becoming a threat.
Just simply clipping
the pawn on e5.
I'm looking at knight f6 checks. I'm already feeling like Thalia is the first to connect her rooks.
The rooks, yeah.
Okay, super sharp game. Alice Lee, let's go to Alice Lee. Now, again, Alice comes into the event a little bit of a favorite, kind of a dark horse. Everybody loves Alice, of course, but she started badly.
Yeah, no, you can't overestimate how badly her start was, and that she still has 1 point out of 3 speaks to her resilience as a player.
Exactly.
More than how she's been able to handle the positions in this event.
Now, she's on the black side of a Grunfeld defense, where really...
white side.
Pardon me, the white side of a Grunfeld defense, where her opponent has really given her the opportunity to advance in the center with the move d4, d5. I love advancing with space, but I believe it was actually Christian who just mentioned that, you know what you can do is you can play the move f3, say the wall on e4 is not going to be broken.
But why not d5 first?
Was it specifically in this move? And d5 already played by Alice,
good.
Listening to...
Because f3 in general, I wanted to play after e6.
Ah, yes, because you were mentioning that f3, e6, then you would go knight c4. I remember there was a connection with that. But d4, d5, I like Alice's position. I've always liked the space, and I see... where my pieces are going, so to speak. Knight to c4.
We always compare this to what we normally see, right? What is this compared to a normal Grunfeld?
Exactly.
And it feels that unless you get e6 in right this second,
right,
you're going to have a bad Grunfeld. You're just going to be in a position where you don't have a lot of space.
Yeah.
And white is going to have the ability to maneuver around.
Whether it be knight f3 to e5 or knight to c4 to e5.
Something, right?
Right. And for the moment, as often happens in the Grunfeld, you're not utilizing your queenside pawns. So I feel like my majority in the center is giving me a significant pull. We'll see.
And I think that if you play e6, I don't actually see anything wrong with just pushing it.
Let's go. We can maybe even anchor the pawn.
And if we anchor, whoa.
That pawn's 2 squares away from coronation. And most importantly, my pick to win the girls section was Jennifer Yu. She was the proud recipient yesterday of a free point, a free half point. Takes on d4, knight to e4, knight to b5. Knight to e4, knight to b5. Are we still in theory, by the way? Because this is...
Not a Grunfeld answer. It feels artificial, though.
For white, right?
Yeah, it's very artificial for white.
Like, why am I moving my knight all around?
Also, what happens if I go e5? Does she have a good reply to e5?
Excuse me, right? She has already played.
She's already played knight takes e3, but
e5 is a darn good question if you ask me. If I have to play bishop g3, you will take and I presume play d4.
that looks very good. I could also
For black.
For black, I could also throw in like queen a5 or some move like that. That might be
I'm not happy.
dangerous, right?
I'm not happy, Christian. Jennifer might have.
What if I take on
dodged-
e4 after e5
I thought I could take on f4.
and take on d5?
Sorry,
I
help
played
me out.
e5,
How is that position?
And what did he
He
like?
wants to take
So
on
take on
e4.
e4 first.
But here,
Right here.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
but I wanted to take on f4.
Take on f4. You take. I take on e5. On d5.
To
sorry.
d5.
Oh man, I was like looking at f takes e3,
Right,
bishop
right.
takes b2, queen
We
h
have
for
to
rook
convince-
e8.
You're the Grunfeld expert,
No,
dude.
guys,
Isn't
not-
this like the dream? You lose a pawn,
Your
and
G7
suddenly like
bishop.
everybody explodes into the
I
position.
love black's position.
But now he's defending white. What are you
I'm
doing?
just trying to defend. Makes,
right?
What does the engine think of?
Of e5 instead. Pardon me. Again, Zoe has already
To
played
take
the
in on
move
c3.
knight to take c3, which,
Which
we
can't be a bad move.
we think an
E5 was the
opportunity
best
missed.
move.
E5 was the best
move,
move, right?
but very close to knight c3 and then e5.
Really?
Yeah, but this also looks good. Now that I think about it, you still can go.
But e5 was by far the best move.
And it's happened. Knight takes c3.
e5, knight takes c4. That was actually the variation that we were looking at. Knight takes c4, take on f4, and take on d5. Bishop takes b2 or f takes e3. All of them were working at this point, and
Yeah,
gives
this looks
black
great, right?
pretty
Right.
much a decisive advantage at this point.
Yeah, that's what I
Right.
thought.
Minus 2.1.
Great.
Big moment. Knight takes e3 was played, but e5 was the follow-up, which is still
Very
the right
Very good,
direction.
okay.
Still the right direction. Open up, open
D4,
things up.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
let's go.
And d4 is on the board, by the way.
Right.
So, yeah, no.
Jennifer on the back
It does
foot.
seem like Zoey Tang has the advantage and has the potential of actually upsetting the rating favorite in this one. With the black pieces, this would be a huge result.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Jennifer's opening play looks very, very shaky in this game. I don't like
No.
what she's done whatsoever, and I think,
To be frank, Jennifer's opening play has been shaky every single game.
yeah.
Yesterday also got the worst position
Right, she goes g5, h5, and just kind of comes to a full stop.
against Thalia. She didn't get anything out of the
Yeah,
opening.
she outplayed her opponent, but got nothing from the opening. in
She
that one.
outplayed her later on, yes, and then she got outplayed herself. But
Right.
still, out of the opening, nothing.
Right. Okay. And let me just check in on Thalia's game. Yep, we're expecting bishop e2 and castles.
Right.
Ellen's game.
Oh, back to the Neo Vienna. Yes.
For your course, man. I mean, for those of you who don't know, Alejandro's.
LimitlessChess.com. You
he's
can
been
find
doing
all of
videos.
this video series. You can
That's so
subscribe
cool.
for $19.99 a month.
I mean, it's how could you say no? The best $19.99 you're ever going to spend. And did you suggest these positions? What's going on
I
here,
actually looked
Alejandro?
at this position exactly in this video course.
So the ladies could have learned from your video. And what did you prescribe? What's happening in this exact position?
I actually
between Ellen
remember
and Ruiyang.
I remember this position exactly after the move knight d2.
Okay.
And knight d2 it's slightly mistimed.
Okay.
And
when
then-
she played it,
And
you
she
mean.
played it, yeah. When
Right
Ellen
here.
plays knight d2, it's slightly mistimed. There are other dangerous moves in the position.
Okay.
I'm not going to go through all of them, but
Right.
including knight c3 right away is a dangerous way of playing for an advantage. Knight d2 here is particularly, if I remember this correctly, is particularly badly timed because knight takes e3, f takes e3 usually solidifies this center for white.
Right.
But I think it's in this position that the move bishop g5 has
Well
no...
as c5.
c5 is okay as well.
Yeah.
But bishop g5 asks a very uncomfortable question.
What are you going to do with your pawn?
What are you going to do? How are you going to defend the pawn?
I have no choice. I'm looking at rook f3 to the exclusion of everything else.
And then you drop down the bishop,
with bishop
bishop
e7.
b7. And then again you say, well, yes,
I don't want to move. I'll hang around
you could hang around, but then you lose your tension on e4,
on c4.
on c4, sorry. And
Right.
this spin is annoying.
True. So I have to move the rook.
But black is fine because your rook is now...
I'm not happy camper. Like,
Yeah.
why did a rook over would have been great if I had bishop on h7 and
Something
queen
like
on
that,
h5.
right? Yeah.
Okay, this is good stuff. And Christian, let's turn it to you. What has caught your eye?
Well, actually, I was looking at the game of David Brodsky versus Brandon Jacobson, and we haven't checked this one yet, but it does seem like Brandon is getting an advantage once again with the black pieces in a gioco piano. Yesterday against Carissa Yip, he came with an incredible preparation and got an almost winning position after rook takes f3 and that exchange sacrifice. Let's see what happened today. So c3, d6, a6, a4, not rook to e1 followed by knight to d2, what we've seen yesterday from Carissa, which was wrong. Once you play rook to e1 castle, you have to start with h3, not allow the move knight to g4.
Right.
Knight to d2, and check this move out. Knight to h5.
¿Qué pasa?
Immediately, knight to h5. And there's been 3 games played
Knight
in
h5?
Yes, with the move knight to h5. Castle, hundreds of games. h6, a very normal alternative as well. Knight to e7, still pretty normal. Knight to h5, I've never seen this move in my life. It has been played at the top level by Alexander Pretke from Russia in 2018, who, by the way, is a very, very good theoretician. So definitely Brandon Jacobson is taking a page from Pretke's recommendations. Knight to h5, d4, knight to f4, g3. And by the way, not only that, he surprises his opponent, but he's putting tremendous pressure early on. This knight to h5, knight to f4 is not a neutral maneuver, right?
No.
I'm getting very close to your king with the knight on f4. Very aggressive maneuver. And also, if you just stay still, I'm going to go g5 next. G5, g4. This is the way that I'm going to try to break your structure in front of your king. g3, knight to h3 is on the board. King to g2, h6. And now we have the move knight to h4. What do you do after knight g5? This is turning into a melee, a tactical melee right now, because I have a clear threat, bishop to h3, right?
Right.
How do you defend against that?
I assume knight f5.
I was thinking about rook to e1.
Okay.
Knight to f5, I understand. It's the top engine move.
Blocking
but
the
after
check.
g6, are you sure you want to start calculating this?
No.
You have to go f4, by the way.
Oh, my word.
If you don't go f4, then you're in trouble. So you have to go f4, and then we go into this type of crazy stuff.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, I'm not really sure what's happening right now. I understand. I'm probably going to get this pawn, and in return, what I managed to do as white is block the dark square bishop, because there's no more pawn on e5. There's no more attention and no way to open it up. At the same time, the g file is opening up all towards your king. So let's wait and see what's going to happen. And by the way, none of this will happen, in fact, because knight to f4 came on the board after knight to h4. Can you take? Probably not. After queen takes h4, bishop h3 is coming. Also, queen h3 followed by bishop to g4 is coming. This one is not looking good. So knight to f4, almost pretty much
King
forces.
h1 is
king h1,
box,
right?
Right, yeah.
So how do you continue now as black? Bishop h3 is one of the ways. I like queen f6 from a practical point of view.
I don't know, guys, but it feels to me like if I'm playing against Brandon Jacobson, I'm going to stay away from Gioco
Don't go into the Gioco piano.
I mean, you know, this guy's dangerous.
He really is. He really is.
On the black side of the Gioco pianos, he came well prepared in his matchup with Carissa yesterday, and it looks like he really caught David Brodsky unawares, as well as ourselves. Knight h5, come on.
Never seen it, and it's a wonderful idea. Just this early aggression, adding even new. Like we need a new theory in the Italian, right? Like we needed new ideas.
Right.
They seem to be endless. They really do seem to be endless.
True. True, remarkable. As we're preparing ourselves for our first break, I mean, it's important that we update our viewers about Q Boutique.
Absolutely. We saw that beautiful open from Q Boutique. That's the
With
physical
Christian.
location. But you can visit us online. QBoutiqueSTL.com. We have all kinds of apparel for you. And today specifically, we have a Chess Capital USA t-shirt.
Yeah, baby.
Celebrate City of St. Louis, the official chess capital of the United States. There's a document out there that says that. And you see the back there with all the logos of the St. Louis Chess Club campus, including the World Chess Hall of Fame and Q Boutique. They're available only at QBoutiqueSTL.com. Mention that Yasser Seirawan sent you.
And you'll get a 5%.
And they'll charge you $5 more.
Exactly. There's a tip. There's a tip for our staff. And as we get ready for break, we ask the players in the seniors, what's it like for them coming or returning to St. Louis and playing chess? Here are their answers.
How does it feel to once again be back in St. Louis playing in this prestigious event?
Oh, it's always great to be here. I hope to be invited in the near future as well, and I'll do my best. That's all I can say.
Very well. I mean, I'm the first time here in general, and first time I see the chess club. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to play in this tournament. Heard too much about, of course, all these events, and it's always very beautiful to be a part of it.
Always when I come to St. Louis, it's great.
Very nervous. Yeah, this is probably the most important tournament of the year. Nervous and excited at the same time.
It feels incredible. It's my first time in St. Louis, and I felt fantastic when I qualified to be here, and I was really looking forward, and I'm happy to be here.
Always awesome to get back to St. Louis. It feels like second home for many years, and well, aspirations are always flying high, and we'll see what's going on.
It's always great coming back here. It's a tournament that I look forward to all year long, and I hope that I can show some good form here.
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, this is the mecca of chess, the place to be, and you get such a warm welcome here. It's the best place to be for chess.
Well, I was here 3 years ago, before the pandemic. It was a lot of fun. I haven't played in a nice round-robin tournament in ages before that, so it's always a nice opportunity to play as you prepare for the games. I mostly coach now, so this is a great opportunity to try to play and feel how it is for my students. Actually, a couple of my former students are actually playing in the Journey event here. So I'll be watching how they're doing, and I'm gonna enjoy it.
Wonderful. I feel great to be here. Yeah, I've been playing here a few times. In US Championship a long time ago, 12 years ago. I played on a tournament 4 years ago. It was always great. It's a great place to be. And also it's wonderful to see my old friends, some of them from long ago.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here, round 4 of our championships. The U.S. Junior, the U.S. Junior girls, and seniors are still going on. We don't have any results so far, so let's take a look at where we stand.
And our pairings for this round 4 and the girls.
Yeah, the big matches we believe are going to be Rochelle Wu against Thalia Cervantes. Thalia currently in second place. But Alice Lee seems to be nursing a small advantage with the white pieces against Sophie Morris-Suzuki, our perfect leader with 3 out of 3 points.
And in the juniors?
In the juniors, we have a huge matchup as Christopher Yu is defending the black pieces against Andrew Hong in a complex French. This is going to be definitely the one that we take our look at, but we've been fascinated as well by a struggling Awonder Liang who seems to be going all out against Carissa Yip, sacrificing already 2 pawns and on the hunt.
Absolutely, all in.
Yeah, seriously.
Absolutely, and in the seniors.
In the senior section, we have a battle of leaders as Larry Christiansen with 2 points is facing Maxim Dlugy with 2 as well. And we are keeping a close eye on 2 important matchups as well, Gurevich against Novikov. And I want to see the game between Gregory Kaidanov and Vladimir Akopian.
Really a lot of nice games going on. Before we get into all of that, however, I've got a question for the panel, and we welcome, of course, our viewers to ask us any questions you like through the social media. There's lots of ways to get in touch with us. Sabina Foiser is monitoring the chats, and this is how you can do it. Ask the commentators.
We have joined the conversation with tweet at St. Louis Chess Club. You can ask all of your questions here on chat. We're on Twitch, we're on YouTube, we are on Instagram, we're even on Facebook, guys.
We know all but tell very little. I wanted to
and just to show something, we never really see David Brodsky walking a lot, but
he doesn't take a page out of the Larry Christensen school of walking.
No, not so much.
you gotta walk 10,000 steps a day, according to Larry, and Larry's trying to pad his numbers.
He likes to take a walk, but he never really strays too far away from his own board.
Yeah, were you a walker at the board?
Oh, I was totally a walker.
Really?
Oh, I couldn't sit at the board. When I was a young player, I'd make my move and bolt. Like it was on
just
fire.
like this. Okay, I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Pedro
Before
Espinosa.
we do that, guys, breaking news right now. Alice Lee just blundered into a completely losing position.
What?
What?
Oh,
So,
my.
D5 was played, queen to A4, and now you can
Setting up a
simply
trap.
play a move such as queen to B3 or queen to B5, try to get into a better endgame.
Right.
Easily accessible better endgame because you have this
Trade
pawn
queens.
already on D5. Trade the queens. Queen to B1 was her choice, which allows the simple pickup of the pawn on D5. Not only that, you pick up the pawn, but this knight is going to jump to C3. If you do take on D5, I am going to take on F4. And not only that, you're a pawn down. I have the 2 bishops cutting the board in half. I have absolutely no weaknesses as black. And you're going to lose another pawn, the pawn on
She's
D5.
missed it completely.
No, she
2 pawns.
completely
And the initiative.
blindsided.
Right?
Yeah, it's an easy tactic.
I think we've all fallen for this
Bishop
one.
to D5 was played, but now I can just keep the queen on the 4th rank.
And-
Queen to B4 or queen to D4, both
Yeah, I
of
don't
them
see
are working.
any reason not to play queen b4, right? It's just so easy to calculate.
Queen B4, it's so much easier. Yes,
Yeah.
sure.
I mean, maybe queen d4 works, but you know, you look at knight f3 or knight b3, and
But that
Hey,
means
look.
that's
Wow.
Still easy,
simple
actually,
play
yeah.
right now. Sophie could be going to 4 out of 4.
wow, what a dream start!
And taking one of her key rivals down with her. At
She's
the same
running
time.
away with the event.
I mean, Christian, you did an excellent job choosing her for the Gladiator today.
Exactly, her presentation. How did he know? How did he know? I'm sorry, I think I finally got the opportunity to talk about the game that I wanted to talk about for just a moment. It's between Pedro and Misha. Pedro, I haven't seen this gambit before in a very well-known position. He said bishop e3. Take my pawn on e4. Misha said, that is a pawn. I'll take it. Knight takes e4, queen c2, knight just dropped back, knight c3, and bishop b3, bishop b7, queen f5. rook a8 to e8. We're catching up with the players, and I'm sitting there scratching my head and I'm going, okay, I understand pawn sacrifices. Jump right in here. Your first impression when you see this is, does white have sufficient compensation, or?
It looks like a pawn.
Looks like a pawn.
But it's an important pawn.
In the center of the board,
yeah, sometimes
right?
we talk about sacrifices of a pawn, and sometimes you sacrifice the h-pawn. Who cares about the h-pawn? You open up a rook. But this is an important e-pawn that's really controlling a lot of things. Like, I'm trying to make something like knight g5 work, but...
Knight g5, hitting f7.
But it doesn't do very much. Even if
Maybe
I...
setting... I was looking more directly.
Okay.
Takes, bishop here. And now, just to show you what I had in mind, was this. And, I'm trying to justify my sacrifice by saying your bishop is a little bit...
I feel it, but
I don't know.
Yeah, the issue is that I think that I don't take on f3.
You don't?
I think I throw in the move bishop c8.
Okay, but you drive me to the square I thought I wanted to go.
All right, I keep driving you to wherever you want to go. I understand that you want to play something like...
No.
h6 is going to keep kicking you, right?
Bishop c8 is a very good move. That just threw me right off of kilter. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
He's actually played the move bishop c2 after rook e8.
Rook e8, bishop c2. Now, again, I'm thinking that Pedro came into this game with some prep.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, I'm up against this kid, Mishra, who's a grandmaster at 13. Everybody thinks he's the great hero. Pedro, want to upset him, right?
Let's go.
Now, is this prep? What do you think, Christian?
This was prep.
This was prep.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
absolutely was prep up to this point. So queen to c2, bishop to e3, first of all, was a novelty. And it was his novelty because he didn't spend any minutes on it.
Really?
Queen to c2 did not spend any minutes on it. Knight to c3 did not spend any minutes on it. He had 1 hour and 32 minutes at this point after knight to c3, immediately after the move b5. And this is where his preparation stopped. He already made an inaccuracy. He played the move bishop to b3. What he was supposed to do, and this is a mistake. I mean, you cannot just simply give up a pawn in your preparation and not go forward with the most obvious moves in the position, because b5, bishop b7 is one of the most obvious plans that black has in this position. Bishop to d3 had to be played. I don't understand this move, bishop
h7.
to b3. Yes, bishop to d3, attack the pawn on h7, bishop b7, knight to e4. This is the way you usually build up your advance, right?
Right.
I'm very confused. Bishop to b3, the first thing, not a great move, but immediately queen to f5, so you weren't even aware of what the plans are. Queen to f5 is not a great move. Once again, it's all about the focus on the attack. You kept the bishop on b3, at least try to put some pressure on the f7 pawn. So take on e5, and knight to g5. Again, you prepared this at home. You dictated where this game went. Well, follow through with your dictation. And he did not do that, unfortunately for him, after queen to f5, rook a8, bishop to c2. Well, if it looks like a pawn, it talks like a pawn, and it moves like a pawn, then it's probably a pawn, because right now you're completely lost.
Wow.
Bishop to c8, you have zero compensation.
Completely lost.
You have zero compensation for the pawn. I'm going to kick your queen off this battery on the b1, h7 diagonal, and where is the compensation?
Right.
Where is your compensation? I don't see it. I don't think Pedro sees it. I don't think Abhimanyu sees it right now, and I have a feeling that Abhimanyu is just going to run away with this one. Took the pawn, said, thank you, show me your preparation. You did not show him the preparation, so now I'm going to punish you.
That's such a pity, because I wanted to come here and say that chess openings deserve a Pedro's attack.
Pedro attack?
Pedro attack.
Okay.
He just misplayed it, though, because that move, bishop d3, what you showed, looks so logical that you were hitting the h-pawn and you want to play knight g5, and it looks like he just misplayed it. But that was a very spicy pawn sacrifice, I must say.
Yeah, it was interesting, right?
It deserves a better outcome than we're seeing at this moment.
Have you ever done that where you come with this excellent preparation, you've been working on this for months,
Oh, absolutely.
And you get
I
there.
mixed the move.
Either you mix the move, or I feel it's an even worse feeling when you get in your prep and then you blow it.
You forget it or
Oh
something?
no, you blow it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the worst feeling. You get in all of it in,
Yeah.
and then
You look at the game, Viswanathan Anand, Yasser Seirawan. It was from this Bodvinik, you take on D5 and play C4, the Bodvinik
Bodvinik
attack.
Samislav.
Thank you. And I came with this fantastic novelty that completely rewrote 50 years of theory. I was better with black, lose the game. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Okay, Christian, let's turn it over to you. What has caught your eye?
Well, definitely this game, guys, between Awonder and Carissa, because Carissa is going down in this one, and I'm trying to understand what she's been doing for the last few moves. She hasn't
won
developed
some pawns.
her queen side. She hasn't strengthened at all her king side. So she played this move b5 right now. I mean, what if I just simply take and follow it up with knight to d4, right?
B5 is
Very
crazy.
natural moves.
B5?
B5 completely puzzles me right
What
now.
does
Like,
that
what
have
is the
to
point?
do?
I understand you want to go B4, destabilize the knight, and lengthen the diagonal of the bishop on G7. Nevertheless, I don't think these are your priorities right now.
No.
You are a pawn up, but I'm coming after that pawn with this move bishop to F4. And now that you're allowing me to weaken your pawn structure, not only that, but weaken the long diagonal as well, give me another target. Well, thank you very much. I'll follow through. Knight to D4. How do you continue? The position, by the way, is completely devastating. For
Exactly.
that
No
right now.
question about it. I mean,
If he
Bishop
plays
F3
this
stone.
couple of moves, take on B5, and these are very natural moves, by the way. They're not difficult. They're not complex or anything of that nature. You're just making moves with tempo and strengthening your position in the process. This is what she's facing right now. B5, a very suspicious move. Awonder right now is thinking, counting his blessings after the opening, because he couldn't have dreamed of a better opening outcome when he chose this bishop to E to H4, very aggressive approach. This is exactly what he wanted to see on the board, and right now he has a great chance of scoring a victory.
And by the way, if I may be so bold to ask, he played the move bishop F4, attacking the pawn on D6. Carissa ignored the pawn on D6 and said, if you want my pawn, take it. What if he were to accept that and say, B5, bishop takes D6, Carissa? That stops your B5, B4. It tickles your rook.
Bishop takes D6, it's also a move. Loses some of its advantage after rook to E8.
And I was going to take on B5 as well, of course.
Right, take on B5 and not take on B5, but it seems like knight to F6. Again, it's still very good for white.
Very good for white.
It's still very good for white. So bishop takes D6 is also a move.
B5 is altogether wrong.
The problem
it just has
is
nothing.
C takes B5, C takes D5, knight D4. It's a +4 advantage. This is not like plus 1.5, plus 2.5. Maybe you can come back from that. This is a +4 advantage. And once again, my pieces are just coming in with tempo, and it's just very easy to make the moves with the white pieces right now.
Yeah.
Now, my question is, what do you do after bishop to C4? This is the only thing that makes sense to me, right? Because if you do go bishop F3, then at least your king is not going anywhere.
Weird,
Rook to E8 or maybe knight to D7, I'm getting something in return, right?
Right.
So after bishop C4, it seems like if I grab the pawn on B5 with either knights, I'm going to have a devastating attack. But also, even worse, is rook to G1. It's looking bad, guys.
I was about to say,
yeah,
bishop takes C4 check and queen takes H5.
I'm sure that works.
It's also very attractive to my eyes.
That works too. Yes. You have to be careful.
Queen E8 check.
Which leads.
That's funny. That's
which
a good
leads to a
resource.
much better endgame for white.
Okay, I understand. But that wasn't the intention. It was.
That wasn't it. We want to checkmate.
Exactly. Right? Exactly. Nice. Thank you for that, Christian. I just checking in the game of David Brodsky versus Brandon Jacobson, because this move knight H5, boy, that not only got David's attention, it certainly got our attention. A move we're not used to seeing this early. And Brandon is accelerating an attack that we have very often seen by moving his knight so quickly to F4. he wants to play G5 and G4 without playing H6 and G5 and doing it
The
slowly.
express version.
Yes, exactly, the accelerated version. And David said, okay, well, I got to challenge this knight. And funny things started happening right about here. Knight check, king H1, and queen F6. And I wanted to ask the time situation.
It's 56 minutes for Brodsky, and actually Brandon is the one that's down to 37 minutes.
That was my question.
Yeah, he's very slow once he's out of theory.
Wow. But is this, well, I thought knight H5, he could have prepped to this moment, right? Is this unexpected?
For me, there were just too many ramifications from the knight H5 position.
Okay, so both players may be on their own in a
definitely on their own.
double-edged position, very much so. But let's yes, please.
Let's keep on the juniors, because we have to update the Andrew Hong against Christopher Yu game. We haven't looked at it for a while.
Where is
the
that?
third one?
Yep.
And a lot has changed. This is this KG French.
He did play B5.
He did play B5
against Rook. No.
Queen C7 somehow. Okay.
Transposed, but Queen F2.
Queen on an F2.
Exactly.
And we ended up getting this kind of weird structure. Knight E4 takes, knight D2 goes knight B8, reroutes the knight. That's now well placed, I guess, on C6.
Okay.
Rook C1, knight D7, and
Okay.
C4. It starts to look a bit dangerous for the black side. The queen on C7, slightly
Tender?
misplaced, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And after B4, C5.
B4, C5.
I like C5 a lot.
Okay.
I assume bishop takes C5 just loses to bishop takes C5 and A takes B4.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Although maybe that's not completely the end of the line because there is some. No, it might be just be the end of the line. E3, knight F3. Yeah, I don't have time for any trickies. Yep. Okay.
So he takes on A3, and Andrew's actually thinking after B takes A3 because, at least in my eyes, the more attractive move, let's call it that way, is not to take the pawn on A3, but actually sidestep it with B4.
Exactly. And then on a good day, you put your knight here, and you've got like this overwhelming strategic advantage thanks to these pawns.
Right.
But
the question is if it works.
Right. I mean, I can undermine the team.
The team.
And then you might play C6.
I might play C6. I might play...
I tell you what, I think I have the time.
To play bishop D5?
Yeah, let me
go knight C4, right? I think this is my idea.
Okay, and
I'll take it. I will take it. I think I take it.
The trading is working too well.
I don't think you can go A5.
You don't think I can go A5? I get a pawn on A2. Okay, you've convinced me. I'll put the pawn on A2.
All right, this does look threatening.
Well,
I still could play knight A5 anyway, right?
Oh my gosh, you just posted it up, huh?
Yeah. I like preventing you from going A5. Sometimes it's not even clear that you want your pawn on A6.
I would love to get rid
of it, right?
So I can sacrifice on A5. This is double-edged. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
and
the pawn on A2 is some counterplay, right?
It's there.
Yeah, it's there.
It's alive. It's alive. So that's and such a crucial game for our standings. Just to remind everyone who may be joining us late, we're looking at the game of Andrew Hong, who has 2.5 points, against Christopher Yu, who also has 2.5 points, and a victory by either player is
huge.
going to really cement their lead because.
Because Abhi Mishra and Justin Wang are the only two people behind them by half a point. It does seem that we like Abhi position a lot. We probably should at some point look at this Balaji Daggupati against Justin Wang game because we haven't updated it, I think, at all.
Exactly, and Justin, again, is tied for third.
And
let's see what we've got. This looks
like
a two knights with
right?
knight G5.
Yeah.
A very, very rare guess. These days, whenever we see the two knights, it's like everybody reaches for their D pawn and plays D3.
Although knight G5, I would say, has gained some popularity the last year and a half.
I want to say about 10 years ago, the move bishop D3 had surged.
Some surge, yeah.
Yeah, in popularity. But okay, the old move bishop E2, and my gosh, if you go to my 60 memorable games, you'll see Bobby Fischer annotating these positions.
I think I played that move, bishop d3, exactly like 10 years ago in a game against our good friend Vladimir Akopian.
No way!
Yes. In one of those U.S. Chess League, what used to be the U.S. Chess League.
Right? Was that the telephone league or was it played on the internet?
It was on ICC.
It was on ICC.
It was played on ICC, yes. I think it was against Varuzhan. I'm trying to remember if it was, maybe not. But
inquiring minds want to know, how'd you do?
I won that game.
I
won with what?
With understanding. I think
great understanding.
I think you picked a good moment, Christian.
VAR is not in the trial. Yes.
To bring that up because VAR is not here to
It might not have
defend
been
himself.
VAR. It might not have been VAR. I'm trying to remember.
Dennis
I'll get back to you on that.
Boros is in the truck. Grandmaster Dennis Boros is telling us, well, I mean, he's calling him right now. He's going to come down, and you know what I mean.
Those are the good days.
Yeah, those were the good days. But what's the current state of theory with this position? Are they still in theory, Alejandro?
I don't think so. I think we're way past theory.
We're way past theory.
But
Knight
E1.
Knight E1. That's, wow. I'm not even sure that. Yeah, it would be on my radar.
Yeah,
I take that back.
you got to move something, right?
I'm kind of thinking. I'm warming up to the idea that Knight C4 and Bishop takes C4.
Especially considering Black's
I got a traffic
last
problem.
move, right?
Rook
Rook C8 kind of telegraphs the move
C5,
C4.
Yeah.
And I think you are ready for it, despite the fact that there's discoveries with the knight on D3.
Yeah.
I think the knight reaches anything.
I was about to say, this pawn sacrifice by Justin, which is very, very common in this whole line, is kind of looking a little doubtful. I mean, there's not really what I would call targets in White's position. More like he has a development glitch, a little traffic problems with his pieces. But if he gets them sorted...
All right, let's try to get them sorted. Justin has played the move Bishop E5, and how do we untangle?
Bishop E5?
Yes.
Well, let's
trade. I'll take back.
Let's look at some trades.
Takes.
Bishop D3, let's trade more pieces.
Trade more pieces?
No, I'm saying that's what you want to do.
That's what I want to do, yeah.
No, I don't want to take on D3.
No, I thought that was very helpful, in fact, yeah.
Maybe I go Bishop G4.
Okay. I'm not a fan of walking into pins. I definitely don't like it. But in this particular case,
still Rook D5.
I feel like if I can get an H... Which one, sorry?
Rook D5.
Rook David 5. Okay.
Yeah, but I agree with you. There's comp, but
it's shaky comp.
Is it enough for a pawn?
I don't feel it. I really don't. And
Bishop
maybe
H5. Let's keep going.
Which one?
Bishop H5.
I just don't know what
E1.
we're going towards. Like this just.
I thought I want to go C4 at some point.
You can go C4.
Very soon,
I'll
maybe
take,
right now.
I'll take that.
But now you just take and I cannot take back because you take twice.
Yeah, I'll be very happy.
Yeah, that's a problem. I don't want to see that endgame.
Just a second. Let's
reel it in.
Let's reel it in and drive the point home. 2 rooks, 1
Yeah, this
pawn.
is probably close to losing.
No. Okay, well, for Justin, who was on the outside, he was on the bubble trying to chase the leaders. This would be a big setback in his campaign. And what do you have for us, Christian?
Well, actually, I was looking at this game between Khmelnitsky and Joel Benjamin because we haven't looked at Joel in quite a while. Actually, I don't think we looked at his game today at all. And he did say yesterday during his interview that he's going to bring it in the rest of his games. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. So White started with the London and immediately this move at D6, which supposedly is not such a great move because specifically this idea with knight to C3 and taking advantage of the center as much as possible. So against the London, we know that C5 is one of the main lines, D5 as well is one of the main lines, or E6. G6 and D6 allow this idea with knight to C3. So this is exactly what we've seen in the game, queen to E2, E5, take on E5, and now we have this wild position. Check this out. Knight F6, B3, you have to defend the pawn on C2 somehow. Now, there's not a lot of ways to do that. If you go bishop to C2, unfortunately, knight to B4 comes on the board, taking advantage of the fact that your pawn on A3 is pinned, and now you're in a lot of trouble. Right. Because if you do defend with a move rook to C1, knight to A2 is coming on the board. You don't want to see that. So B3 is almost forced, and now Black has a big opportunity to take the bull by the horns with the move rook takes a d2.
Ooh.
If you do take with the queen, we kind of understand that this position black has tremendous compensation.
Yes.
Tremendous compensation in the position after queen takes e4. The dark squares are extremely weak for white. This is not something that he wants to see. So most likely we're going to see knight takes d2. But now we take advantage of the geometry in the position and we play this move queen to d4. Once again, focusing on the dark squares, attacking the rook. You play the move b3, weaken the long diagonal. So right now, after rook to a2, this is not the move that you want to see on the board, right? First of all, you also have bishop takes a3, devastating. Bishop takes a3, rook takes a3, knight to b4. Good luck defending everything around the king. And your king side, the bishop on f1, the rook on h1, are not playing. So unfortunately, it does seem like black gets a tremendous attack in this position. If you do go rook to d1, well, how easy is this position for white after bishop takes a3? No. Objectively, the computer says that the position is still within margins of equality after queen to f3. But from a human's perspective, the way I look at the position with so much control over the dark squares given by the bishop, but also the weaknesses around this a5, e1 diagonal given by the fact that you lost the pawn on a3. Generally not the pawn that you would consider such so important, but in this particular case, it's quite important. And I'm seeing a bishop coming back to b4, setting up the spin, the rook coming to d1, the knight coming to c5. This play on the dark squares really concerns me for white. And we don't have a move yet. We're expecting rook takes d2, but I have to say, Joel Benjamin right now has the opportunity of bringing it as he advised yesterday.
The other point to mention is if you don't play the move rook takes d2, I don't like your position.
Exactly.
But rook takes d2 is one of those forced sacrifices that works brilliantly well for the second player. I wanted to turn our attention to the ladies' games for a little bit because some things have really blown up. We saw Alice Lee blunder her much vaunted d5 pawn. Jennifer Yu's game somehow kind of blew up. When we left it at these parts where Zoey had just played the move d4 takes. We kind of really liked Zoey's position. We were thinking knight c6, get the bits out, queen a5 check, something that you also might want to take a look at, win the pawn. Knight c6 is development is key. She played a poor move, bishop e6, in my opinion, knight c7, and then she followed up with bishop h6. And I think Jennifer is suddenly climbing back into the game after bishop d3, knight a6. It's weird. I don't know, but I think the variations that I would be considering most would be knight takes, check, king over, bishop takes, queen takes, rook takes, something like this. And give me your assessment. What do you think of these positions? Knight b4, queen takes a2.
My assessment of this?
Yeah, good for black.
It looks like white's just lost.
Just lost, in fact. Dang, right. Okay. So that was assessment number one. No. The other one was this one. We don't trade rooks.
This one I'm more inclined to play. I still don't like white.
Queen a5
queen
check.
a5 check, king f1.
King f1, take on e6, I assume.
Yeah, I think bishop takes c1, knight f8 doesn't
help black's cause at all.
Losing a piece.
So here we keep the rooks, but gosh, rook a1 it's a move I really don't want to play.
Yeah, rook a1 is so awkward.
Right?
But I'd rather play this with white than the other variation. At least I here have some defenders of c4, and I have a target on e6 that I can play around with at some point.
Okay.
The other variation, I just
didn't feel good about it.
Right. No.
Okay.
With the light squared bishop on e6 hitting c4, I didn't feel I held on to that position at all. Here, maybe I can think of giving up the a2 pawn, and just.
I was
maybe even give up the exchange. Yeah.
Looking at h4 and stuff. Okay, well, keep an eye on this one. But the one I really wanted to get to, finally, is Thalia's game. Look what, this position blowed up. Remember we left it around these parts? And knight g6,
Knight g6,
bishop f4,
knight
knight
d7.
d7. So Thalia's doing well.
H1. Interesting.
Okay, she's ready to finally play
Go
f4.
yeah.
And then it's a massive
Yeah.
majority, and I'm going to get you. So you take the pawn. And she played f4. Now, Thalia probably didn't want to play knight c6. She dropped in with d3, takes, f5. But isn't white for choice? Rochelle is just ready to take this pawn. She's got this nice little majority. And by the way, be careful. The move f5, f6 might just end up getting you mated.
I like white. It's a lot of space on the king side, which is, at the moment, the most important part of the board. Once you fractured your structure on the queen side as black, you took on d3 with that c pawn. I'm not really scared of any majorities. Not
anymore,
short term,
right?
not long term. Doesn't really matter.
Just before this moment, just
Right.
to reiterate what you're saying, you got 3 versus 1. And then once your pawn gets to d3, it's not a scary
It's
majority.
not nearly as scary. I like this move f5 a lot. I like the light square control that white has.
Right.
And the fact that f6 is always on top. I like the way that Rochelle has handled this a lot, actually. I think that she's outplayed Thalia.
A huge
So
game
one
for
question for
appearance.
you guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
What is instinctively your move at this point?
I would
As
guess
f6,
F6, I
myself,
guess.
probably
Yeah.
a bad move. f7, f6, just to stop white from playing it.
Yeah, f6 seems to be just completely losing after queen takes d3.
Yeah.
Now, why I asked you that question is because the engine is recommending knight to f6,
Wow.
which made very little sense to me.
No,
Right?
I mean, I get it, right? You
After
have-
you look at it a little
Yeah.
bit, you
You're
start
trying to stop
understanding.
f6,
Right.
but this is a radical way of doing
It's
it.
a super radical way, right? Because rook f4 is coming, queen to
Actually,
h5.
yeah. Okay, this looks ridiculous. Never
It
mind.
looks pretty scary, right?
True.
So knight to f6, if she doesn't find that, then she probably still has to go knight to f6 later on. So rook to d8, she can prepare, wait for the queen to take on d3, get away, shy away from this d1, h5 diagonal, and now play the move knight to f6. But once again, inviting this pawn structure with an open king and potentially e5 coming to open up and include my bishop into the attack, not really looking good from a practical perspective for black right now. But once again, this knight on d5, such a monster, right?
Right.
And she's going the other direction, knight to b6, which might actually just be a losing move.
Does that invite f6, or is there...
No, f6, knight takes d5.
Sorry.
And it doesn't seem like he's going anywhere. But I can just take on d3.
We could have done that against knight f6 as well.
Right.
Yeah. I wanted to turn our attention to the game between our seniors, our legends, our tournament leader, Larry Christiansen versus Max Dlugy. Hardly looks like a Queen's Gambit accepted anymore, as the pawn structure has changed since the move bishop d5. Let me just catch it. Oops.
Sorry.
And blessings. The times of the players in this game, who's been spending their time most between Larry and Max?
It's about even. 47 minutes left for Larry Christiansen and 38 left for Dlugy for still 18 moves of chess. Pretty standard, I would say.
Okay. He did play the move knight c6, by the way, did Larry, and he did capture the bishop. And it's the two knights
the
versus
two knights
two
versus
bishops.
bishops, the one that Christian was mentioning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the crazy part was that the engines were thinking black was perfectly okay. We've always been taught that the two bishops versus two knights might favor the two bishops by an entire pawn. And we're going to get an engine assessment right now after this move, rook d8. I like white, but it seems like the engines don't care.
You remember what I told you?
Yeah,
0-0.
0-0.
It still is 0-0.
Wow.
Very good.
Yep. We have
Excellent play.
d5.
Excellent play.
Minus 0.2.
Even slightly
Slightly better for black.
Wow.
Incredible. You
Wow.
would never assess it that way, right?
No.
I would see d5, bishop comes back to e2, and then I start pushing my pawns if possible, right? Or g3, bishop g2, and then start pushing my pawns. It's not looking good for black, right, from a practical perspective. But it does seem like black has enough. Maybe after e5 here, after that, knight to e8 and knight to d6, setting up the blockade like that. It's a weird position, I have to say, because e5 also allows me to go d6.
Right.
That's an option as well.
I like
Set up
d6.
I like it too. By the way, the computer hates it.
Amazing.
The computer says
I'm
that
opening
right
up
now.
the position for my bishops, and it's not good.
After queen b6, it gives black quite a significant advantage, 0.1, 0.6,
Amazing.
0.7, something along those lines.
Wow.
It's a very weird position, I have to say, the more I look at it. And it does seem like Maxim is spending quite a lot of time, so is Larry, so they're not aware of the assessment. They don't know for sure who's better in the position, and whoever is going to make the better decisions moving forward is most likely going to get a significant advantage. It's such a complex position that everything can change with one move. One bad decision, everything changes.
Absolutely. Turning our attention to Nick de Firmian versus Alexander Shabalov, a game that we looked at much earlier as it was one of those double-edged, super sharp, open Sicilian.
Just before you go to that one, Joel did not play rook takes d2. He played queen to b5.
No.
This is a weird decision.
Rook d2 was screaming.
Rook takes d2 and queen d4 was exactly. It was screaming in the position, right?
Oh.
But now what?
He backed
can I
off
just
from the
take a
challenge.
pawn? Is that an option? Just
I think he goes knight
I guess you go
c5.
knight c5 and
Yeah,
you
can't
get the
defend
pawn
b4.
back, but I don't even have to take. I can go b4. This is the better move in the position, and it does seem like it gives white a pleasant edge in the endgame.
Right.
This is not what Joel advertised when
Exactly.
he came to do his interview yesterday.
You
He was
took-
like, I'm going to take the bull by the horns and try to get massive complications on the board.
Throw
This is
some
not what
patties.
he's going for right now.
No, he didn't throw the patties today. Let's jump back to the Nick de Firmian versus Alexander Shabalov game. Again, we left it at the move f4, f5. I was looking for a tactical melee. Guess what? It really went into some very, very quiet strategic channel suddenly. Takes on b3, recaptured with the c-pawn did Nick, bishop b7, and Nick said, you know what? It's all about the d5 square. I'm going to fight for the d5 square with the move. Here it comes, bishop g5. b4, you're not getting the d5 square, says Shaba. Yes, I am. Even if you take, the idea is that this knight, Nick is playing this positional fight where he wants to play knight versus bishop. Good
Right.
knight versus bad bishop. Even at the cost, maybe, of his queen side. Queen takes a2, queen takes b2. He'll say, I'll put my knight on d5, e4, pardon me, put my rook maybe on c6, and let's go. So this is turning into a strategic fight. First impressions, Alejandro?
I like white is my first impression.
Okay.
But I've played this so often as a white side player where I take on b3 and then I get this kind of stuff and I get the dream. It's not that good.
Really? Even after you get all the things that you want, you've achieved the max.
Yeah, it always feels like black has one more counter chance, or the bishop isn't as stupid as it looks on f6.
Some e5, e4
Some
throws
e5,
you.
e4 throws in, or the bishop gets to the h6, c1 diagonal, and then you realize there's only one open file.
Right.
You can't really fight for it.
I see.
I don't think that black's better.
No.
But I think that they have more chances than you think at the naked eye.
Right. One of the games, it was from a Soviet championship versus a U.S. It was a Soviet-U.S. match. It was Arnold Denker, a U.S. champion, versus Vasily Smyslov. Now, the Americans really fancied themselves because we really didn't know anything about the Soviets, and the Soviets killed us. But there was one game that was played that made a huge impression on future generations, and that was the game Smyslov versus Denker, where Smyslov did get that white square ideal position, won very, very, very smoothly, and then after that, all of the American players said to themselves, oh, you can't play these positions as black. The engines today say, yes, you can.
Yes, you can, right, yeah.
But that one game really just like, oh boy, it terrified.
Yeah.
It terrified us. So we'll keep an eye on this one. And where would you like to take us?
Let's go to the David Brodsky, Brandon Jacobson game.
All right.
It's one of those games that
you can't take your eyes away.
Yeah, you just look at this position once in a while. You're wondering, what on earth happened here?
We left it at queen f6.
Yeah, clear. Knight f5 looks like a very decent move. It finally attacks this knight on f4.
Right.
The knight retreated to g6.
Okay.
And then Brodsky said, you know what?
Bring it.
Bring it. f4, man.
Dang.
What a move.
Throwing, and he said, well, look, you played f4. There's no way. There is no way I'm going to allow you to open up the f file. I guess he didn't want to touch the pawn because, yes, you win a pawn. But then at the end of the day, you say, well, my bishop is out of the game. My knight on c6 is out of the game. So the most challenging, Brandon took this one. And that's what we've got on the board. How will David Brodsky follow up this challenging f4?
Do you think you go g4 here?
Sorry, Christian, defibrillator. I got tasered.
G4 is the best move.
Best move, right? Yeah.
I got tasered. I did like, what?
You gotta say, you say A, you gotta say
have to
B.
say
The guy
B,
goes F4, you gotta go G4.
That's true.
What are we playing? The game of the century or something? The immortal game?
The immortal game,
evergreen,
right? The evergreen, and then this one.
And then G4.
Well, I want to play A5 and knight E4.
But you're still much worse, right?
I have no idea. I was just throwing my pawns forward. I was hoping that what Brodsky did made sense.
So you're trying to trap my queen, basically.
Correct.
Yes.
Or close to that.
Yeah, he's trying to do something crazy.
I like this. See, this is the spiciness I like.
This is like what is that gambit where you go Danish gambit?
Yeah,
E4, E5, D4,
take, right.
This is not looking good for black.
No, this looks terrible.
So let's try to make space for my queen with knight e7, knight g7.
Knight
after G4.
After G4,
Knight
yes.
G
Correct.
E7.
Correct.
Oh
Just
my.
giving a
I
square.
would not give that much thought.
Well,
Okay, well, let's go. Like E5.
E5, I'll
Dang.
take that. What if I just take?
Man, you're not a man easily stopped.
Deterred.
Okay,
All right, let's
I'm
go.
channeling my inner Alejandro.
Let's go, queen g6.
By the way, this is a check.
That's a problem.
You know
You
which
take on
move I really
E7?
want to make, but there's no way this works?
What's that?
It's like some bishop F7 stuff, but like it doesn't work.
I thought you were going to reach into the crypt and play some genius.
I wanted to do something similar, but it was too many pieces. Bishop takes.
No.
No, this is over.
Then you take with the
No.
kings. Nah,
Hold on.
this
Okay, just a second. Knight G7. We've played E4, F4, G4, D4. We've got the 4 pawns
You
attack.
gotta have something here.
We
right?
got to have something.
Don't
Rook
play
A-
h4.
Rook A3? Any
Wait, sorry. You just made that whole speech and then you came up with the move rook a3.
I didn't give this speech.
yes.
You said e4, f4, g4, and now you go rook a3.
Hey, development, man. That's what it's all about. You know,
There's no connection between the moves that you just said.
Look, I mean, you know, we can do this because it's David Brodsky's position.
Not our position.
We can ruin anybody's position.
And we do it well.
And we do it
Very well.
Very well.
All right, let's
just-
let's take on f5.
Okay. You take on F5.
After rook a3, yeah?
Yeah. I
With
guess I'm taking.
Or maybe I should just play normal chess, bishop e6. Like, what if I just continue developing my pieces?
Bishop E6.
Sure.
Well, at some point, don't I have to take on D4?
You do,
Alejandro?
but that's kind of what I want to coax you to.
I'm opening up the your pieces are getting
That's
in.
not what I
huh?
wanted.
No, it's not, right? I mean, even if we do it like this and leave the knight.
But then I take on
I'm
D4,
not
queen
feeling
takes
it for
No,
David.
No, knight e7 I think it's a very good move. But
Is there another approach beside G4? Because G4 really, it wasn't on my radar.
g4 is the best move.
Really?
Also, knight e7 is not the only one, nor the best one by any means. Actually, knight g7 gives white a slight advantage. It's actually no. Now that the engine is thinking a little bit, knight g7 is fine. Bishop to d7 is also a move.
Really?
Yes.
What?
Now I'm trying to understand what's the point of it. Just give up a knight like this, and then
Why
get
didn't
the
you
bishop
think of
to
that, Yasser?
c6.
Yeah, Bishop C6 check.
Oh,
Look
wow.
at
Fancy engines.
Roy, Bishop
Fancy
C6
engines.
check.
Yeah.
Oh
Bishop d7 is a
my.
nice move. Very nice.
Oh my.
Nice idea. Nice concept. What if you just take on d4, right? But it doesn't feel like it's connecting very well, your last few
No.
moves, right?
No.
He's taking on D4 with the knight, yeah.
Take on d4 with the... Did he?
Yeah.
Yes.
He did take on d4 with the knight.
Yeah.
Okay. But what if I just pick up the pawn now?
Right?
How do you
Ask-
continue your attack? I don't see it.
No, I'm thinking queen b3, knight f3, but then I don't want my pawn on g3 either.
Queen b3, let's go castle, right?
Exactly. Bishop h3.
Bishop h3 is such an annoying threat.
No.
Yeah.
Where's the attack?
Exactly. Black's for choice, for sure.
Right. What's the compensation here?
And it actually feels like White's king is a bit.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Pawn on e4 needs d4. I like black.
No, me too. And Brandon's
puzzling decision to go for this pawn sacrifice, and right now, I mean, Brandon is just asking the poignant questions. Give me the pawn and show me the compensation.
Exactly. Somebody who's asking, Pedro is being asked to show the compensation as Mishra is a pawn to the good. Pedro made a very enterprising, you called it spicy, I like
spicy
that.
Pawn sacrifice.
Spicy pawn sacrifice. That's not worked out well for Pedro. He didn't follow it. He didn't follow it up well is the problem, and Mishra looking good there. Carissa's game, we haven't checked in on her for a while. We didn't like her move b5, not one little bit. And Awonder said, you know, I just played the move bishop f4, attacking the pawn on d6. You didn't defend it. I'll take it. And he did. And after rook d8 castles, boy, it sure looks like White is having all the fun.
And g4 feels very speculative.
Pardon me?
Knight g4.
Yeah. And Carissa's king, all the pawns are disappearing from her king.
This is over, guys.
And bishop takes.
Really over.
And bishop f6.
I'll give you the assessment. It's +6.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
And not a surprise.
Not a surprise, yeah.
For us. This
Sometimes
one,
it's a surprise. This one...
Not so.
much.
Awonder bouncing back.
Don't call it too early. He had +10 yesterday.
A good point.
It was +10 yesterday.
A good point. And with one single move going from +10 to -4.
And we actually called it yesterday. We said that Awonder is going to take this.
Yeah.
We really jinxed him.
Yes, we did.
And we showed this variation with queen g3. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, this is over.
I wanted to turn our attention to our tournament co-leaders.
She might just resign here. No?
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Andrew versus Christopher Yu. Remember, we had this moment where b4 takes a3.
Yes.
And we were speculating about the move b2, b4, and trying to keep these pawns as a team. On b4 and c5, and we were following up with knight c4. Andrew said, I don't like that pawn getting to a2. He recaptured bishop d5, a move I wanted to play, queen a2, queen c6, rook c3, and the more I like it, this is what French defense players live for, the counterattack. That initial wave where, White is gushing forward, he gets e5, and, he gets all of his things going. It seems to me like Christopher stabilized his position as black. He's, okay, you've got the passer, but I've got a blockade, I've got a counterattack, and I think Christopher's going to be happy with the outcome of the opening. We have queen g3 on the board. We're caught up to the players. Your take on this position, Alejandro. Do you play, have you played the French defense?
Yeah.
You did?
Yes. I played the French defense pretty often.
And you still play it? You like it today? Or the engine's giving you trouble?
No, I mean, I play it once in a while.
Okay.
I'm a French defense player. I have a pretty varied repertoire, but I've played French defense at the U.S. Championships, for example. I remember I drew Kamsky 2012 with the French, 2014 in the French also. So, I played it. I got destroyed by Vichy once in an Olympiad.
It happens.
It happens.
Right. And what's your take on this position for?
No, this looks lovely. This for black, that is. This pawn on c5 just seems to be in the way for White's pieces.
Right.
The fact that black is controlling the b file is actually pretty nice.
Yeah.
I'm even wondering if you can play immediately the move rook b2.
Not to just keeping the tension on
keep
the
the
pawns.
tension, because if you ever do take on f6, right? I'm not unhappy about recapturing with one of the pieces. Yeah. The structure is off. You do have these double pawns on e6 and on e4. But you get a lot of activity around these pawns. And the cement of the bishop on d5 is just such a nice strategical concept.
It so often happens that you take that e4 pawn, put it on d5, put the black bishop on d5 on some awful square like c8, and it never lands.
Never lands there.
Now the bishop is actually the
monster.
lord of the board. I mean,
Right.
it's finally get its revenge after so many losses for the French defense with a bad septic bishop, the bishop looking good.
And I feel like this queen specifically on g3,
Not making a very tangible impression. You're
doesn't-
going nowhere.
it doesn't actually make any sense to me. Where was this queen before he went to g3?
It was on
Sorry.
f2. It was on e1. He kind of crawled it along the first rank. Remember?
Yeah,
We
no,
got it.
I don't have to go that back.
Okay, sure. Sorry. It's like I love that back
you lost
button.
the button. No, I don't. I mean, I understand
That's
that.
how it got to g3.
I don't understand what the queen's doing on g3. It's just I don't think there were a lot of good options.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow it feels that white has gotten outplayed in this position. I don't like white's position.
Okay, feels that way to me too. Another approach I want to say that Christopher could possibly consider might be a little bit risky, but the idea of
Direct.
gift me the pawn if I can take it and put a bishop on f6, even at the cost of an exchange. I really like black central plate. By the way, rook b2, a move that you liked, has
black.
appeared on the board. Christopher looking pretty good against an incredibly well-prepared Andrew.
Right.
Guys, I think we should
yes,
move
please.
to Carissa's game, just
Do
because
it.
I have a feeling we're going to see a resignation very
Uh-oh.
soon.
Uh-oh, not surprising.
The bishop is on f6,
not at
there's
all,
a
yeah.
checkmate threat, knight g6 is going to be met with rook to g1, everything comes by force, and you're actually just simply losing a piece.
No, this was.
Knight g6, we're going to see rook to g1, instantaneously played.
I think at the end of the day, you can get away with a lot of things in lesser tournaments, but playing
These
this kind of.
juniors are unforgiving.
They're very unforgiving. These are very strong grandmasters. I mean, we
Exactly.
use the word juniors very often, but if you just want to look at this tournament from the point of view, how strong is this event? This is a tournament with 8 players that are basically grandmaster level players.
And Awonder,
Awonder's
is 2,700.
Yeah,
it's
he's
not
not-
your average
he's-
grandmaster either.
Either, right? So you play some kind of dubious King's Indian. I mean, the guy will make you look bad.
Exactly.
Because he knows the ins and outs. He is very talented. He's an incredible attacker.
King f8,
And he's
we're
just
seeing
not-
rook I mean,
yeah,
he
he-
plays a la tempo, look at him.
Like
He
he
doesn't need to think this.
Right.
The
And
problem is,
Carissa knows what's going on,
after
too.
bishop
She's
takes
not-
g6,
Yep.
rook h8, king f7, rook c8, you cannot take the pawn, the bishop on f6 because of knight d5, knight c7.
It doesn't matter, right? Even if you
Yeah,
could.
it's just like, I mean, everybody,
Yeah.
everybody who's ever played chess has at one time or another gotten into these kinds of pins that you can never escape from. And whether you lose the rook by f4, bishop here, or as you were saying, Christian, knight takes b5, knight c7,
Rook takes
you're going to lose it.
c3 is on the board. Bishop
Rook
takes
takes
c3. Immediately played. Bishop takes g6.
Excuse me, rook takes g6, rook takes c3, immediately bishop takes.
Rook h8.
And you're in this awful, awful pin,
Bishop takes
Not for
b6. Bishop takes b5 is going to come on the board.
I assume.
Or
so.
f4.
Some-
f4 is a move that begs for a resignation.
Exactly.
An immediate
For a
resignation.
second.
Yeah, just bishop e5 might allow knight c6.
f4, yeah, he's going for it.
But f4, prepping bishop e5.
And if you go bishop e8, I take on e8.
If you go bishop e8,
I
you
take on
on
e8. Rook takes e8, bishop f3, and you
Stop.
don't have knight c6.
Stop! The horse is dead.
Yes,
Stop
rook takes
beating
e8.
it.
Oh,
The floggings will continue.
And there it is. It happened. And I think that's the game.
Yeah. Oh.
there's the resignation.
Destruction.
Yeah.
Absolute destruction.
Awonder is going to be pleased, but I tell you, nothing's going
He's
to
still angry about yesterday.
Yes,
Look at
he
him.
is.
He's still angry about yesterday.
Yeah, he's still flying out the door because he has, I mean, this will kind of bind the wound a little bit, but it's still a wound. 1.5. Awonder Liang. Why did I say Andrew? Awonder Liang gets his first victory, our top seed.
An important victory for him. 1.5 points for Awonder. Still a little bit of a disappointing event, but at least he bounces back.
And for Carissa, I mean, after the 2 draws in the first 2 rounds, she's now tumbled to 2 losses.
Yeah.
That's not, I mean, she wanted the challenge
Right.
of playing in this open section, and I'm glad that she went for it. but I don't want to see her, just making draws and,
You want to see her winning.
Yeah, I want to see her throwing some patties, and especially with the white pieces. Yesterday was very disconcerting that she got a disadvantage, I want to say, out of the opening.
She has played some of the tougher players in this tournament, I would say, between Brandon Jacobson, one of the higher seeds, Awonder, one of the higher seeds, Abhi Mishra, one of the higher seeds. So she's had a tough tournament so far. We'll see what she has for the rest.
By the way, check it out. Justin did win back his pawn. Balaji did not play the move Bishop D3, a move that we thought.
In the game Daggupati Wang is what we're looking at.
And after knight E1, F3, Bishop takes C2, Rook takes C2, and Justin's feeling a lot better about his position as he's a half point behind the tournament co-leaders coming into today's round. And it feels like, well, he's still worse, funnily enough, but it's a step in the right direction. And Christian, what do you have for us?
Well, actually, guys, I was looking at the game between Brodsky and Brandon Jacobson, and I was trying to understand where's the compensation. I'm starting to see something, right? Because I'm not convinced about this move, queen to f6. In fact, the queen on d4, sure, it can get attacked, but it was keeping the knight in check almost, especially after castle, which I think was the best move in the position. Bishop to d7 is also a move that is recommended by the engine, and maybe the more correct approach to immediately play this move, or at least attempt at playing this move, bishop to c6, putting a lot of pressure on the long diagonal. He did not do that. He played the move queen to f6, but this allows my knight to get back into play, right, with the move knight to f3, and it does seem like if I manage to get bishop d2, bishop c3, well, I can see the compensation. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. My guess is that what Brandon is looking to do is to actually target the queen as soon as possible with this plan knight to e7. The knight is dominated by the pawn structure that white has set up right now with the pawn, the spear on f4 controlling the knight very nicely. Nevertheless, it also gives black some initiative on the king side, potential initiative on the king side. You overextended a bit. Knight to e7, I like this move with the idea to go queen to g6. If I manage to exchange the queens, then I am a pawn up. I'm going to be very happy with the outcome of the middle game. So this is what we're seeing right now. It does seem like white doesn't have anything better than to accept the queen trade, but once again, we're looking at the practicality of everything, and accepting the queen trade with the pawn down is generally not an easy thing to do from a psychological point of view. If Brandon fights the move knight to e7, I think he will be in pole position to take the full point home.
Thank you for that, Christian. I see an enterprising exchange sacrifice by Jennifer Yu. I like her decision. We were looking at these sharp positions where there was this queen a5 check that was really throwing Jennifer off, that when the queen comes to a5 check, we're going to end up with our king on f1. So
wait, she took on a6 and then on e6. We were only considering taking on e6, right?
Exactly. I was, at least. And
why?
We got here.
But why didn't I go queen a5 instead of... Why didn't I pick up the knight with the queen? Bishop takes c1.
Okay.
Queen takes c1.
Queen a5. Oops, right, sorry, right here. Queen a5 check.
Am I missing something? Isn't this like much stronger version? Because if you go I think you have to go b4, right?
That's the only thing that makes sense. But then you go queen takes
a6 and then rook c8, right?
What?
What are we missing?
Why did she go queen? Why didn't Zoey play queen a5 check? I mean,
queen a5 was a great move. Yes, queen a5 was a great move, and she should have played that move.
Whoa. So once again, Jennifer is like dodging bullets.
Yeah, sometimes it's automatic moves, right? Recaptures. B takes a6, not considering the fact that...
Somehow when
she didn't play it instantaneously. She actually thought for 7 minutes.
So she was considering
She was considering queen to a5. She was probably considering bishop takes c1 as well.
Queen a5 check. So was she put off by... Why would she?
King's on e2, right?
Of course. I mean, I'm trying to imagine that she saw ghosts. in the play. I can't imagine any other move beside V1.
So lost though, right?
It's
just an
terrible.
exchange.
It's terrible. So you see what happened is I was flashing around positions. I was just checking.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, oh, well, look at this. Jennifer has an exchange down. But she's got this dark square bishop.
She'll get bishop e5 in. She'll
There's
get
a nice,
H6, yeah.
ugly structure on the queen side.
She's got a pass pawn.
Right. I didn't know how she got here.
But this doesn't look bad. I mean,
it looks
maybe you prefer black because exchange is an exchange, but
precisely.
it's a game, right?
Right, and on a good day, if I ever get to play moves like bishop e5 and
maybe
queen
even c5, bishop d6, you have ideas.
Right, and then I didn't realize she was busted before she got here.
Queen a5 is bust, right?
That looks terrible. Queen a5. Boy, but she's got, I love this look of absolute composure.
Stoic.
When you're completely busted.
Yeah, the
Ben
pretense,
Larson
right?
had perfected that. He just had this perfect look of like everything's under control. And we have a guest with Christian. Over to you, Christian.
We do indeed. We are here with Awonder Liang after a devastating victory against Carissa Yip. Awonder, first of all, you came into the studio and I could see it on your face. You're still harboring some disappointment from previous rounds. Tell us about that.
Yeah, after the first 2 games, I thought it was normal, just a bad tournament, which happens from time to time. After yesterday, I was sure that someone, maybe Abhimanyu, sacrificed a few years of their life to take a few games from me because I was just like, okay, there's no way this is happening. But yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. I mean, it happens every once in a while. I think I probably haven't started this poorly in almost like a decade. So it's like a once in a lifetime event. And yeah, okay, I'll get it out of my system after this event, and hopefully it'll be better from there.
Well, still plenty of rounds to go, but how do you deal with that disappointment? How do you just put it to the side?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's up to standard with the dress code, but I decided it was dire measures. So I decided to bring my lucky hoodie with me. I don't think I've lost a game with this hoodie in like 4 years. So
dire.
So I mean, it ended up working pretty well, I think. Yeah, the game was pretty short.
Absolutely. Let's talk about today's game. You came up with this idea of bishop to e2 against the King's Indian. Did you expect Carissa to start with the King's Indian?
Yeah, I think it's her main opening. Pretty standard choice for her. Probably in like the current state with modern engines, it's a little dubious. Yeah, I saw she played c6 before, and so yeah, I was going to just play knight f3 in some normal position, but I analyzed this h4 line like for some bullet games, and at the board it's just, yeah, probably was a bad decision, but I couldn't help myself. I just go for this h4 e5. I mean, I think the engine says it's decent, but nothing spectacular. Probably black can hold. Yeah, I wasn't sure about knight h7. Probably I was just misremembering something. I thought maybe knight e8 is the move. But yeah, either way, I think it's pretty much fine for black. I mean, some slight advantage for white, nothing serious. But yeah, in the game, probably I mixed something up because I couldn't recall what to do after hg. And probably I should just take on f7 and take on g4, and that way at least I'm not down a pawn.
No, actually, bishop takes g4 was the right move.
Okay. So yeah, I wasn't really sure what's going on. Okay. I see f5 is also a mistake.
Did you feel like she was out of her theoretical knowledge, or did you feel like she still knows something here?
I thought it's very unlikely that she knows anything too serious. Actually, here I was a little bit concerned because I missed that after knight h3, bishop f7, h5. Black has this move e5. And somehow I kind of, I don't know. Yeah, my head was sort of in a weird space. But probably it's still okay for white, but yeah, it's a little unpleasant to miss things like this. And yeah, I think the way the game went, I really wasn't sure, but it probably looks like there's nice compensation all around. Like I think probably b5 was just not a good move, but okay, yeah, I see the bar. Since it's already too good for white.
The bar keeps going up.
Yeah. So I'm not too sure what she could have done better in that case. Yeah.
Probably not e6. I think at that point she was supposed to develop her pieces as fast as possible. Knight e7, if I remember.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's hard to say.
It's still very difficult.
Right. Yeah. I mean, as long as I'm not like completely lost in the center, like stuff's not collapsing, I think basically it's enough compensation.
Long-term initiative on the g4 and h5.
Right. Yeah. Always knight d4 is coming, and it's hard to protect all the pawns. So.
Absolutely. And after the move b5, you felt like you were in full control, yeah?
Yeah, b5 was very strange. I don't know, okay. Bar didn't like queen takes d6, but I thought this endgame is just completely lost for black. There's just no development, and everything's hanging.
And you delivered almost a checkmate. She didn't allow you to get the checkmate, but you got the full piece after that. Awonder, you're playing Brandon Jacobson, top competitor tomorrow with the black pieces. How are you going to strategize that game? Are you going to go all in?
Yeah, okay. I actually didn't know I was playing him, so thanks for that information. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just another game, I think. Yeah, we'll just see what happens. Nothing too spectacular. Probably as soon as the event is over, this is probably going to be a good day. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's just another game. So.
Still plenty to go and still a championship to play for. Guys, any questions?
Yes, Awonder. You're playing in this tournament, and I always think of it as a kind of a qualifying event to the Open Championship. But my understanding is you're already qualified for this coming U.S. Championship. Am I right in thinking that?
I don't think so.
No?
Maybe they updated the rating list, and I'm not too sure. I didn't get the invite yet, so
okay.
That's on your guys' end, actually. Like,
okay.
If I'm qualified, yeah. But either way, yeah, it's just good to play some chess. I kind of skipped some of the other big opens, like the World Open, in favor of like this one game a day format, and it's good to be back in St. Louis. Obviously, I wish the event could have been going a little bit more in the right direction, but yeah, either way, I mean, it's just a good opportunity to play some chess, irregardless of the U.S. Championship qualification spot.
All right, thank you, Awonder. Good luck in the remaining games. Right your ship.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see him bounce back with a victory.
It was Hans Niemann who qualified. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, from the junior last year?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
he won the junior last year.
And the one before that, it was the St. Louis University student. Oh gosh, John Burke.
You mean from Webster University?
Webster University.
Yeah, John Burke qualified for the last one.
Right.
Yes.
Because the U.S. Championship is playing catch up with the pandemic, and
let's take a look at the Thalia Cervantes game because we have a huge
development
result, I think, coming this game. Unless I'm missing something.
But mate is very seriously being threatened, isn't it?
Yes.
Thalia in big trouble here.
Huge trouble, I think.
No,
guy looks dead, right?
When you see this pawn and queen, this pattern, I think, was drilled into me like 100 times. Yeah, I think that, wow. But for Rochelle, help me out here. She won yesterday.
She won yesterday. This will be her second victory in a row.
On the trot, yeah.
Yeah. Actually catches up with Thalia if she manages to defeat her.
By the way, the queen coming to f5 actually comes with a tempo against the g5. I was so mesmerized by the queen g5. I was thinking, how am I going to deal with captures? Where's the mate? Do I go bishop h4?
You don't have to think that much.
Nope. Queen takes c5. We're getting ready for a break. Want to just remind everybody that we love your questions, so do reach out to us via social media. And I don't know, we got something prepared for the audience, or is it just a break?
I think we're just taking a break on this one.
Just a normal break.
A normal break, Yasser. We'll be back in a few minutes for more of round 4 here at our championships in St. Louis.
Hey St. Louis, the Ascension Charity Classic, presented by Emerson, is back this September. Don't miss the excitement. When the PGA Tour champions best compete again, all for charity, September 9th through the 11th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Pro-Am spots, hospitality packages, VIP tickets, and more. Available now at ascensioncharityclassic.com.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here, round 4 of the juniors, junior girls, and seniors. We only have one result so far of our 15 games of the day. Awonder Liang, easy victory against Carissa Yip. Just destroyed her opponent. A little bit of prep.
Really did.
A little bit of prep, a little bit of understanding, and that's all it took for this over 2,600 player to take down Carissa Yip.
Let's be fair, 2,700 player, in fact.
Well, 2,700 invitational rating,
Right.
2,600 FIDE.
Okay, but I see these invitational ratings all the time. There you have a picture of the playing hall. And Larry Christiansen versus Max Dlugy, as they come into this round as tournament co-leaders along with Igor Novikov. And this was like the two bishops versus two knights game. And Larry somehow, I think, has really bamboozled a little bit his opponent, because it feels to me like after this move, rook on a1 to e1, things are going in Larry's direction. Yes, I understand. You have a protected pass pawn. Yes, I have a protected pass pawn. But the fact that I'm coordinated on the open e-file and the fact that my bishop on e5 controls the pawn, I feel like it's gone in Larry's direction. Your take on the position?
I feel you said it very well. The fact that this bishop can control both sides, that means that it can control the b pawn as well as make threats on the king side, is worth more than this knight.
Yeah, rook g6
Rook
just
G6
played.
I assume queen
f4. Right, just keeping
an eye on everything.
Right. And when this bishop does drop back, this open e-file, Max will, well, he'll have to, excuse me, that was my mouse slip. Queen f4 on the board. He will have an awkward defense. Let's just leave that there, let the players do. Joe Benjamin game, remember that sacrifice. Non-sacrifice? How did he not make that sacrifice?
He's down a pawn, right?
Well, we left it. This was the moment that we were kind of pounding the table right here for the exchange sacrifice. Rook takes d2. We did some analysis. Rather, Christian did some very nice analysis on rook takes d2. Feeling that the position was difficult for white, Joe didn't go for the exchange sacrifice. Instead, sacrificed a pawn himself. I think we're up to date with the play right now. Joel's struggling.
Looks like a pawn.
It looks like a very good pawn, really. Joel's struggling, I would say, at this point to hold the game.
And the time situation is not very beneficial. Igor with 29 minutes, and Joel is down to 9 for the remaining 17 moves.
Not good. Quick check. Whoa. Not a quick check.
What?
What happened
What
in the game?
is
Nick
this?
the Firmian versus Shabadabadoo. It blowed up on us. What? Yeah. I don't know how this happened. We left it.
Here,
we were
like eons ago, right? Strategic slow play, how we've changed the dynamics of the position.
Right.
So much for that.
No, things blew up. Bishop g5.
F6.
Nick said, look, if I can get in f6, I'm doing it. Shaba said, okay, I want the rook. Nick said, I want your bishop. So far, so good. That's a check. Ooh, did we have to put our king here?
I think he wanted to get the tempo, right? Because as the game continues, queen e3, you have rook c7 here. Of course, you wouldn't have rook c7 if the king was on h1.
There would be a back rank issue. So that prompted rook b8.
And knight gf5. And believe it or not, we're caught up with the players.
And
what
I think Nick is having the fun.
Yeah, but let's actually analyze, because this is very concrete. So let's start with queen e4. Just
to see what.
Am I lost, right?
Right.
You started looking at knight g6, I suppose.
We do, and I think that's a cruncher, isn't it?
I don't see the finish yet. F takes?
Yes. Let's show one.
Why? Yeah.
I mean, this is the puzzle rush. Check. Knight e7 mate. That's clear. So you have to take the other way.
Yes.
And that's good. Rook takes h7 is not made anymore.
No, it's a perpetual, but I can't find more than a perpetual. Knight h6 is a perpetual. A knight e7 you can play, but I don't...
I think I can run.
I think you just run, yeah?
Yeah, king.
F7, and you can give another check on h7. I'll
No,
just keep
that's
running.
not the way we wanted. Okay, so once again, queen takes e4. Let's pause it here.
Not that many options, right? Because I am taking on g2.
And by the way, knight, yes,
Yeah, we already saw that
knight
gf5
was played. While I was thinking about knight takes, or rather before I was thinking about knight takes g6, I was just wondering, in terms of the positional sacrifice, right? Where, you know, I get a position where my knights somehow in the world of magic dominate the rooks. Remember, there was this one game that Bobby Fischer had played. He was black, he had a knight on c3. And somehow white's rooks couldn't move because there was this knight e2 check all the time. And the rooks were dominated. Knight on d6.
It's something,
Nice.
but...
Knight on e7. Hold on, I got it, just a second. Let's see this again. So knight takes g6. Can we just have one
knight
more
g6.
F
takes is forced. I don't have an
I'm
option.
spinning my wheels here. So we see the perpet, but we don't see more than the perpet.
Because there's this line, king h7, knight f7.
Yeah.
But again, the king runs to e6, and I'm not actually mating you. You're just up a lot of material. Knight g5 doesn't work. You ain't close to anything.
No.
No, it's just a perpetual.
Perpetual.
Yeah. Well, maybe we're blundering something.
Jump right in on this one, Christian. It looks like a fascinating, fun, tactical position, but we're just seeing a perpet.
I thought you never asked, guys. Yes, it is just a zeros. It is a perpetual after the move queen takes c4, but I have to say that's not the most testing, in my opinion. I think queen to d2 or queen to d3, and queen to d3 actually came on the board. Now, it does seem like you have to go to g1, right?
Okay.
If you go to e1, then
No,
queen takes e4, that's a problem, right?
And if I go to
Even
F2?
though you were mentioning that endgame is not as clear. If you go to f2, then queen to d2, once again, it's a problem. And that actually, king to f2 is on the board, guys. Oh my goodness, this is a big problem.
Why? Keep going, keep going.
Queen to d2.
King, let's say f1 or whatever.
King to f1. And check this move out right now. Rook bc8.
Say what?
The game is over in one move.
Yeah, you made it sound very convincing, but I'm still analyzing.
How do you continue?
Knight. If I just try to give you a perpetual, what is the...
As before.
As before.
Yes.
No,
No, that was the
sorry.
mate. You have to take the other way.
Rook takes.
Yeah.
Queen check. Check on h6.
Boom.
You just take. You have too many pieces.
Way too many pieces. Because I'm also taking this.
You're also
I'm taking on f6, and then I'm giving you some sort of...
No, this is clear. This is clear.
This is over.
Right. Queen takes
my
h6.
goodness.
So he finagled queen d3 check and queen d2, covering h6.
But he was supposed to go king to g1.
Right. So
King to g1 would have kept the balance in the position.
The zeros.
Not king to f2. King to f2, allowing the queen to get with tempo on d2. And this is over. Not only with that, that's the problem. Not only rook to c8,
which is
but also bishop
nice.
takes e4 is a move. And then just simply take on f5.
So queen takes e4 takes on f5.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay, that's clear. Yeah, this is actually...
This is more or less clear, right? Because
yeah.
Rook
I could
G8
potentially
win.
have even rook g8 ideas.
Exactly.
In that position. So
Agreed.
You don't want to see that. a5 seems to also be winning by the engine's eval, but rook to c8 is so convincing.
Yeah,
that's a very pretty move, actually.
If he spots
It's a
this-
beautiful move.
Because you cannot take it and then take again because you're on a pin,
you're on a pin.
right? It's over. You're
Right.
going to lose this one and you don't have any attacks. No, this one is looking great for black. If he finds rook bc8, and this is the type of move that Shabalov should be able to find, because Shaba is such an explosive and tactical player, he should be able to find rook b to c8 after queen to d2. Now, the key in this position is that with this inclusion of queen to d2, you control in that forced line the h6 square.
Right.
It's such an important square, and you have that move queen takes h6. Not an easy find over the board.
Right. We've been critical of Shabalov. Poor defensive play has cost him some half points in this event, but we've never doubted his attacking ability, and he's looking this over. He senses that this is the critical moment. You can just see him bearing down into the position there as Queen D2 check, followed by Rook C8. What a spectacular move that would be. Will he find it?
To kind of close this game out, to show you why King to G1 was so much better, because it's still not as clear. What are you going to do after Queen to D2? How are you going to continue the attack?
Well, I would just stop
Queen to
there.
H4. Now I am threatening to take on G6, and you cannot take with the F pawn because Queen takes H7 is checkmate. So let's say I go H5, right? Now how do you get to H6? And this is the critical moment. Now you play this move H3.
What?
H3.
So you can go
Just
somewhere.
only move, so that you make space, and then your threat is in fact knight takes D6, because you cannot take with a queen. Queen to G5 would come, and I'm invading, and I'm giving you the checkmate. So very intriguing position right now. These are all computer moves. These are very difficult to find with only 12 minutes on the clock. They're difficult to find with an hour on the clock right now. Let's wait and see if he manages to find this idea, Queen to D2 followed by Rook to C8. This would be a huge victory for Shabalov. The first one in this tournament after a quite difficult start and a painful start, I have to say, especially that game against Akopian.
It seems like he had it in the bag for a draw.
Speaking of the game of Akopian for just a moment.
Sure, let's go.
Gregory Kaidanov, this was this Benko Sicilian.
I'm not calling it.
I'm calling it the Benko Sicilian. Look it up. Rook to C1 by Gregory, and lots of moves, but again, very sharp Sicilian turned into a very strategic Sicilian at the end of the day.
It does feel like with these structures, you usually favor black.
It's precisely. I wanted to say that I think that Vladimir has actually played a very nice game, and I am actually liking Vladimir's position as we're heading towards time control.
14 minutes for Grisha, 22 minutes for Vladimir. I like the open c file. I like the fact that black will always have a target, whether it's d3 or e4, once you make the d4 break yourself.
Exactly.
And it all really stems to whether white has any counterplay with the move knight f5 and something like rook g3 coming quickly.
Exactly.
But
that's what it's based on.
You also don't feel this is enough.
Not when the knight is on e6. It's a great
defender.
Yes. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on that one. And where would you like to lead us, Christian? Alejandro. Why did I say Christian? You're sitting right next to me, Alejandro.
One day. Well, let's go to the Gurevich game against Igor Novikov. It was also one of our leaders.
Okay.
So we need to pay attention to that one, because I feel that today we're going to have a lot of leaders tumble.
Really?
I feel that...
okay, we left it around, let's say, these parts.
A long time ago.
Yep. And, Dima's got the two bishops, and he's got some action.
Some action, and I think specifically after what happened in the game, bishop f3, somehow rook b8, queen d4, and this is the current position.
Correct.
I just don't know how you defend this queen side.
a7 is ablaze.
I guess that's not much of an explanation.
No. Sorry.
Wait, sorry. What happens after...
After rook b8, he could take on a7.
Yeah, I'm actually just noticed that. Why didn't he take on a7?
I suppose it was rook a8, queen d4, the same as in the game knight d7, and maybe this bishop is actually weirdly unable to defend the pawn.
Really, even c5 is a funny variation.
In that final position?
In that final position, if I could make it work. I don't know if it works or not, but it's kind of a funny move.
Bishop takes a7.
Yeah, knight, queen d4, knight d7. I was thinking maybe c5 works.
Can I take the bishop?
You can. Knight goes c6. But you take with the pawn. Never mind. What am I doing? The queen is defending the rook. Yeah, that explains.
Good morning,
explains
St. Louis.
why they didn't play that.
Right, but we do have queen d4 on the board, and we have knight d7 as a response.
All right, let's start with the logical. If I take on a7,
I'm assuming I'm taking on e5.
It's the only move, right?
Ooh, wait. I suddenly, bishop b6.
You're starting to wonder if you lose immediately. I think you don't.
I don't? That's good news.
I think you have knight f3.
That is a check, so I will have to recapture.
And I think the queen somehow magically stays tethered to the rook. Queen f4, queen e5 both seem to kind of work.
But isn't this like...
It looks like you're on the verge of
horrifying.
defeat, I have to say.
Horrifying pin.
Even bishop e3 here, yeah?
Yeah, I think just at the...
This looks terrible.
Yeah, this was like the Carissa Yip
Carissa
pin.
Yip, yeah.
Yeah.
This looks winning for Dmitry.
No, we can't do that. So queen takes,
No, but you have
however,
no choice. If nothing improves your position.
Queen takes e5.
Queen takes e5.
Not to go into that position where the rook at the end of the day ties me completely up.
And on g3, you're actually going g5?
No, I'm going to go back. So I want to meet any bishop f4 plans. I mean, you still might want to play bishop f4 and give win control over the d5 square. I like the two bishops.
Man, c5 though, I just...
Sorry.
No, it can continue at g3 or c5 in this position.
c5, and you just like white.
I just don't feel like you're going to make any moves.
True.
Right?
I'm suffering.
You're suffering a lot here.
I'm not a happy camper. I'll definitely give you that.
Yeah.
My pieces really do seem to be in a kind of a traffic jam. And what happened in the Alice Lee game? Because
that's a big one for the standings. We could definitely update there in the junior girls because Sophie Morris-Suzuki is looking to punch her ticket to 4 out of 4. Let's take a look at the end game that they eventually did get. She's a pawn up. That's pretty good.
That's very good. Sophie is trying to make it 4 in a row.
Yes.
Right.
How easy is this endgame, though? She doesn't have a lot of space.
Well, exactly, and I want to do something about that, whether it's based on the move g5 or f7, f6. I want to just open up this bishop, and if I can get my bishop to d4 check, then, you know, I'm humming with gas, I would say.
Humming with gas?
Yes.
Very like.
Love it.
Let's say... I could ignore you for now, right? Because h6 is hanging at the end. I could play like knight e4, maybe king f2.
But in both cases, at the end of the day, now I feel like my bishop, at long last, is actually doing something. I mean, you're going to be tethered to this pawn, whether it's with a bishop or some of your pieces. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I like Black's chances of converting this a lot. Yeah.
Right. It's definitely looking very good. And let's ask Christian, what caught your eye?
Well, let me give you an update on a few games,
Please.
a few critical games. Let's start with this one, David Brodsky versus Brandon Jacobson. After knight to f3, we said knight to e7 will pose some problems for white, and that's exactly what Brandon understood as well. You want to focus on exchanging the queens. If you can manage to do that, you are up a pawn, you will have a better endgame, and this is exactly what he played. f5 was the response proposed by David Brodsky, g6, take, and this was the critical moment because he played the move queen to h4, which in fact leads to a losing position. After queen takes h4, knight takes h4, bishop to h3, everything comes with tempo. You're actually dropping your pieces backwards while I'm developing my pieces and improving my position as black. Not a good sign for white. You're also a pawn down. After castle, which is a very natural move in the position, has not been played yet, it just feels like Brandon is most likely going to go on and get the full victory in this one. Now, the question is, could have white done anything else at this point? What do we have? Do we have a
We have
move?
g5.
G5, most likely also giving Brandon quite a nice advantage.
But the time situation is not clear for the players, right? I can see that's about 7 minutes each.
7 minutes for Brandon, yes, and 16 minutes for David Brodsky. Nevertheless, how difficult is this position for black?
Well, I mean, I see a lot of nice moves that I would like to play quickly, yes.
Right. I mean, look, I think Brandon is in full control right now.
I agree.
Pawn up, castle is on tap. It's going to be very difficult to stop me from doing that. You can play the move bishop to f7, but that just takes me to a better score. I'm going to go king to d7. It's not looking pleasant for White at this point. But he did have an opportunity, and this is what I wanted to show.
Please.
At this point, instead of queen to h4, which was played instantaneously, he had the option of playing the move e5. And I think this would have given him greater fighting chances. Exactly. Yeah. Because, of course, if you take, then I can take back with the queen, but this is obviously
much better looking,
an improved endgame, right?
Big
Bishop, who knows? Maybe White is actually
better here.
Better at this point, exactly. Knight f7, Bishop f7 is coming. The central files are open right now, so I will be able to use my rooks to deliver checks, very unpleasant checks against the king. So after e5, what you have to do is drop back with a queen to g7, and then I can go queen to h4, sacrifice another pawn. You can take that if you want, but at least my queen is ready to go to the central e4 square as well as maintain it on the board. This would have given, in my opinion, at least practical chances to White. What we have right now, it does feel like Brandon is going to go on to a victory. Now,
strategic disaster.
Absolutely, disaster. Abhi, what is Abhi doing right now? So I was looking with the engine, and apparently he did not find the right move. At this point, he played the move queen to e7 after knight to d2. c5 would have given him a devastating advantage, +3 right now.
Wow.
+3.
I wouldn't have guessed.
+3? What if you
+3. If you take bishop to h2, this is the idea. King to h1, rook to e5. A very, very beautiful concept.
Queens get trapped.
Very beautiful concept.
That
exactly. It's such a nice concept, right? c5, bishop h2, rook to e5.
Wow.
Not easy.
Not easy.
Not easy. And by the way, c5 would have been the only move that would have given him the +3 advantage.
Right.
He did not find that. Queen to e7 and allowed his opponent, that is Pedro Espinosa, to get back into the game. Not the way he played it. Bishop to f4, putting immediate pressure on e4 would have been the right way. The advantage is starting to dissipate for Black, and actually it is White who's getting very, very close to establishing, once again, the balance in the position. Now, queen h4, h6, and f3. This was a shocker, in my opinion. I did not understand this move, allowing the move knight to d5. And in fact, after knight to d5, Pedro stopped and think for 35 minutes. Went down, and by the way, at this point, after the move f3, Abhi only had 10 minutes left on his clock for 17 moves. So he was struggling to find a way to maintain his advantage, and Pedro just allowed him to do that with this move f3. Very strange decision, I have to say, by White. Knight to d5, spent 35 minutes, back to 15 minutes for Pedro against 10 minutes, rook to e7, but this is just an easy endgame right now, and this is not the game that we're talking about.
This is Brandon.
This is Brandon versus David Brodsky. We're talking about Abhi.
There we go.
Who, to be honest, right now has a winning position.
No, this is Abhi, and he can take on e3, which is what we expect.
This is just a winning position now.
It is a pawn. That's a pretty good
It is a pawn, and I have a feeling you have the initiative as well.
And the initiative, right? Yeah.
And I think you can take, what do you take with? The rook, right?
I think with the rook. Taking with the knight and pinning myself seems a bit counterintuitive.
I think taking with the rook makes the most sense.
By the way, I wanted to turn our attention also to the game of Jennifer Yu and Zoey Tang, because Jennifer had sacrificed the exchange. We thought she had a bad position before she sacrificed. She got her opportunity, and she's fighting back. And I'm seeing a 3-result game, and maybe I'm actually preferring Jennifer's position despite her exchange down. The bishop's looking good.
It's hard not to take White in this position.
Exactly.
The difference in material is minimal.
Right.
This is about as little as it gets. You get an exchange and a pawn.
Yeah. But you're bearing, the bishop is so well situated on d4, and you start to think that, hey, look, man, I've got tricky ideas of even g4.
Let's be honest, the king difference is huge. The black king is actually under some fire. The white king, no problems whatsoever. This rook gets to e3, I can already say White is clearly better, so it really depends on the next couple of moves.
Exactly. We'll keep an eye on this
one.
And
by the way, guys, breaking news, Shabalov did find the right way, the right continuation. Not rook bc8, which would have killed the game on the spot, but bishop takes e4, good enough.
Yeah, we saw this line, right?
Bishop takes e4, good enough.
Very
Queen
strong.
takes e4, take on f5, we're getting to this position. If we get to this position and he finds this move e4,
What?
this would kill the game. Now, it's the same concept, very similar concept to that Abhimanyu game.
What?
Getting ready to invade via the fifth
Rook.
rank with the rook. Open up the fifth rank
That's
and then take advantage.
cruel.
Very beautiful. Once
Wow.
Marcus rook g5.
again, once again, this idea
That's
of
hard,
rook to
though.
e5, rook to g5,
Hard.
improving the quality of my
Of the rook,
pieces.
yeah.
Of the rook on b8 that wasn't doing anything with
Yeah.
this pawn sacrifice e4 if he finds that.
That's actually really, really beautiful.
Yes.
It really is. E4 and rook b5 to stop queen
It's
g4.
not the only move. It's the most
No.
precise.
No, it's definitely what you
And
like to see.
he
Okay, so
is
he
taking
takes
on
f5.
f5.
We expect him to take back with the queen. The reason we do say that is because knight takes f5, as logical as it might seem, allows black to simply put a rook on c8.
Exactly.
The open file.
The open file, challenge this powerful rook. You don't have a mate threat immediately, at least not that I can see.
But
That is the killing blow, right?
That
After
is-
queen takes f5, e4 if he finds that.
And he is going to play queen takes f5. Now, the question is, will...
Not an easy move to
Sasha.
make. Not an easy move to see.
No.
No, but it cannot be the only move, right?
No, I was thinking that he was going to go queen takes f5, rook g8. For some reason, I was like centered to rook g8 because I wanted to attack the pawn on g2.
But it might not be such a big deal, right? I could take the rook and g3 or something. Yeah.
Right, right.
No, I was actually...
Somehow I thought that was like, and here we go.
Queen f5.
If he
We
comes
like-
up with e4
we
and
like
rook b5,
e4, but...
e4 and rook b5 is just so...
And can you do it the other way around, or do I have any problems?
Well, rook b5, queen g4.
Queen g4, and I'll have rook g5, yeah.
You're going to
Yeah,
have
of
to go
course.
queen h6.
Or
and
rook
maybe,
c8. Rook c8 also is a problem, right?
Also.
Yeah, rook c8's an issue.
So you got to be precise. By the way, Dmitry loved what you did against me, and he went for your line, Dmitry.
He went,
against
yeah.
Igor Novikov.
And Novikov actually said, yeah, I have to play the move g5. I can't allow this bishop f4 move. Let me take a second as we
Right.
move away from the board. There we go.
And this is where we left it, and you really liked grabbing this and playing g3. I actually went back with the queen, and then I got stifled after c5. I was trying to meet the move bishop f4 with e5. Igor said, no, I can't allow bishop f4. I'm going to play g5, h4, king f8 on the board, and I think Igor's in big trouble. I just, look at the pieces. Look at the quality of the pieces. The rook on b8, the knight on d7, the bishop on c8.
I don't want to play it.
But
I could take twice on g5, right?
And then take on a d7 at the end. Somehow it's like, I feel like you're cashing your chips. You took one and you took 2 pawns. It's pretty good.
It's
If you're
pretty
going to
good.
cash your chips,
Because, I mean, the resulting endgame might just be mathematically won, right? King e7.
King, yes, or bishop back. Okay, king e7. You got it. You got me. Take. I do have a check.
You do have a check. Maybe it's smarter to go queen c7 instead of
Eating.
queen takes b7.
Right. Okay, king e7, queen c7. I was going to try to grab the a3 pawn.
You can. I'll go king g2, let's go.
And here.
And bishop takes b7. Maybe queen takes b7, I'm not sure. Either way, this looks.
Yeah, I'm suffering. I mean, black is suffering, no question about it. Black is suffering. I just wanted to check in on the Nick the Firmian game, because this is the big moment for e5, e4. And if he does it, wow, that would just be great. Larry Christiansen versus Max Dlugy are two of our tournament co-leaders coming into the event, into the round, pardon me. King h2, king h7, g3 on the board. Not too much has happened. Could I ask you once again about the clock? Somehow, I got this tiny clock. I mean, what's the clock time?
16 minutes for Larry Christiansen and 6 minutes 30 for Maxim Dlugy. A little bit of time pressure as we are on move 34, so not that many moves, but we like
having the extra 10 minutes as well as the position.
Yeah, the extra 10 minutes is not bad. The position is also great.
Right.
I like that Larry kept his dark squared bishop. It feels that white has done some progress on the king side, and black immediately rushed all of his pieces to that side of the board, rook on g6, knight on f5. And that suddenly, at some point, this move bishop c7 could be an issue.
Yeah, there might be an a5 pawn.
It could be an a5 pawn. And
Okay. Also, I just want to check. Igor was pawn up against Joel Benjamin. Is he winning?
Still up a pawn, but
somehow I think
I
Joel
feel
is
that.
really fighting his way back into the game.
A little
okay.
bit, right?
Back to the juniors for just a quick second. That's the Carissa Yip game. I wanted to go to, where is Christopher? There you are. Andrew versus Christopher.
He's gotten in the move g5. Feels like a lot has changed in this position.
Wow, where did we leave it? We left it after rook b2, I felt.
Yes, rook b2, bishop
right
d1.
there. Rook b2, bishop d1, rook d8, h3, f5.
Wow.
Different approach altogether than what
we
I was expecting.
yeah.
g5, queen c3, back you go. And I assume
knight g6, right?
Yeah. But isn't bishop a4 going to be an issue? And I'm afraid that the blockade is going to be lifted. Well, let's have a look, shall we?
All right,
I mean,
bishop
we can
a4.
do it.
I guess I have to play queen c7.
I mean, you're keeping this
Why don't
guy
we start with rook to d3? Let's start with rook to d3.
instead of knight g6.
Yeah,
yes.
why not? Start with that.
And I've
Queen
got
e1.
to protect
And then knight g6.
my guys. Okay.
Is there a big difference?
Well, here you might
Let's go queen
entertain
c7.
queen d5.
Oh, queen d5. I like that.
You could entertain it. I don't know, but okay, queen c7. I mean, either way.
f4 is also a problem.
This
F4.
feels like a mess.
This feels like a mess. Somehow, instinctively, I like black because I do notice that you got me off my blockade on c6. But
Right.
man, c7, I don't think you're...
He's
That's a good blockade,
That's
too.
a good blockade on
By
c7.
the way, it's funny you should say you like black. One of the things,
Oh, my
rook
goodness.
b3, he did it.
Oh, yeah.
that was played with a lot of intent.
Put it that way.
Force, boom. That's called posting up.
Posting up, I like that, yeah.
Maybe break a light. But when the time trouble comes around,
It's already here. The
king
time trouble is here.
vulnerabilities. I always liked having the safe king. Once you start to see that f4, you know, these kinds of things around your king, feels for the moment like black's king is actually safer. This is such a hugely important game for our standings.
And it's looking good for Christopher right now.
Okay.
Knight
Wow.
to g6, really? How do you defend this position? Queen, is bishop a4 the only move? And by the way, I think
No,
knight g6
no,
is
no.
on the board.
It might not even be
Is knight
beneficial.
g6 on the
Knight
board?
Knight
g6 is on the
g6 on the board, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it might. It's one of the. Maybe I should just, you know, like,
The bullet,
just kind of
rook
back
c3.
it off, back off a little bit.
The problem is
but
that you
knight-
know that the next 7 moves or 8 moves are extremely important, and you only have 5 minutes left on the clock.
Exactly.
There's so many threats in the position that you
Exactly.
have to deal with and you have to be ready for. This is a very difficult situation for Andrew Hong.
I see that Christopher Yu is developing a bad habit that Boris Gelfand has as well.
Well, he's a
Fiddling with the
student,
pieces.
Do you
I
ever
believe.
consider it a bad habit?
It's a terrible habit.
You think so, right?
Terrible. It's terrible. It's distracting. It's nerve. I think it's very, very, very bad. You should just
Distracting
not do
for
this.
who?
For your opponent. You're trying to.
But he's hiding it well, right?
Yeah,
You
but
cannot
it's
really see it.
disturbing. I mean, the guy's spinning the pieces. Like you have a visual of the board, right? And it's not just that you're looking only at 64 squares. You're looking at beyond the 64 squares, and there's your opponent spinning the pieces.
But Boris does it in front of his.
Yeah, Boris does it in front of you too,
Like
right?
that's
Boris
definitely
like grabs the piece, spins it in front of your face almost,
Exactly,
right? Yeah.
exactly. No, it's a very bad habit. Rid yourself of it. If you're new to the game, just don't pick it up. It's like, just don't do it. In any case, Andrew is facing some difficult decisions.
And 4 minutes left for him, so we might as well stay in this one just because it's a crucial game. I'd like to see the little bit of the time pressure here. 4
Sure.
minutes for Andrew. He needs to come
How
up with a
many
move.
moves? How many moves? How many moves?
8 moves.
8 moves, so
8? Ooh,
it's quite a bit actually.
That's a lot. We're looking at both bishop a4 and rook on c4 to c3 as the most likely. Is there another decision?
Guys,
Yes.
breaking news.
Yes.
Shabalov found e4.
Yeah.
Boss chair.
He played it.
You
Boss
never
chair.
doubt this man's attacking capacity.
E4 came on the board, queen takes c4, and if you play the e4, you're gonna go rook b5.
Yeah, you got rook b5.
There's no follow-up.
Because
There's no
queen
other
g4
follow-up.
is met by rook g5. That's the purpose.
Yes.
You're just making your rook
I think
really strong.
maybe queen h6 is also.
There's a lot
but
of
queen
interesting
g5 makes the most
details
sense.
here, actually.
By the way, you have to be a bit careful. Do you have rook c8 here?
Say what? What? No.
Stop.
Why not?
Wow.
What a visual.
So maybe you have to be a bit careful.
Oh my gosh.
Just
Sorry.
go queen h6. Oh my goodness, he did not. He played queen takes b2. And queen to h4 came immediately.
Yeah, then Nick didn't hesitate.
There's a knight g6 on tap.
Threat.
For a perpetual, right?
Right.
Does it win or is it a perpetual
queen takes
switch?
b2. He was trying to pick up the f6
Six pawn, right? That's why we see
Exactly.
queen h4. All right. What's going on?
Game goes on, guys.
Game is flared anew.
Can I go rook g8? Is that a move?
Rook g8. I
take back.
g3.
Yeah, but that's a completely different story. I mean,
Right? That's
take,
not
take,
what
queen
you
e4,
wanted.
and
But I
then
don't know. Do I have a couple pawns, right? I mean, let's go rook g8, take g3. I pick up a2 with check. I'll pick up b3 as well. And from b3, I defend f7.
Should I start with picking up a2 with check?
That's also a good question. Do I go queen b1? As we bring
Let
up
me
the analysis
bring
board, yeah.
that one up because it suddenly got very, very. I thought we were going to stay with the Andrew.
They're like
a game for
fighting
a
for
moment.
competition.
They sure are. Where are you? There we go. We
Fighting
were
for
here.
attention.
Now we could take queen a1 check, and we can kind of do a little dance and take a pawn with check.
Yes.
But I noticed it was Nick who got the 3 minutes.
He's
And
in time trouble.
Shabalov
Has the time, right?
So maybe not queen a1. Now you'd mentioned rook g8. Yeah? Shall we just take a quick gander at that for a moment?
Yeah.
I take, and you're threatening g2, but I can deal with that.
All right. So g3, and now
I agree you can take the pawn on a2.
I will.
Okay. But can I dance my way to h3?
Dance your way to h3 if you felt like it. I'll give it to you, but I'll take both pawns.
Ah, covering f7. That
And
was
b4.
clever. And protecting b4.
I don't
Nice.
see much.
So he played queen a1. He's probably going to take that pawn on a2 as well.
I think so. It's kind of free,
Why not?
right?
not?
And there he goes. And I don't think that white has a lot of options. You go to the third rank, you're just giving me another pawn for free, so you might as well go to the first rank, and he does that. King f1.
Right.
And guys, just before we continue watching this one,
Yeah.
let's take a look at what's happening in the game between Larry Christiansen and Maxim Dlugy, because
Okay.
that one
Well,
is
maybe you can take that one,
developing as well. We left it off somewhere around here, and we did say that the bishop, by its stance in the center, watching both sides of the board, just gives white a nice advantage.
Dominating.
But check this move out. f6, huge blunder by black because it cuts the action
Of
of
the
the
rook.
rook on
Horrible,
g6
actually.
and now allows me to post up, as you were mentioning. I really like that idea of posting up with the rook on e6.
right.
And this is exactly what happened. Bishop to b2, the exchange of the rooks, knight to d6,
Very
rook to e6,
suggestive.
and I would assume this is what he calculated. The problem is that it's a flawed calculation. f5 is going to be met with bishop to e5.
Row.
And this is pretty much game over, because right now if you take on e6, I take and then take on
Knight
d6.
f7 played, by the way.
That's a problem.
But
Knight
f5
f7
is hanging.
Exactly. f5 is hanging, and you're forced to go into this endgame, which you're probably not going to survive, right?
No.
Do we believe that he can survive this? I understand you're going to try to use this pawn as a decoy, force me to take it, and then take on e6 and try to survive that position. 5 pawns versus 4 pawns. But
I'm not sure.
do you even get there?
I
Do
don't
you
know
even
either.
get there? What if I go here?
What
I
if I
thi-
do
well,
nothing?
I see
Well, I
queen
do
d7 as a
yeah.
killing threat. I got to go b3, don't I?
b3, yes, exactly. Really?
King has
is
to
this
go.
survivable?
Yeah,
So what
if
if I
you-
go here? Take.
No,
this
but
is winning. Yeah.
Why would I take though? I
So
go
you
queen f6
go
or something.
queen to f8. Only move, by the way.
F2.
Yeah.
Only
Queen
move.
f8's better, yeah.
Huh. I would be extremely surprised if you manage to survive this. And this, queen to g8 once again.
Okay, queen g8 I did not see. I did not see queen g8.
Only move.
All right,
Only move.
that was beyond my pay grade.
He's in trouble.
Wow.
Whether he's losing or not, well,
Take
we're going
the
to have to
pawn
wait
and then
see.
find out. Yeah, queen takes
But
f5.
he's in
Larry's in the driver's seat there. Sorry, we're just going to go back to the Nick to Firmian game. What do you have for us in this game? He did play king f1. And in the Andrew's game?
We have some moves. We might want to update those.
Sure. Where are we? Where are you? Christopher, you. Oops. I've got it. It's in front of me.
This is not the position.
Oh, sorry. I have to refresh. I apologize.
There we go. Andrew Hong against Christopher Yu, if we can bring up the analysis board.
Okay, we left it after the move knight g6, and we thought either rook c3 or bishop a4 were our main considerations, and he did choose rook c3, and we were worried about this f4, and he's captured. My
f3,
goodness.
let's go.
And that's a discovery against the rook on c1, as well as, well, I don't know. I kind of like the pawn there. I don't know. f4. Okay, do your worst. I've got to make a move. Clock is ticking. I'm feeling it. I don't want to allow rook b1. I'll go here. Kill me. What's the killer? I want you to take on g2 and allow me to play the move bishop to g4, and I feel like I'm back in the game with a shout.
Guys, I just want to draw your attention, and maybe we can see that as well as the camera, to the game of Rochelle Wu and Thalia Cervantes.
We thought that game was in the bag.
It's not
Rochelle,
there
right?
yet. There is one more move that she needs to find right now.
Yeah.
If we can get the position.
We got it. Right here.
Right here.
We're
This is
looking
it.
at a puzzle rush
The
technique.
critical moment, and I don't think she found it.
What do you mean?
She played rook to f3.
I think it was rook takes f7.
This allows me to go back to g6. What is this?
Whoa,
What?
she missed an opportunity here.
Was rook f7 winning?
Rook e f8. Rook e8?
So let's go back, and maybe we can show your board.
Okay, we're over here.
Yes.
Yeah, we thought she was completely
somehow,
winning.
right? Yeah.
Like
So
right
after
here.
rook takes d6.
Okay, I'll just
I'll
do it
quiz
quickly.
you. I'll quiz you guys.
Yep.
Find the winning move.
Find the winning move.
Here?
Yep.
Yes.
There's only one?
Rook f3 is still advantage, but
Check.
find the move that forces resignation.
Forces resignation.
I'm constantly looking at these rook f7 ideas. Hold on, the queen is also tethered to the rook on d6. No, rook e1 makes no sense. Why would I chase the queen to a better square? Rook g3 check, rook g6. Where's the follow-up, Alejandro? Doesn't seem like it's there, right?
I don't see anything after rook g3, rook g6.
No, me either.
Rook e8 feels slow.
Keep digging, keep digging.
Rook e8.
No,
rook
not
g6.
rook e8, not rook e8.
Rook g3?
No. It forces resignation in one move.
Wow.
Once you see it,
Yeah, it's
you
just
cannot
like
unsee it.
explosive.
Yes.
Right. It's just explosive. Gotcha. It's one of those moves that's just, once you see it, it's there. Boy, it's hidden. I'm
Again,
telling
there's
you.
only one defensive piece that black has.
The rook on f8.
Oh my god, it's rook d7.
Rook d7.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, because it's a pin against the queen on d1
Yeah,
as well.
of course.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's a shish kebab. A skewer, as we would say.
She
So,
did not
rook
find
d7,
it. And now after rook f3, rook g6, okay, it's a
the
game.
game flares anew.
It's a game. Because
F3.
after rook f7, I get it. You take my pawn, but I can just sidestep. I can go rook to d8.
Right.
Where's the mate? And the pawns are still equal. So if I
Right.
manage to exchange the queens, somehow queen d6 is coming.
That would
then
be a
maybe I
dream
have
come
some
true.
chances, right?
Yeah, a dream come true.
This is still a game.
Wow. Thalia fighting her way back into this game. While we're here, I might as well just check in on Jennifer Yu for a second. I like her position.
Yeah.
Alice Lee.
Now she's down 2 pawns.
Now she's down 2 pawns.
Should be lost, right?
Should be lost.
Okay,
Okay, sorry.
fine.
I'm
Yeah.
going to jump back to the senior section, just checking in on the Nick de Firmian game.
Rook BE8 was thrown in at some point. Now notice that he does it with the queen on B1.
Yes.
So there's no knight G6.
Right.
Right.
So no knight G6 checks. That would be a double pin, right?
Right.
You can't take with the pawn, F pawn, rook. And Nick dropped back with his rook. Not a good sign. Rook to C4.
No, he's hoping
But-
for queen takes B3, I guess.
On it. Let's show everybody what Alejandro. Please take the pawn and oops, that's a visual.
I know this mate has a name. That's about the extent of it.
Right?
Right? That you
Yeah.
like cut the king with the knight.
Yeah.
And this has a name.
By the way,
Anastasia's mate? No, probably not, right?
I have
that's
no
something
I have
else.
no idea.
But that mate with the knight on E7 and the rook coming to the H file, it's worth at least 2 points in the puzzle rush.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah,
that's right.
I no, I'm saying that the two puzzles come up.
Ah, at least two per time. Yeah.
Queen H7 and mate. Rook C4 on the board. The clock times it looked like 7 minutes.
2 minutes
there.
and 21 for Nick de Firmian. Shabalov 6.
Can Shabalov slow play the position with A5?
You're asking if White has any threat at all.
That's my question. Yes.
Andrew Hung down to his last 45 seconds.
Oh, we're going there
We're
too.
going there. Give us an eval here before we leave, so that we don't jump this much.
Black
between
black
games.
is looking good. Black is looking good.
Okay.
Black is looking good.
We'll
Fair.
take that.
Fair.
Nothing has changed in terms of eval is still minus like 5.
Okay, sure. We'll
I'm
take
going to
that.
refresh my
So
board as
black
we
is
do.
still winning.
Oh, he did put his. I wanted to put the bishop on G4 as a kind of a defensive piece. He went the other way. Did Andrew? Bishop
down to
A4.
his last 15 seconds,
Queen
guys.
C8. Rook.
Whoop, knight
10
H4.
seconds.
Knight H. How much?
10 seconds. 5 and counting. G takes F3. This is
What?
must
G
be
takes
losing.
F3 cannot be a good
This
move.
must be losing.
No, the bishop should be on G4,
Right?
not on A4.
Not on A4.
No.
It's the wrong side. Wait, what happens if I take with the knight?
Well, that is
I guess
the
we'll
question.
find out.
Because he did it. I have to move my king. I don't want to give up the rook.
No, you
King-
give up the. Can't give up the rook here.
No.
way.
What's the point of that? King G2?
That is
A
a
little bit question-ish. King H1?
All right. He feels that it's safer on G2.
Okay, he does have an idea. C6, C7, let's go.
It's a good idea too.
Yeah, push him.
Okay, so let's go for the
He's
material.
getting
right?
up from the
No,
board
no.
with 40 seconds on his clock.
Let's go for the material, guys. Knight
Knight
D2.
D2?
Why not?
That is a fork.
That's a fork here, yeah.
But there's a Queen G4 sighting, isn't there?
So you want to go Queen E2.
Queen E2,
Queen E2,
knight
knight
takes
F1,
F1,
go Queen
Queen
G4.
G4. I'd rather go after this bishop
Yeah,
than
but I
this
think,
knight.
Yeah, but you have Queen D8.
Queen D8. How is that position?
I think.
Dang.
I think Queen D8 is
Maybe winning?
maybe
I've got-
winning. That's
got
an
Queen
important
takes
tempo.
E6.
I think he's
Queen
going
E6,
for
King
it,
H8, I
guys.
don't care.
He's going for it.
Queen D6.
What?
No.
But you're
That's
down a rook.
I know.
No, come on.
But isn't it just
No,
beautiful?
get out of
Nobody believes you.
Nobody believes you. I don't believe you.
And they've made 40 moves.
They made 40. Wow. The understanding.
Exactly.
Understanding is very strong.
Understanding is very important.
Yes, knight
D2. By the way, Christopher holding his knight like, am I sure?
Am I
yes,
sure?
I am.
Yes,
sure.
I am.
He looked a bit under the knight.
Yeah. like,
Maybe
Are there
sometimes
any
it hides.
mines?
right?
Sometimes the move hide under the pieces.
Your with understanding comment just a second ago inspired me to remember a line of Bent Larson. Bent Larson was asked, Bent, how come you never became world champion? And here comes the answer. You ready for the answer? It's a fantastic answer. Well, there were better players than me.
Great understanding.
Right? It shows understanding. Looking at
guys,
yes, please, Christian.
Is Thalia just fully back in the game right now?
What?
What a save.
What? No way.
If she finds
Queen D6.
Queen takes F3,
Queen takes
Queen takes F. And she
Yes,
found it.
that's it.
From
This
your
is it.
Whoa,
Prepare-
the tactics worked out. The training
This is a
paid
draw.
off. The hours spent
Oh
on
my
tactics.
goodness,
Finally.
what a turnaround. What a turnaround.
F3, and that is one unhappy Rochelle.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Thalia is like, how did I save this game? And coach is
Incredible.
going to say,
With understanding.
remember all of those tactical puzzles, that all of our tactics that we trained for? And Thalia said, it is a draw. It's a draw.
a draw.
It's a draw. It's a draw.
Wow, what a
save.
save. Incredible. Rochelle must be furious with herself.
And that makes the game of Sophia so that much more
So much
important.
more relevant, yeah.
Yes. Alice Lee versus Sophia. Okay, Alice has won. No, I was about to say Alice won back.
No, Alice is
bronze.
just dead.
It's 2 pawns.
It's 2 pawns.
It's
in
still
this.
2 pawns.
Dead.
And dead.
Dead, yeah.
Nothing to discuss. Okay.
Jennifer is on her way to victory as well.
What a round. Wow. Is she actually?
Oh,
yeah.
I mean,
What
yeah. She's going for
Rook
it.
D3, Rook H3.
Oh my gosh. How
did this happen?
Zoe's king.
Why is there a
Zoe's king just
Pawn
got.
F6.
And by the way, these
G4.
ladies are playing on increment right now because there's still 6 moves to go and they both are under 40 seconds on the clock.
Wow.
Well, Jennifer has just played great chess during this whole time scramble. Every move has been, very salient to the position.
Well, she has a bit of a threat. Rook H3 would be an unescapable mate. So what do we do here?
I guess if you take on D4, that's just over. Rook to
Rook
E8.
E8 played. Wait, how does that help
Rook
you? How does this
E8
help?
played?
Don't think that helps.
We're expecting
not
Rook H3.
You give one check, but do you give more than that after King to H2?
I don't.
We're expecting Rook H3.
Rook H3, Rook E1, King H2, and that's the end of your checks, unless you give up a rook with Rook H1.
I think you have to play Queen H7, but
Again, this threat of mate in
I don't really
Juan.
believe it.
By the way, are you encouraging me to play Bishop takes G6?
Or
No.
F7 even. Just wins.
F7 at the end of it.
F7 just wins now.
But Bishop takes G6 is really.
Just take your choice. Yeah, there's so many winning moves.
This is it.
This is
right.
it.
And
Queen
she's played
H7
Queen H7
first.
But now Bishop takes G6.
You said F7 as well?
Oh, sorry, but Queen takes H7 and F7 after.
But F7
Yeah,
check.
that's it.
Yes.
No, that's it. No, you take first, I think is more accurate.
Take first, and she's.
I think she's
she
going
sees
for it because she reached for the queen.
She sees it.
No, actually,
Queen
she's moving
takes
the queen.
H7.
Yeah, she's moving the
No, she played Queen G3.
Wow.
Which wins
that's-
also.
queen. Yeah, this must
That's
be
a
winning.
very
I mean,
careful
this
move.
is.
But F7 immediately, what was the answer?
There's no answer to any move.
Yeah.
This game is just
F7,
doing-
rook takes F7, queen D8.
Queen D8. No,
Yeah.
no. The rook's not on E1. Yeah, sir.
What?
The rook
She
is
did
on
not give a
E1.
check on E1.
Oh,
She
I
played Queen
apologize.
H7 first.
Okay, I've got the wrong position. My apologies.
But now after Queen G3, this just looks over, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
bishop
this
takes
is-
G6.
You give one check, but that's a spite check. I go King H2.
Oh, but wait,
King
bishop,
Queen H3?
bishop B7, bishop B7,
Wait,
Come
what?
on, Bishop E7.
King H2, bishop B7, spike check. No,
Oh. You
But I
want
go
to give a
F7,
spite
right?
mate.
spike mate.
Spite mate.
But I have Queen B8.
You have Queen B8, you have F7, you have a choice of choice of victory.
Queen B8 is
Yeah, it's
cruel.
cruel, yeah.
Ooh.
So the problem is you probably have to go Queen takes H3, but after Queen takes H3, Rook H7, you have F7.
F7 as always, yeah.
That's the go-to move. That's
Or
the-
Queen takes H7 and F7 after that, and there's no way to stop the
it.
pawn.
Stop it.
The vultures.
The vultures are arriving.
right? And the times of the players?
1 minute against 30 seconds.
And counting for Tang.
Yeah, but I think this is irrelevant at this point. The position is
Jennifer's
too
got her
distorted.
hawk-like
Oh,
look
yeah.
on. I mean, she's looking at the clock. Just
You don't want to see this girl fired up.
No.
You know she can win a lot of games in a row. She started slow,
She's-
2 draws,
but
but
she's
now she's
proved
bounced
it.
back. 2
She's-
wins in a row for this one. I mean, this one game must be completely over.
Rook F7, take the queen. No, I'm taking the pawn on G6.
Yeah, I think
Take the
not
pawn
even
on
close,
G6.
right?
Right?
Take on G6. Open up Black's King's
Yeah,
position.
yeah.
Exactly. I must say that once the players got into the time trouble, it just seemed to me that Jennifer took a new
Yeah, sometimes you feel the difference of strength in players.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
Exactly. It
By
was
the way,
like
bishop takes
impact.
g6, queen takes h3, guys.
Oh, sorry, the bishop is still on c8.
Is that really that clear?
No. I forgot that the bishop was still on c8.
What are we playing here, by the way?
If I take the queen.
If she takes the queen, you take with the rook. It's nuts.
Rook h4, good enough.
Because again, queen
Good
takes
enough.
h4, queen takes h4, rook h7. Our
F7,
favorite
yeah.
f7 move.
Wait, but now do we have queen to b8?
Queen b8, rook
I think queen b8,
f8,
and then queen f8, rook
f7,
takes.
right? That's it.
Oh,
Queen B8,
that's a beauty.
queen
That's a
B8.
visual. Queen b8 check.
Yes.
Rook
Rook
f8, f7.
That
You
is
don't actually
beautiful.
need f7, but it's good enough.
I think
Oh,
you
but
do
it's
need
so
it. I think you do
nice.
need it though.
No, you can. Oh no, you're right.
You do need
By
it
the
because
way-
if you take on f8, I have rook h1 at the end.
And
right.
look at
but
it, she's reaching for it.
By the way, Dmitry Gurevich, we had said that his position was dominant.
Very good.
He did beat Igor Novikov. That's a huge result for the seniors. One of the leaders going down.
Exactly. You kind of called that early, by the way.
Pretty sure about that one, though.
Right?
Yeah.
F7, that's a visual. That's it's going to go on the chess.com puzzle rush.
yeah.
And that forces resignation.
Yeah,
That's a
this is
pretty
just
move.
Losing everything with check. Oh. That's where you stop calculating.
That's it. Nice manicure, by the way.
And that's resignation. Big victory there for Jennifer Yu. Definitely not a clean one.
No.
But a win is a win, as we've been saying very often in this tournament.
Exactly.
And she jumps back into 3 points out of 4, still fully in contention for first place. But there is a person in the junior girls that we think is going to go not 3 out of 4, not 3.5 out of 4,
But 4.
4 out of 4.
And that girl is Sophia.
Sophie Morris-Suzuki is still nursing those 2 pawns. They just finished their time control, so they have plenty of time to figure
By
out
the
the
way,
endgame.
game
Well,
that
it
kind
used to be 1 pawn. Now it's 2 pawns.
Exactly.
Yes.
So now it's pretty much game over.
A game that kind of slipped away from us is the game between Ellen and Ruiyang Yan. And big material, big material
something happened.
win for Ellen. And at this moment, she's an exchange and a pawn to the good.
And by the way, guys, we do have another result. Brandon Jacobson did win his game
Yeah.
against David Brodsky.
We also
More or
called
less
that one as we
expected. All right, let's go to, pardon me, how come my thing, because I'm using the wrong key. And let's take a look at the results, Alejandro.
Yeah, we had a lot of results come in a row, especially during time pressure. This one was huge. Rochelle Wu.
What a save.
What a save, but what a miss by Rochelle, honestly. Drawing that game against Thalia Cervantes. Thalia, thanking her lucky stars, but she's currently in second place alongside Jennifer Yu, as they, I expect, will trail Sophie by a full point. Another result that we have this one, which is Jennifer Yu beating Zoey Tang. We just saw this one. A big result for Jennifer. Zoey not finding her stride in this tournament, but if I remember correctly, she has played some of the top seeds, so still plenty of chess to be shown by this young girl. And we have, as we said, Dmitry Gurevich besting Igor Novikov. Now, Dmitry has been on the back foot, I felt, in every game so far.
Right,
But
especially against Max.
especially against Max Dlugy in the first round. But in the one chance he was given,
He took it.
he took it. So he's on +1, 2.5 points by 4. And of course, we had in the juniors, Brodsky losing with the white pieces. Not a great tournament for him so far. 1 point out of 4, 2 draws. And Brandon Jacobson bouncing back from a very slow start, actually ended up losing the first round, drawing the second, and 2 wins in a row.
But what wins they have been? He's bringing the heat with black in the Joko pianos. Very, very nice. By the way, the game that Dmitry Gurevich did win went directly down the line that you had espoused.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, captures, and the queen and bishop versus the queen and bishop.
And that's too strong,
It
right?
was just
Yeah.
too much. And Igor Novikov went down. I wanted to pick up the game that had our attention. The players have made the time control, and that's the one between Nick the Firmian and Alexander Shabalov. You can see the vestiges of a kingside attack, and you kind of shipwrecked. Essentially, if you're white here, you were going all gung-ho there for a long time. But there was a moment when we thought the move Rook C8 might, change the course of who's attacking who. It looks like
it's time.
It's time.
Yeah, rook c8 looks very strong. I'm wondering if I throw in queen d2 first, but
I didn't think I needed it because yes, I understand what you mean too. Like you would play queen d2 check. And
no, I assume you go to f3 because that was already where the king was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they made a repetition to make time control.
Okay.
And I thought
on that.
Nick will repeat because I think if you go to g1, I go to queen e3, and I might mate you without the rooks.
Oops. Don't want that. Okay, so king f3.
And now I think you go rook c8. You don't have a threat on h7 that I can see. It's important.
Let's show why, because I can interpose.
The queen?
Yep, that's why.
Right, so...
And rook c3. I take the rook, but now I'm facing, oops,
this looks
rook
dead.
c3, yes.
I mean, this king's not surviving.
No, I don't think so. So well, keep an eye on that one. My pick to win the tournament, Joel Benjamin, definitely on the back foot. Can he save? Well, yeah.
It's not so bad, right?
Wait a minute. I mean,
he
Igor's extra pawn hasn't made any impression in the position as far as I can tell. Pawn on c2 is not dangerous, and this knight on c5. Wait a minute, guys. Give black some moves here.
Black's gonna be better, right?
I mean, what? Black could easily be better here.
How did the knight get to it?
Okay,
I'm not sure.
How and why
I don't
is
think
the knight
black can be better.
I understand. I was being a little bit facetious, but only by a little. I mean,
I'm not so sure, right? How do you play this as white?
Imagine you played knight c4 and I played bishop takes c4. Would you want to play white?
No, that one for sure not.
Exactly.
Right, but then what do?
You got to retreat, right?
Well,
No,
do
but
you
that
have
ain't
any
knight
threats?
a4, right?
Do you have any threats in the position?
Other than bishop takes c4, which was my
No. Not in the initial position. I don't want to play knight c4.
I understand. I'm gonna make a pretense that the move f5 is
something I'm considering.
I don't know if I want to play it right away. Probably if you give me a free move, I'll play bishop e6. And yes, I understand maybe I'm not better, but...
So in that case, let's try to do something as white. Let's go g4. g4, g5.
g4, g5.
Okay, g whiz.
And then I go rook h3.
It's funny. If I could just get my bishop to be able to attack this pawn on e4.
Yeah, it's difficult.
But I'm not even... I kind of want to encourage, I feel, the move g5. Right?
So with like rook h4?
Yeah, so
what is this nonsense? Rook h4?
Let's do it.
All right, let's go. g5.
This guy's gonna trick me, and I'm gonna feel bad when he tricks me, but I still want to see it.
Right?
Pawn takes g5, rook takes g5, rook takes e4. I assume the engine has some move here.
No, I haven't checked the engine. Rook g8, I would say.
Rook g8, rook a4.
Oh, I had kind of stopped after rook g8. I hadn't seen rook a4.
I don't know if this is bad because rook c8, rook c7.
Okay, but no. I just want to play normal chess. Knight c4.
Normal chess. I think we're.
I want to go to a8.
Chess.
I want to get to a8 with my rook.
Understood.
I mean,
that one makes sense.
There's only one weakness in black's position, and that is the pawn on a7.
And he wants to get to it. Maybe. All right.
Wow. I think Joel is fighting his way back in the game. We'll keep an eye on that. But in the meanwhile, we're going to go back to Christian, who has a guest.
Well, we have a lady that is definitely counting her lucky stars.
Yeah.
That is Thalia Cervantes. Thalia, what an escape.
I almost couldn't believe it. Thank you. Yeah.
Take us through the game, because it felt like out of the opening you were doing fine, and after that something really bad happened because you ended up in a very difficult position.
Right, so I did prepare a little bit, not specifically the line that she played. I was kind of looking more at bishop takes e5 instead.
And that is the main line, right?
Right, so it's very interesting actually, like bishop takes, knight d7, bishop f4,
Knight f6 perhaps?
Yeah, knight f6 now. And the idea is that now you do have knight c7 because if bishop b4, there's going to be bishop d2. So king d8, and then knight a8, queen e4, knight e2, queen a8, and
it's some wild stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy, but somehow in most of the lines my king is okay, even if it's on d8, and I have the queenside pawn, so it's not like anything crazy for black, but it's just a game. So I thought it could be interesting. But she took with the pawn, and I didn't remember most of the
And by the way, by this point,
preparation I had here.
it did feel like you surprised her in the opening with this idea of b5 and e5.
Right, that's very rare. I don't surprise many people at the opening. But yeah, so I thought I played normal, and then all of a sudden my position is just so difficult to play. Yeah, especially here, I feel like knight d3 is probably my only move. I could consider going back to c6, but then f5 comes, and I felt like this was just a worse version of something similar to what happened in the game.
Take with the knight, or
Probably. Oh, I have that move, bishop d4.
right.
Is f6 still possible? I was never sure if those f6, like she's just going to sacrifice the exchange.
It looks very scary.
It does,
right?
it does.
Maybe you don't even have to take on f6. Maybe you can go bishop takes b2, be even more hungry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that kind of goes on style. Yeah, so maybe this was better. I felt like I was completely outplaying the position, and I didn't know exactly, like if it was just one moment or a combination of bad moves, probably that. But it just felt like.
And you fell
everything
into
was
this very
slipping.
difficult position, right? And let's speed things up a little bit and go all the way down
The
to.
big issue is that my pieces are on the opposite side, so nothing can help the king side.
Exactly.
Like my bishop, luckily, I have that bishop e3 that just, at least, puts it to use, but in general, my position is just so bad. However...
You just basically had to wait for her to find
Right.
something.
Right.
And-
Here, I felt like I had some hope, because I saw this whole thing.
So let's stop here.
Yeah.
Did you see the winning move for white at this point?
No. There's a winning move?
There is a move that forces resignation.
Oh my goodness. No, I just...
Your only defensive piece is the rook on d6. How do you distract that?
Oh, there's rook d7.
Rook d7.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there you go.
That is so beautiful. I didn't see that at all. I was hoping that, my position is still worse, I felt, but I was hoping that at least now I kind of survive. And she
Oh,
told
we
me,
knew that you're back in the game after this rook f3.
She told me that she missed the rook d6. She only saw queen takes d6, and obviously that doesn't work. And here I was like, okay, I gotta survive after queen d6, but then I was thinking a little bit longer, and I actually just have queen f3, so that was very lucky. Yes.
Thalia, big escape for you. Still, congratulations. And we're looking forward to seeing the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Keep fighting, Thalia. Wow, what a save. Come on, coach. That was good.
Even I had written that one off. I had put it in a...
Life insurance was gone. That was it.
The compensation was already here.
Wow. But we've had a number of results, and we have more guests coming on.
Yeah, we're going to wait a second for them to get plugged in. Let's take a quick look to the Andrew Hong and Christopher Yu game.
Let's do it.
It's such a crucial game for the standings, of course. And they're
That's the
actually
senior.
following an analysis that we made all the way down to queen d8, which we really liked.
This was the knight d2. Yep. And queen d8.
Maybe we didn't see rook b7, but...
Right, rook b7 got tossed in there too.
But this queen d8 move now, and I think
I got to take on e6, right?
You can't. I go rook f7.
Oh, it's check.
Yeah.
I apologize. You're right.
And because there is no queen e6, I think I'm just calling this game. It's just
right.
It's
It's
dead,
terrible. Right? In that case, okay. Queen e4. Go ahead, kill me. What is it? Just put me out of my misery. Should
what
be
is the
bad.
easiest? I think rook f7. I know.
Rook f7 and maybe rook here, right?
Rook f7, rook f4 looks winning.
Yes.
Like decisively.
That looks
rook f7,
good
queen
enough.
a5 also looks like it picks up material.
I mean, do you need anything else outside of rook f4?
Yeah, you don't really. Right? Queen a5 attacks the bishop on a4, and queen
And
d2 is mate.
Ooh. That's a pretty good double attack.
That's a pretty good double attack, yeah. We think that Christopher Yu is on the verge of victory, but we have another guest with us.
Brandon, another day, another win with the black pieces in the Gioco Piano, another incredible idea in the opening. Do you consider yourself already an expert in the Gioco Piano? Do you want to play black every single game?
Well, I think I just got lucky that my opponents played lines, specific move orders that allowed these ideas. The main way of playing with rook e1 and h3 doesn't really allow any interesting ideas, and you kind of just have to go rook e8, bishop e6, and play something normal. But I was definitely happy to see knight d2 over the board because this knight h5, I mean, I don't even know it too well myself, but I looked at it for a few minutes, and it's pretty unexplored. It's only been played a couple times at the GM level.
I think it was 3 games and not very conclusive.
For sure, and I couldn't find a clear path to an advantage for white, and at least I'm going to get an interesting game and not something that my opponent has analyzed. So, yeah, already d4 I think is probably inaccurate because the point is in all these lines where I'm not castled, he always has to watch out for something like g5, and knight f4, queen f6 comes with like an extra tempo before I castle. So here knight b3 I believe is the best move.
Knight b3.
Knight b3, yeah.
So that looks a bit in the wrong direction.
Right, just to make room for the bishop. But like if knight f4, for example, then bishop b3, and I'm not really creating any threats.
And if you go queen f6 instead of...
if queen f6, then bishop g5, followed by bishop b3, I think is totally playable. But it's actually kind of funny. After knight b3, I was planning on... Yeah, I think queen f6 was played in the game before. But I think after knight b3, castle is supposed to be better. And it's pretty funny. So bishop g5, knight f6 is the best move. And okay, there are a bunch of moves here for white, but one of the best moves is knight bd2, back to d2. So we're getting like a normal kind of line, except I forced him to play this bishop g5 thing, and then you can play like h6, g5, and you get an interesting game. But it's kind of a funny way of getting back to a normal position.
I hate the Jacobian.
My hatred has been confirmed as well.
So he goes g3, which felt wrong to me, and I have a lot of options here. I mean, I probably spent too much time looking at all this like h5 instead of h6. Queen f6 at the right moment. There are a lot of different options for black, but I figured h6 knight g5 was like the most principled.
And here you spent a lot of time on this move queen f6.
Yeah, for sure. So
what was the reason for that?
So okay, I want to take on d4, of course, and then he has this knight f5, which is what I actually missed from a few moves before, and it actually gets very dangerous for me. I think perhaps I can play something like g6 here, and I was trying to evaluate this. Then he goes knight takes d4. I can go knight back to h3. But in all these lines, like there are a lot of these positions where I can win the d-pawn, and let's say he goes f4 here, where like my knight isn't, I'm not losing my knight, but it's just kind of stranded on h3, and I can win the d-pawn, but I wasn't really sure how to evaluate these positions.
So it's basically a much worse version than what you got in the game.
Right, yeah. But after queen f6, I think knight f5 was not a good move. I thought he should do something like queen f3 instead of knight f5. And it's kind of interesting because like, I don't know what white's next move is, but I don't know what black's move is either. Like if you go bishop h3 and castle long, you can already start going b4, for example. And another interesting line is bishop, let's say rook e1 here. Bishop h3, rook e1. I probably wasn't going to go bishop h3 because knight g6 now. And then I think knight f5 was pretty scary.
Do you have any crazy ideas like g5 instead of knight g6 back? Probably not.
Yeah, so I was probably going to go knight g6 immediately just so my bishop doesn't get stranded on h3. And then you can take the queen, but then it feels like black shouldn't really have any problems here because, I mean, the d-pawn is still hanging. So I thought maybe something like this should happen, and it's probably around equal.
And you were surprised by the fact that he gave you the pawn with knight f5, f4.
For sure,
How
yeah.
did you assess the position right now?
Yeah, so I thought this was just really good for me, but I think instead of queen takes d4, I didn't need to allow any of this queen h5. I mean, bishop h3 here was my first instinct. But I missed this detail that after e5,
you have queen c6.
Yes, I saw that. D takes e5, f takes e5, queen c6. Okay, f takes, because, yeah, if you go d takes, then queen c6 is just probably winning for black. Queen c6, d5, queen c5, let's say, rook e1. Yeah, and let's say like I wanted to castle long here, and then I thought, okay, queen h5, and then it's unclear, and I ended my line here, but I missed bishop g2, which I realized as soon as I moved. That in the end of all this, I have bishop g2.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Nasty.
And if he doesn't go queen h5, then I think his position just sort of falls apart because rook takes d5 is a threat, and then this should just be winning. So bishop h3 kind of just avoids all this queen h5 stuff everywhere, and then I'm probably getting a better version of the game. But okay, I think what I did was good enough, but it got really interesting around here. So queen f6 is a mistake, really. What is the move then instead?
I think it was
That
bishop
surprises me.
d7.
I think bishop d7 was what
Then knight
Peter
f3?
was recommending.
Oh, sorry, not knight f3 here. Bishop d7. What was the problem?
I think queen f6 is good enough to maintain a
Maybe.
slight advantage.
Okay.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, I guess I was afraid of. I don't know what I was afraid of there, but okay. Queen f6, knight f3. Yeah,
knight d7 was very important actually.
Right. Yeah, because otherwise it's f5 is coming. But okay, instead of f5, there was this interesting move bishop d2, which I think he should have played. And here I was trying to calculate all these lines. Bishop d2 instead of f5.
Instead of f5.
Sorry. Apologies.
Yeah, and then I go queen g6. And okay, objectively, white should probably take on g6 and go bishop c3, and you do have some compensation for that pawn. You have some activity, maybe e5 is coming in, but black should be the only one who can win that. But after queen g6, there's this move queen a5.
What? Yeah. Queen
and
a5.
It looks super scary for black, but I think I calculated my way out of this. I thought queen takes e4, queen c3. And okay, g7 is hanging, rook e1 is coming. It looks like black's like in big trouble here, but I think I have this idea d5, bishop d3, and d4.
Dang.
And I'm just in time with my play, and I bring the queen back. I have bishop e6 blocking the e-file if I need, and I think black is kind of surviving here. So I'm pretty sure this was correct, but so I guess he should go bishop e2 and then queen takes g6 and try to draw that endgame somehow. But I think after what I got in the game with the queen trade, and then once
After that was pretty much smooth sailing for you, Brandon.
For me.
Brandon, two big victories for you. Congratulations tomorrow. I think you have a big game against Awonder. How are you going to?
Andrew Hong.
Andrew Hong.
Yeah.
Okay. How are you going to get ready for that one?
We're actually good friends. We know a lot of each other's openings, so it's going to be tough, like, to find something that we haven't talked about before. But well, yeah, I'll see what I can come up with tonight.
Well, looking forward to see your game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Congratulations.
Speaking of Andrew Hong, let's go straight into that game. I believe that Christopher Yu is putting the final touches on that game because we see
such an important game.
Such a huge game. Bishop f2, e3, a very nice move in this position. A little bit of a geometry there. So we can get the analysis board up first.
There is a rook f7. There's a rook b1. So what is the killer after bishop e1?
Bishop e1. I'm also going to give it up to bishop e3 now.
Please.
I have to work, right?
No. You had
bishop e3. It's pinned on the g file, but queen d3 check.
Yeah, this one I saw actually. I thought, okay, that's pretty convincing.
Hey, yeah. So can you give me the easy balls?
Yeah. Okay, I'll pass.
Thank you.
A softball here.
The softball. Thank you. I love my softballs. All right, bishop e1. But bishop e1. I mean, queen f8 looks like death, right?
Queen f8 looks like death. Don't ask me. There is a rook b2.
Yeah.
But is it? Can I confuse you somehow?
You can. You can definitely confuse me. I'm already confused. It's been like
right
days and days of commentary.
Yes, exactly. Can I run?
All right, let's go. Let's chase you.
Rook b2.
I guess.
King d3.
And then I could play, queen d8 and try to mate you. But at these
queen d, that's late.
But at this point, man, I'm just gonna go queen f5 and say, you know what?
Fine. Get out of here. Get out of here. But we have Christian with a guest.
Thank you, Yasser. We are with a lady that is surging through the rankings right now. A consecutive victory for you, Jennifer. Congratulations. Still a shaky opening.
Yeah, this opening, this was just bad. There's nothing to say about it. I was a bit, when I prepped against her, I thought she was like, she only played King's Indian. Mm-hmm. So I played d4, she plays d5, and I'm like, oh my god, she's gonna play Queen's Gambit or something like that. Yeah, and I was like, okay, I'll just do something random. So I played Bishop f4 because I was like, I don't think she knows how to play, kind of London structure. And I mean, I've played this enough with black. Like I was like, I'll just do something, and then I didn't accidentally just transpose to the Grunfeld. And in this position, I know I think the line is d takes c. And then I was just, I don't know what I was thinking. I just thought I could do something to kind of not play into theory, but.
But even after d takes c, it's like wild theory going on after
knight
d4 and.
Yeah, that's exactly why I didn't play this because I didn't prep into this going into the game.
I think knight d7 don't allow bishop e5. Yeah, some wild theory. I think there's some old games here.
Yeah, I've studied this a while ago, but I wasn't really I don't think she plays this either as black, but I just didn't want to get into this. So I realized like what I played was not that great.
Now E5 is coming and everything opens up. How
Yeah.
did you assess the position at this point?
I mean, I wasn't a big fan of my position, but I thought I could have some practical chances just because, you know, the knight is pretty strong, bishop's pretty strong. But she got a really interesting idea here with bishop e6, bishop h6, and I wasn't sure exactly what to do against this. Yeah, knight takes a6. I wanted to take on a8, but I just thought the position looked awful. So
I think it was the right decision not to take on
yeah, yeah, it just looked awful, and I thought, you know, I have some compensation here.
Just one question here. I think the boys were recommending this move, queen to a5. Did you consider it at all?
Yeah, I thought queen a5 was better. And against this, I'm not sure. Maybe I can try b4 and then the queen c2, but it looks really shaky.
Yeah. Still a game. Nevertheless, still a game. You still have dark square control. So she took on a6. And that allowed you to get the king to safety, which I'm sure you were happy about.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, as soon as I took on d4, you know, I think I'm fine. And now I'm just pushing.
And then let's go towards the end because there was some wild stuff going on there.
Yeah,
You finished off quite nicely. Let's go, keep going.
Yeah, I had a pretty easy win somewhere, and then I just, yeah, here I could just take on h7.
Yes.
But I played queen g3, and I was like, oh, queen takes h7, that's just a forced win. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's still winning.
It's still winning.
And yeah.
Rook h4 was a good move. Don't go bishop takes g6. Were you tempted about bishop takes g6 instead of rook h4?
Well, it was the same thing like a move ago if she played bishop e7, so I was kind of prepped for
This was our initial move, and then we realized that queen takes h3. There's still a bishop on c8.
Yeah. It was, yeah, that was kind of, that was a close one, but I guess it all worked out.
It did indeed. A big victory for you, Jennifer. Congratulations. Guys, any questions?
No, just keep it up. 2-0. two wins in a row.
She seems like not such a nice person. We're being told. This bored face. I got this in the
She
back
looks
face.
menacing in the other one.
Congratulations.
Not in this one.
Yeah. Congratulations, Jennifer. 2 in a row. You feeling good about your chances?
I mean, I'm playing every game to win, so pretty happy that I got to win the last 2 games because the first 2 just started off just very, I mean, they weren't the most interesting games and I just messed up near the end, so I just want to get some momentum going and then we'll see.
All right.
Well, good to see that
Keep
ship
it
being
going.
rectified.
Yes.
Always good to see Jennifer play good chess. With plenty of games left.
Just checking the game of Alice Lee and Sophie for a moment because, again, Sophie 3-0.
And about to make it 4-0. We think
She's got 2 pawns.
No real changes in this game. 2 extra pawns for Sophie Morris-Suzuki over Alice Lee.
Exactly.
That's all I can really say about this game. This one has changed dramatically.
What the heck is going on?
Shabalov, by the way, did end up checkmating the Firmian. Look at that king on c5. Not really, not making a great impression. But I'm sure we'll have Shaba talk to us about that.
Whoa. White's king got knocked. Yeah, that was the rook c8.
They weren't exactly in the lines that we thought of, and eventually the king, I mean, it gets mated somehow, right?
The king walked all the way across the board. That was nice.
It's not going to survive.
Nope.
We have some other games which I think are about to finish.
I just wanted to check in with Larry for a moment. Larry Christiansen.
Definitely not a game that will.
It's a queen and pawn ending. Extra pawn for
Yeah, we'll be here a while.
Correct. What else did you have for us?
It's actually in the juniors that we have most of our potential results. This one, of course, is very important. Andrew Hong against Christopher Yu. They're not going down this variation.
Right. Oops, excuse me. Let me just refresh my board.
Yeah, this is the current position that they have. Bishop e1, not queen f8, but queen d3 instead. King g2. Let's see if there's anything immediate. Queen d5 played. Yeah, this looks lost, completely lost.
Boy, just at the moment that I'm completely confused, you say it's completely lost. Why is it? Oh.
Don't I take on e5?
I want to take on g5.
Let's check.
But you go rook g7. I know that.
Oh.
But I'm saying that I move my king, you know, and I'm ready to take on g5. I don't have a threat.
You don't have a threat, no.
After king g1, you can
and I
take
can
on
actually
c5.
try to hope that you play this. I can play rook g7 and be like, okay, that g file is actually mine.
I think rook g7 just finishes
rook
the
g7
game.
is a very, very powerful move. Yep.
Yep, I think this is just done. And the other one that's actually, we haven't been able to look at it too much, but Balaji Daggupati against Justin Wang has this fascinatingly weird position. I didn't know how to evaluate this at the beginning, so maybe we can take a look. White is on the attack. Down a pawn, though.
Mate.
Threatening mate in 1. Now, there are some, I assume there must be some sort of counterplay, but perhaps there's nothing. First of all, I need to not get mated.
Right. But you're always questioning yourself, should I throw in a check? And if I do toss in a check, where should I toss it in? B1, D1? I mean, like, what's going on?
There's also ideas of rook G2 and knight F4, but...
Okay, so let's ask the salient question. How big a threat is rook H8 check? I go rook E6.
That's a good question. All right, I assume that I have to give this check because if I don't see any...
Why did you spend so much time putting your rook on this? Now, the usual tactical books always had us playing queen g8 and queen h7, but I see no reason why you would want to chase the king to f6. So you have to come up with something a little bit more impactful at this moment. I don't care if it's knight h4 or something else.
Maybe it is knight h4, though. I think I have to keep chasing this king around.
Well, you better nail it, right? Because there is a counterattack coming. Knight h4. Wow, this is double-edged stuff. I'm not 100% sure what's going on here, Alejandro, but we have a special guest with Christian.
Thank you, guys. We are indeed with a legend of American chess, Mr. Gurevich. Welcome to the show. Welcome back to St. Louis. Tell us a bit about your experience so far in the tournament.
Oh, I'm very happy to be here. Players in my tournament, I know them for a very long time, since the 80s or since the 90s. So it's wonderful to be here and to watch them. I learn from young players also. They're very good.
Absolutely. A slow start at the beginning. You were maybe in
slow start for me? No, it was very good start because I was probably in a bad position. So I completely lost in round 1. In bad position in every game at some point, so for me it's not a slow start.
You managed to survive in that one, and finally you actually took over in this game. Tell us a bit about this game.
Well, Igor Novikov is a very famous player, and he very rarely loses, so I wasn't expecting this result. It's pretty much amazing result for me. And it was always very interesting to play with him, prepare for him, you know. So he's more or less, he plays the same openings. So being very, very strong, he used to be a great theoretician in that time. And now he probably knows all the openings he played, but this one maybe he didn't play for a few years, so it was my lucky chance.
Did he surprise you with this triangle setup, or were you well prepared for this?
He played it before. I was choosing some things against it, and if I go, for example, he offers you to play normal semi-Slav defense, and that one he knows one of the best in the world. It used to be like a few years ago, so he knows it all. And this one, it's a position which allows you, if you different ways to play. One classical move is bishop d2, but I prefer knight c3, which doesn't give too much.
But you got this position, and I think right where Yasser was, with the two bishops.
It is a good position. I think he made a little bit of an accuracy because he didn't have to probably castle too early. But this position I saw in advance, and then you have to make very exact moves. If you make one bad move, yeah, queen d4 is dubious. I'm glad to see that because I didn't know what to do. I was considering certain moves like queen h4, and I didn't see anything particularly good. Bishop a7 doesn't do too much, in my opinion. I'm not sure. It wasn't that much.
h4 or g4 or something.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what's going on. I'm pretty curious myself.
Well, queen to d4 is not a bad move. It's just...
This is, queen e5 is a very bad move. I saw it, but I'm sure white is better, but how much better, I don't know. So knight e5 probably it's the move to consider, the main move. And then I would have played.
By the way,
I'm not sure. Maybe Bishop B6 was one of the.
Sorry
ideas.
to interrupt you, Dmitry.
Yeah.
We have a
I have a
big
few
result in
choices
this one.
that position. Bishop B6.
And I do think Larry won that game, right?
Yes,
Or-
Larry won against Maxim Dlugy.
He was better. He was better a little bit, but in the opening I thought he was winning completely. But then I realized no, probably not. Max is a good defender also. Yeah, but this is probably this is a move. Yeah, so. Yeah, this wins for black, but for white. But I'm not sure if I did everything right. I mean, I played the most conservative move, and this is very good position. Yes, I have to play c5, and after that, position is winning. But if you make mistake, it wasn't not. I think the best thing to do was not to give a check, but to play c6 right away. Yeah, this is probably he has a little bit.
You felt like you're giving him some chances.
Yeah, definitely, but it's an old expression. The Patzer sees a check, he gives a check. Yeah, so this is a position when I was expecting to play at some point. No, this is winning, but could he play something like Queen D6? Maybe that was, or Queen E7. I'm not sure. So I think it's one position, but it's not easy at all. I mean, if he plays the correct move.
So. Where exactly? Here,
yeah,
King
this is
D6,
winning.
or?
This is already winning. Maybe one move earlier, a little bit. I'm not sure.
But King D6, Queen to D8, that should be winning.
Yeah. So what is it? Queen D3. Queen D3. Yeah, this is a move.
This is what he played. Yes.
He played Queen D3. Oh,
he did.
Okay. Okay.
And after Queen to F4.
Okay. So
maybe here Queen to F5. Is that?
Yes, it's possible. Yes, this is it. And then, can he play King E8? Maybe King E8.
King E8.
No, then C7. No, it looks winning. It looks winning more or less. Yeah.
He doesn't have time to get the Queen to D6. It seems like.
Yes. Yes. It is. It looks like it's. Yeah. He often, if I go for the endgame with extra pawn, it's very good drawing chances.
Absolutely.
Yes. But this one gives me a lot of options to how to play, and it's very position you can choose different plans more or less safe, which should be winning. But of course, endgame is always some amazing things happen.
Well, Dmitry, a confident victory, I have to say congratulations. Guys, any questions?
No, just our congratulations. Like you, we're surprised you had such bad positions, Dima. And
what? Oh,
you
yeah,
had
yeah,
such
yeah.
bad positions. But look, plus
between
score.
bad and very bad, yeah.
Yeah, plus score is very nice.
Hey, bad positions, but no bad results, so you can't complain about that. Plus
I
one.
cannot complain about anything.
Keep up the good work.
Absolutely.
And by the way, the seniors have been very, very slow in terms of victories, and suddenly in this, the fourth round, the floodgates have opened, and we're 3 out of 3.
3 out of 3,
as we can refresh the results for just a second, of course, Alejandro.
Some of the ones that we had, they seem to be rushing in a row. Nick de Firmian lost against Alexander Shabalov. A brilliant attack there by Shabadaba in a kind of crazy Sicilian, both sides with their chances, but black ends up on top. Meanwhile, Larry Christiansen takes advantage of a mistake in the endgame by Maxim Dlugy. In what could have been a very long queen on pawn endgame, Maxim actually blunders an intermediate check, and Larry C takes the full point without having to spend all that day in conversion.
Exactly.
And with us, of course, we have one of the winners. Shaba is with Christian.
We do have Indin Shabalov with us. Congratulations, Shaba. A great game for you with the black pieces. How did you approach it? You were having a difficult tournament up to that point.
Yeah, for some reason, cannot find my flow until this game, and tried a lot of different things. As you know, I played almost nonstop for a month before this tournament. I played in World Team Seniors in Italy, and then I played World Open, and I was hoping that I'll be here at least not rusty, but well, didn't work out so far. But today, well, thanks to Nick's blunders,
a lot of traveling for you. Also, was you playing tennis? Because we met in the elevator, and you were just coming back from tennis against Ray Robson. Did that make a difference?
Oh, Ray, excellent player, by the way. He's a college-level player, and well, beats me so far, but it took him 2 hours to beat me in the whole match. So I was holding it for a while, and
did that give you any confidence for today's game?
It's more like watching a Wimbledon final this morning. That's what gave me the confidence. Yeah, just looking how composed and confident Novak Djokovic was. Yeah, that was the inspiration.
Perfect. Let's take a look at today's game because it was definitely confident from your part, despite the fact that you were getting viciously attacked. Did you feel that way?
Yes, I didn't really have to allow all this. If Bishop G5 was really a gamble, I could have just probably taken on D5 and take on A2. I did not really see a refutation of that. Just black is up one, feels pretty safe, and take another one on B2. I don't know, maybe.
Can he force a draw? Probably not. You have rook, queen D4.
Queen D4, yeah, I know. It looks like white doesn't really have a lot of threats for 2 pawns, and but I thought I didn't want to give Nick a positional compensation. The plan for a game was to get him into like a tactical militant, and so according to Nick himself, he blundered Queen B6.
Okay.
And the whole idea that the Queen will get to E3 and control H6.
But in fact, it was still within the margins of equality at this point.
Really?
Yes. So knight to F5.
Okay.
Queen to D3.
Uh-huh.
And I think king to F2 was the big mistake. King to G1 still maintains equality. What was your plan after king to G1?
How is that possible? No, okay. I wanted to pick up both pawns and come back. Is that possible?
Perhaps, yes.
Okay.
Wait, just one second. You got to B2. Can I go to G3?
You can go to G3, right?
Can I go to G3? Wait. When you are on B2, I think I can go to G3. There's no more checks.
Uh-oh. No, then I don't want to. Uh-oh. Okay. No, okay, let me stop here for a second. Okay, I need to control H6 if I don't want to draw, right?
Precisely. Right. And queen to D2 was probably the most difficult move to answer for white. But after queen to D2, queen to H4, perhaps we can go into that line. Yes or no? After king G1.
Okay.
After king G1?
So yes, queen to D2.
Queen to D2, right?
Queen to D2, and now
yes.
queen to H4. Threatening knight takes G6.
Knight takes G6.
So now you have to play H5.
Whoa. Okay.
And now knight takes D6 to distract the queen from the defense of the C1 H6 diagonal.
No, I mean, that's a draw. I mean, what can you do?
Come on.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I must admit I didn't see all that. I thought at this point I was winning. But
after king F2, you definitely found the best moves, almost best moves. Did you consider rook B C8? This was a nice move that we saw.
Rook B to C8?
Rook B C8 instead of bishop takes C4.
Oh. Yeah, I'm controlling H6, so there's no...
And now this is over also. The best he can do is take on G6 and go into that losing endgame.
Oh, the queen for a lot of
queen
pawns.
for a lot of pieces, yeah.
No.
But still, bishop E4 keeps the advantage, and now you found this brilliant move, E4.
Yeah, so the rook can lift, and yeah. Basically I thought that no threats, no immediate threats for white, so I should consolidate. And but
I think our main consideration
Nick started to defend extremely well for like kind of started finding those only moves, and
we were surprised by queen b2. We expected you to follow it up with rook b5.
Oh, it was rook b5 right away.
Yeah, we thought that this was your intention. So queen b2 was a surprise for us.
Okay, well, I wanted to pick up like few pawns,
which we admire.
Admirable quality, yes.
And no, as usual, yeah. I made it more difficult for myself. And
we like the king chase at the end, though.
yeah, I couldn't decide at which point I want to play rook c8, and finally.
By the way, sorry to interrupt. This one is over. Christopher Yu takes down Andrew Hong in the battle of the leaders in the junior section.
Wow, yeah, what a game. Okay. Yeah, I was surprised. Can he go king h5? But I was expecting king h5.
Completely losing.
No, I can simply trade queens.
Queen h3.
Yeah, that's. So Nick decided to make it interesting in the end. You know, the spectator friendly and.
Spectators friendly.
That was nice of him. Yeah. So.
Nice. Alex, congratulations! A big victory for you. Who do you have tomorrow?
I have no clue. So I'm taking it one game at the time. So,
Any tennis matches scheduled for tonight?
It's a little warmer than it was yesterday, so I don't know. Basically, if it's below 90, we should play. It was right, but I don't know what it is.
Well, we'll let you go check that out and maybe schedule a tennis match. Good luck in the rest of the games.
Thank you, Shaba. That's always nice to see a king hunt. I love it.
Well, if king hunts is what you like to see, Yasser, let's take a look at this game between Daggupati and Justin Wang. We have it on the screen right now between these two players. Because
by the way,
this
3
king,
decisive rounds in the juniors
as well.
Up to the moment.
And I believe we're going to have 5 decisive in the juniors.
Oh my goodness.
Abhi is definitely in a winning endgame against Pedro. There's no way you can convince me otherwise.
That's over. Yeah.
And
this was the king hunt.
This is the king hunt.
With knight h4.
With knight h4, yeah.
As you suggested, queen f3.
And we got here and we have the move g6. Now
okay, stopping mate in 2 by the way. Queen f5.
Yeah.
And queen g4 is white's threat, so g7, g6.
How do we finish black off here?
Where's the follow-up, guys?
Right? I feel like my puzzle rush tactics failed me from the Thalia game with rook to d7. That's nice.
Yeah, we didn't find rook d7,
No, that was really a beautiful finish. Okay, let's see. The king is
it's right there for
right there. I mean, hello. One of the things I really want to do, of course, play is queen f7, but oops, rook e1 check. Anything to be said for the slow play, king h2? I mean, it's not like black has a lot of threats. Can I just slow play it, or should I do something more decisive? What's your feel?
I feel that you need to slow play this one.
If I go king h2 and you go here, oh, sorry, I've got a mate in 1.
You got a mate in 1, but yeah, black doesn't have a lot of moves, right?
King h2 might be useful as it does.
Yeah, I was thinking
takes and knight f3 is the mating plan.
He's actually made a move, so we can wait and see. Whoa.
Best move?
D8.
Best move?
Best move according to Christian. Look at that.
Well, when you see it on the board, it's one of those that...
Why not?
Why not? Rook d5 is such a huge threat.
Okay, so I'll go I'll go c4, protecting my queen.
And that's important, so that on rook d5, you can interpose something on e5. You can't interpose something on f5, because I'll just take it.
Right. Like, for example, in this position, if I go f5, as you just said, I'll just take it.
I'll just take it.
Yeah, and that will be an easy checkmate. Okay, but...
No, Yasser, checkmate with the pawn.
Always with the pawn. Always
True.
No, understand.
That's a rule of chess.
Absolutely. I'm ashamed.
We understand. We made a big mistake.
Yeah, my face is red. But I did intend, actually, after rook check, to move my knight, because thankfully I haven't blundered my queen.
I mean, I guess I can pick up a knight, but I guess picking up a knight is enough, and I don't want to analyze anymore. Queen g4, queen f4, I think wins a knight.
No, that's not enough.
What do you mean it's not enough? It's a knight, but it's a knight, right?
Not enough, yes. But that's not enough, come on.
Your knight
there has to be something much better than this.
I mean, your knight's really offside.
You allow some checks. I mean, that pawn on...
Did you say my knight is offside? It's a free knight!
What?
Get out of here! Come on.
No.
Nobody believes you.
Not good enough.
What?
Come on, let's go back. Let's try to find something better.
You guys are mean. You guys are just mean.
And chess is cruel, and then you die.
Then you die.
Right. As
what if I just take
Liang.
on f7?
Queen f7 is just winning.
What if I just take on f7?
Because you don't have this check anymore.
Oh, because
this
that's
trick,
nice.
This trick is gone.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the one. Because now you got knight f3 and g4 with understanding.
This is just over. Yeah, queen f7 is great.
Yeah, queen
rook
f7.
d8, c4, queen f7 is game over.
Right.
I'm sure there's other moves, but this is just...
By the way, can I do something else? Can I go check? Just a second, excuse me. Not c4, which I understand I will lose.
H2.
And knight to e5. Gift me your queen.
I will try not to.
Be kind. Give me your queen. Well, queen b1 and king h2 are on the board.
Okay.
So perhaps we'll see that. Knight e5 also on the board.
Okay. I think it's the best chance for black.
So do we go rook d5 now?
Rook d5 is pretty convincing,
rook
right?
d5, a move I didn't see.
I just want to take on f7 with the queen. That's.
I understand. f5. I feel my spidey sense is tingling.
You know, the funny thing about
G6.
this position is that sometimes you try to calculate a forced win.
Yes.
Right? Check, check, check when we win. Then you realize you don't need to.
Why?
Because black has no threats. Right? Even in a position like this.
Don't tell me you just go and take the pawn on c5, like queen e3, queen c5, please.
I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to do that. But if you did that, it's
bad.
It's bad, right?
Okay. So, but
I like rook d5. I mean,
rook d5?
I think it's just...
Okay, I got to go f5.
I'll go to check.
I got to
G3.
go back.
And this is kind of my point that you don't have threats. I go f4.
That's nasty.
No, that's it, right?
That's just nasty. The knight on h4 suddenly perfectly placed to kill.
To deliver. Yeah.
Yes.
That's it.
f4. That's it. Balaji, he has it. He's got the game won if he finds rook d5, queen g3, and f4. Very nice series of moves to wrap things up.
And I think he's reaching for that rook, right? It's a big move. And that's huge for the standings as well, I believe.
Well, again, I'm seeing decisive games all in the juniors and the seniors. I've got to check the ladies for a moment, and he's played rook d5.
And I think that's going to give, as those standings are at the moment, this is going to give a full point advantage to Christopher Yu.
Because Justin gets knocked down.
Justin gets knocked down, and he took care of Andrew Hang himself.
That's big.
Precisely.
That's huge.
That's big.
Exactly.
And Brandon only has, how many points does Brandon have?
And another result.
Brandon's on +1. Andrew Hang is now on 2.5 points as he lost to Christopher Yu. Fascinating battle, but Christopher got the better of him.
Absolutely. By the way, it was the Thalia Cervantes game that I thought, okay, the women are also, because Jennifer has already won. Who made the draw? Well, that was as thrilling as a victory. Wow, what a sacrifice at the end, and she saved it. Let me just, again, check in with Alice. Alice has been trying desperately to save the position, but no. Now this last move is definitely a clincher. The move bishop f5. Oops, excuse me.
Sorry to interrupt you. We have such a huge blunder in the Gracy Prasanna game that we probably have to go to it.
Uh-oh.
We haven't looked at this game at all. And
Sorry to say.
This is the moment, I guess, to look at it because it might be ending. The players have somehow got into this endgame. I don't really know exactly how they got here, but bishop e4, I think...
Blundered?
Is just blundering a piece.
Rook e1 check.
Rook e1 looks...
Horrifying.
Horrifying, right? Because if you go to d3, no other choice. I go rook d1, no?
Oh, and just simply take and take.
Take and bishop
check.
And rook c4, yeah.
Yes, that's it.
That's it. That's a piece.
Yep, and she will win the game after rook takes e4. She's done it.
She's done it, and well, at least rook
king
e1.
f3? After
no, but
rook e1?
Rook takes e4 doesn't help you, right?
Oh, sorry, just a second. Here, right here. And the same.
Yeah,
yes.
King f3 played, by the way, but I think rook takes e4, rook takes e4, rook c4 picks up a full rook.
A full piece.
Yeah, a full piece. I mean, like a full rook from this
exactly.
position, and
exactly.
you end up a piece.
You're right. No question about it. Rook, and well, that would be a real turnaround because I thought Gracie actually had an edge for most of this game. You could see she's got the two bishops, and then she got control of the open file, like right here. You kind of think that white,
especially after rook b8, right?
Yeah,
Feels
no,
like,
white's for choice, but she allowed her opponent to establish the bishop, and she's missed it.
She's missed it, and the only big question is, does black find the move rook takes e4? I think it's the only winning move here, but it is.
It does suggest itself, because after all, you know, you love those pins. I mean, once you get your opponent's pieces pinned up, just attack the pin piece. Rook takes e4.
Yep.
Basic tactics.
Basic tactics. Let's just keep an eye on it, because either she finds it right now or she won't find it, right?
Ellen was really winning this game badly, like ages ago. Is she still? Must be, right?
Why?
That's what I'm wondering.
What?
Like,
I think Anne-Marie did not.
Oh my goodness!
She
did
played
not
bishop
take
takes e4
with the
really?
rook. Follow it up with rook to c4.
That's a hard one to understand.
Oh
How did
my
she miss that?
Double blunder alert, guys.
Yeah.
That
you know,
inexplicable.
seriously, no, it's not. It's the craziest thing. I've seen it time and time again. It's the double blindness.
The double blindness, right?
It's like something, you know, you say to your opponent, it doesn't exist, and they believe you. They trust you.
Yeah, this was a lot of believing.
Took a lot of disbelieving, actually.
Yeah.
But did Ellen, I mean, again, when I left it, she was so much material ahead.
I don't think Ellen's better.
What? How is that possible?
We can get off this game, because this one will take a while between Prasanna and Velea. I believe that should logically end in a draw, but this one is about over.
Suzuki is putting the finishing touches.
Wait a second, why is this
on
bishop
her
not hanging?
young opponent?
It is.
And
it is. Bishop takes f1.
She's gonna play bishop takes b6, right?
Check, but I am not gonna take that bishop. It's all yours. You keep your bishop. Yeah. It's true.
Bishop e5. Wait a minute.
No, there's bishop g2
at the end.
She knows
That's a clever little thing, though.
That was more clever than bishop b6.
Yeah, it doesn't work, but who cares?
Nice.
That's nice.
Bishop g2 check. She knows it.
Yeah, of course.
She'll play the last remaining cheapo. Stalemate? Stalemate?
Nope.
Stalemate, please. Stalemate me.
Take my bishop.
And there you go. Excellent move, bishop g2, and that's the end of the game. That's Resignation. Alice Lee. Wow, what a terrible tournament for her.
Really, she could be 0-4. It's that bad.
On the other hand, what a
great
tournament for Sophie Morris-Suzuki.
Wow.
4 games in a row, guys. Incredible.
Wow. Wow. I'm kind of stunned, truth be told. We've been having a lot of results today. I'm just seeing a lot of victories across the board.
Yeah, and if we want to update another victory, I think Abhimanyu
did win.
No, but he's putting the final touches, so it's a good time to go to him.
All right.
Abhimanyu against Pedro Espinosa. No.
Oh, sorry, the other game.
Yeah, that one.
Excuse me.
If we can get the game between Pedro Espinosa and Abhimanyu Mishra, this is over.
Yes, exactly. The 3 pawns.
That's a lot of pawns.
That is a lot of pawns. Yeah.
I only need 2 of them. I mean, even without the f pawn, he would still be losing.
Exactly.
Oh, this is just over. He resigned, actually.
He resigned.
Well, there you go. Good time then.
Good timing. You called it.
And in Justin Wang, he's also playing. He's actually playing the line that we thought of: Queen G3 check.
Right.
And on King F6. I mean, F4 looks so compelling, right?
That's it.
Finishes the game.
Yeah, on the spot. King F6, F4. We've seen. Could I, in view of the fact that I'm so busted, so lost after King F6, F4, is there anything to be said for King H5?
It's made in.
Yes.
Well, King H5, F4.
I mean, Rook E5 is winning, right? Rook E5 is just completely winning, but I'm trying to get something.
No, but
faster.
go F4. Come on.
Why?
No,
can I not
sorry.
go Rook E5?
Actually, just go Knight F3.
Can I go Rook E5?
Okay, I want to take.
And Queen G6.
And this is the.
And this is a mate.
This is the nice one with the pawn, with understanding.
With understanding.
Yeah, no, King H5 doesn't in any way.
King F6
make
already
it to-
F4 played. Yeah,
Yes.
this game is over.
And that's a.
And he knows it.
That's
Yeah.
the clincher right
That's
there.
the clincher. Balaji making a comeback as well, right? He was on minus. Wait,
I think he was on
yesterday,
50%.
right?
50%.
He was on
won one
50%.
game. He won one game. He lost one game.
He lost to
against
Andrew Hong in that four-night Sicilian. That's
Andrew
right.
Hong, yes.
Right. By the way, it sure looks to me like Benjamin is hanging on. He's been a pawn down and in a tough struggle for some time, but it looks like he's got this great dark squared fortress going for himself exactly at this moment.
Really?
Yes.
Dude, what if I just rip it apart with Rook D1, Rook D5?
Rook D1, Rook D5.
And it's Joel Benjamin game that we're looking
Yes. He played Bishop to D5.
I don't like Bishop D5.
Neither do I. You had a very good point, though, because I was thinking
Wait,
that the
what
knight
did you
on
want to do?
He wanted to play Rook to D1 check.
I think
was
he has a
gonna go-
knight A6.
There's knight A6
There's knight
problems
A6
all
trick,
the
though.
time. With the bishop on C6, there's always
No,
knight A6.
with the king on E6, I wanted to go to D8. I understand what you were saying, but
right.
I want to get to the 8th rank somehow. I can understand Bishop D5 now. He wants to move out of this knight takes A6.
E6 kind of business.
And now that I see that this makes a lot more sense, I think that White has a pretty clear path forward. And whoa.
What
and
was
when-
it? Now you play Rook to D1 because knight takes A6 is no longer on tap. I was trying to play F5, F4, frankly.
Yeah.
That was what that was all about. He did not play that. Joel instead dropped back with the king, King E7. And now this was the dark squared fortress.
Actually, Yasser, just to go to that
Please.
line, I saw some funny stuff.
Please.
So after F5,
Yes.
I can go Rook H1. You take on E4 with a pawn, and I give you a check.
I wasn't going to take on H4 with the pawn.
No, come on, take it, take it.
Okay,
Make me happy.
Okay,
Make me happy.
have some happiness.
Go Rook H6. Take my bishop also.
Yes, thank you.
Then C4.
What a guy. He's so happy with
I don't know why we invite him.
But how did you intend to meet F4?
I think I can corral that pawn. So I'll give you a check, and then I'll pick up on F4, and then Rook H4. How do you defend it?
That's simple. Yes.
I don't think you can defend
The thing is, if you look at
I
Black's
was hoping
position,
to try to get my king to E5. That's what it was all about.
Yeah, if you look
a
at Black's
moment ago
position,
with the
this
rook
rook
on
on
C.
C7 is just too passive. It's
ugly.
It's too passive. It's too ugly.
point.
It's not doing anything.
Good point.
Did he just play the move F6?
He played F6. He's a brave man. King
Opening
E7.
up the
rook-
7th rank just like that?
King, oops.
It's kind of a funny looking move.
Bishop D5.
H8.
F6 and Rook H8. And we're caught up with the players.
But now the bishop goes back to C6, right? What's the plan? I need to get my king involved somehow.
Is Rook B8, Rook B7 Igor's plan?
That's a compelling one. The problem with that is that I can't take with a rook, right? And then go knight D7 and put the knight on B8.
That's an awfully passive.
That's a big ask, yeah. Like he made it sound like that's obviously drawing, right? what? I can. That's on B8. You might just be dead lost.
It's a beautiful knight.
Beautiful knight. Yes.
A strong horse that
Yes,
holds
great horse.
holds the game together.
There's no way.
Oh dear.
So rook to D7 on the
Joel is definitely suffering in this game.
By the
as
way,
he's-
Suffering might be just dead lost.
he might just be.
Isn't
dead.
it easier to go rook A8 followed by bishop B7?
I just didn't know what that did because you can always take on B7
Rook
as long as the
A7?
rook is defended, right?
No, rook A7. And then I exchange on A7. How do you catch my pawn?
Oh.
Rook A8.
Oh, that's a big question, yeah.
Bishop E7.
We can look at Yasser's analysis board as
Yeah,
usual.
and Rook takes A7.
And I think
he paused. He's
But
ready to sacrifice.
He's ready to
an-
sack on C5. He sees a yummy on C5. He says, I'm going to take that.
That, that would be two connected pass pawns.
I mean, if you get that, you're winning.
It's
Yes,
over,
it's
yeah.
over.
With the bishop on C6 followed by... No, it's just completely lost.
That's
You go
domination.
B6
But
next move,
what do you do about it?
I got to move the knight. I don't see a choice.
And you're going to move the knight...
To E6, and then you're going to do what you just said. You're going to put your bishop on B7 and your rook on A8. I'm going to cry.
I'm actually curious that if... Do I have any more immediate wins? But no, that's good enough, right?
Oh yeah,
I think
there might be
so.
even.
There might be, but
C5, C4, C4, C5 as well. This looks like Joe's going down.
Right? Yeah.
We haven't seen Gregory and Vladimir for some time.
For some reason.
That's because it's a dead draw.
Oh, well, I just got here. I showed up. I was hoping there'd be a party, and it's just a draw.
The party was at your place.
Okay, good. Good to know. Wow, we're going to have a lot of 4 victories in the seniors. How many do we have in the juniors? Let me tab that again. 4 victories in the juniors. And the one draw that I'm seeing was the Thalia game, which was amazing.
So far, it's the only draw of the day.
Like, what? This is crazy. We're seeing a lot of victories today. Why, Christian?
Well, one victor is actually with us right now in the studio. The leader, the only player in all 3 events, still perfect after 4 rounds. Congratulations, Sophie. Welcome back to the show. How did you live this game?
I feel great. I'm really proud of myself, I guess.
You played this Grunfeld inviting a fight. Was that the strategy early on?
Yeah, it's really early, so I'm just trying to play for a win every round.
Every single game, white or black, doesn't matter. And you guys ended up in this position, knight to d7, bishop f4. Did she surprise you, by the way, with this early h3? Was that the line that you looked at, or was that a surprise?
Didn't look at that. I looked at bishop e2. I did not look at h3, but I thought I could just kind of go with the same ideas.
Absolutely, and you did. Let's keep going. Bishop to f4. And this was the moment. Let's keep going for a few more. d5, queen to a4. What were your feelings when you saw this move land on the board? Queen to b1.
Well, I was surprised. When I was thinking about queen a4, queen a4 was like my idea in this position anyway. Of course, I needed to calculate some things. But I'm pretty sure the only move for white is queen b5 or queen b3. I'm pretty sure one of those is forced.
Correct.
I saw, it registered in my mind that queen b1 was a possibility, but I really wasn't expecting it to be played. I actually didn't see knight takes d5 when I was calculating it, when I was thinking about queen a4, but I only saw it after white actually played queen b1. So that was a nice surprise.
How long did it take you to spot the move knight to d5?
I think I saw it almost immediately.
And then you spent a few minutes to double check, make sure you're not missing anything, and after that, how close did you feel like you're in this endgame from victory?
Not until I was up 2 pawns. I thought it was pretty tough up until I don't really know what happened around here, but I ended up winning a second pawn with after f5. Even here, I wasn't really sure what was happening, but I think it was I think I really registered that I was winning when I played f4 and f3.
Finally exchanged the double pawns. Now it's clean 2 pawns. Well, and after that, a clinical victory and conversion in this winning endgame. Sophie, what's there to say? 4 out of 4, just a brilliant performance up to this point. How do you feel right now? You must be in cloud 9.
Yeah, I feel pretty amazing.
Is this the best start that you've had in a tournament?
Yeah, I think the second best start that I've had in a major tournament was 3.5 out of 4. So this is new for me.
Well, big congratulations, guys. Any questions?
No, whatever it is you're doing.
Keep it up because it's working.
Keep it up. It's working. 4 out of 4. We're going to call you Miss Perfect.
Keep it going. Congratulations.
You can't say anything against perfection. And there we have the head-to-head. Alice Lee disappointing event for her. What can we say? We had great hopes for her after the American Cup, but
she wowed us at the American.
Really did. But she starts the event with 1 out of 4.
Oops.
And Sophie, she's the big winner, guys. 4 out of 4 perfect. She's going to be asking Fabiano Caruana to be on his team.
Exactly.
7-7, I can do that.
Give him the magic dust, whatever it is.
And another result, we have Pedro Espinosa did lose against Abhi Mishra. Mishra, a gift yesterday, but a convincing win today. Catapults him to 3 points out of 4, which actually means I think he's in second place in the juniors.
Thanks to the fact that Andrew lost.
And Justin will lose also.
And they will be stuck at 2.5.
Yes.
Also, guys, is Gracie just completely winning right now?
Sorry, I was just looking at the wrong game. I was looking at Igor's game against Joel. Igor did sacrifice the exchange, by the way.
But I see that B pawn. I mean, I understand you took the H pawn, but how do you stop my B pawn?
You don't. I mean, it's a full queen.
Pretty much over.
Wait a minute. This is the game where
Rook takes E4 was
not played.
She had the option of picking up a full piece. Now she's completely lost. Busted.
Oh my goodness.
That is.
What a turnaround that would be.
That's a rough one.
What a turnaround it is, because there's absolutely no way to stop that pawn.
No, it's dead.
This is over.
It's completely lost.
I'm just going B6, B7, Rook C8 if you put the Rook on the 8th rank, and that's it.
Doesn't even help their kings on F8.
No, the king is on the worst spot of all on F8. I mean, if it was on G7, it would be better chances.
What happened here? Was she in time pressure? Why did she take on H4?
She is not in time pressure. She has 8 minutes on the clock. It's puzzling.
My goodness. Why would you go for the king side?
Right.
Experience, guys. This is what a lot of players come here. It's a tough tournament.
Right.
And games are tough. And a lot of people, well, they come here to learn against the best. And this is going to be a lesson for Anne-Marie. Can't take that king side when there's a potential pass pawn. It's not about the quantity of pawns, but the quality of the pawns. We say that very often in endgames. And
for good reason.
For a good reason, yeah. This pawn on b6 is not stopped. This game is over. Another game that is over, Gregory Kaidanov did draw that game against Vladimir Akopian. We had called that one as a dead draw some time ago. Nothing's changed.
All right.
Joel Benjamin is clinging on to dear hope, but I don't think he is.
Yeah, I think he's suffering big time. Okay, we do have one idea for black, right? If Joel can get his king to b6, pardon me, to c7 to control the break b6.
You're not on time.
No.
You're not on
it's
time
just
at
the
all.
bishop on d5
D5
dominates.
Monster, yeah.
Okay, so no, I'm going to have to go back to b8. So wait a minute. We just see c4, king d7. Let's.
Sorry to interrupt. This is over, and I just saw an awful blunder.
No.
What?
In Wang against Ruiyang Yan.
Another one?
Like a humongous blunder. This is a very basic blunder, actually.
Oh no!
What happened now?
This is a simple rook endgame, like as simple as they get.
Oh no!
So, 2 moves ago, and she didn't find it.
What?
Guys, fourth, fifth hour of chess. It's tough for professional competitors. We see Fabiano Caruana, we see Hikaru Nakamura, we see all these players blunder on the 4th, 5th hour. When you have people that are coming into this tough tournament, 4th, 5th round, 4th, 5th hour of that round, it's common to see mistakes.
Oh, absolutely.
It's absolutely common. We see this kind of mistakes all the time. If we go back a couple of moves, this is a drawn endgame. It's a known drawn endgame. As Prasanna did finish off that game, but if we can go back to the analysis board, in this particular position, I mean, at some point you should throw in king d7 at some point. You need
to stop.
Just to stop rook e8, rook g8 coming at some point, right?
Exactly.
It doesn't have to be now, but it has to be at some point.
Your king does belong on d7.
Rook g3, rook king h7, rook g4. And here, white is actually threatening
rook
e8,
right?
Which I think wins. Here.
It does. I mean, it's.
I mean, you're down. You're off by a
G8,
tempo.
and then I'm going to go rook g6.
Rook g8 to just move the king out of the
king
little
g7,
corner.
h7, h6, h8.
It's not
right.
hard. But this was missed. King h8 was played instead. Perhaps the players both thought that this was an easy draw nonetheless. And after king d7, I think it's again a draw because now you don't have this mechanism.
Exactly.
The only way to establish the mechanism is to go through the a file, but that gives black an extra tempo because you get the king closer.
Exactly.
That's how this endgame works.
And the king will be stuck in the corner.
Yep.
I can put the pawn on h7 first. Maybe that's
Yeah.
the pawn on h7 and just to have rook g8 in this particular position.
But then you never extract the king.
No, the king is too close. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Big missed opportunity there for Ellen as Ruiyang Yan had allowed rook e8.
It's experience, right? That this rook endgames, they're simple, but you need some precision. You need a lot of precision. And there's so often that at this time of the day, people will make imprecisions. To have this sharp Hawkeye look for these moments where you can actually turn the game around. And this one now, at this point, I think is just dead drawn.
And I think a game that is about to finish, if White does find the right moves, is the game between Khmelnitsky and Joel Benjamin.
That one's easy, right? I think I go if... This one is going to be a draw.
Yes, this one is easy.
We can go away from this one. Yeah, this one looks over. I think you push b6 and a7 and that's it.
If you play b6, the game is over. Yes.
So b6, king b8, c6.
That's one way, yeah.
Takes, push, and a7. No stopping that runaway train.
Nope, that's it.
The A train. Yep, that is it.
That's it. Yeah. Well, let's review a couple of the results that we just got in.
They're coming fast.
They're very fast. Balaji Daggupati, in a great game from start to finish, does defeat Justin Wang. That's the second victory in a row for Balaji.
Yes.
And that means that he is now on +1, recovery from the -1 inflicted by Andrew Hong. Justin started with a big victory against Awonder Liang, but 2 draws in a row and now a loss. He's on 50%. In the head-to-head between these two great players, great legends, Gregory Kaidanov draws against Vladimir Akopian, a fascinating Sicilian, but at the end it kind of fizzled.
Exactly. And 4 victories in the seniors. Wow, what a strange round it's been.
In a game that really could have gone either direction, it really defies logic near the end, and that's normal. Because once you pass the first time control, man, it's tough to keep your composure.
Yeah.
And I think this is what happened in this game. Gracy Prasanna takes advantage of that and wins her game against Anne-Marie Velea.
Sometimes endurance. It's an endurance contest, it feels like, as Anna missed that
B6
moment.
On the board, guys.
B6 check on the board.
This is bad news for Joel right now.
Yes, it is.
He realizes it. And there's nothing he can do. King to b8. I don't even have to go c6. I can go king
I was being.
first.
I was being.
c6 is the most forced.
Right, and he has done king b8 because
anything wins.
Capturing on b6, then the move a7 is so much easier. So king b8 is trying to give Igor an opportunity to go wrong
with.
I don't know.
I mean, I think even B7 wins.
B7 is probably the worst move.
B7 would be the worst
B7
move.
probably doesn't win, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think you get stuck. It might lose.
Yeah.
But also, if Igor plays B7, I think we'll ask him to come back another year. I mean, you don't play B7 here.
No, you don't. But you're right. King B5. I was being,
direct.
Offhand.
You finish it. You finish the game. There's nothing wrong with this.
King B5, perfectly sensible. Nothing is stopping C6 and C7 once you get your king to B5. So that game really is over. Yeah, and look at this. All decisive games.
In the juniors.
In the juniors.
Absolutely. 100%.
Wow.
3 wins with black.
Yeah, they do swing for the fences, don't they?
They really do.
By the way, Christian, I have to remark on this. All of the guests that you've had come into studio, you're very gracious, you're very good with them. But when Dmitry Gurevich came into the studio, this is the first time I ever heard you say, Mr. Gurevich, welcome to our... Mr. Gurevich, welcome to the show.
You have to respect the legends.
I was about to say, I mean, starstruck there.
You have to respect the legends, guys.
Nice.
And we do indeed have another guest. That is Gracy Prasanna after an incredible victory. First of all, Gracy, welcome to the show. Welcome to St. Louis. This is your first time at the U.S. Junior Girls. How does that feel?
It's very
What does this
exciting.
tournament mean to you?
It's very exciting. Like, I've heard of this tournament and I've always kind of wanted to play in it. So being able to compete against all these amazing players that I've heard about, never like played in like this big of a venue, it's pretty great.
Take us through the first 4 games. Specifically yesterday, it was such a tense battle against the leader of this tournament, and then in the end, you resigned in a drawish position.
Yeah, that was really upsetting, obviously, because I thought I was losing. I didn't actually see the Queen H6 idea, and it's kind of weird because usually I don't resign in that kind of position, but yeah, I just tried to bounce back from that, I guess.
It was strange for us because you played all the way up to that point, down a piece, and then you resigned when you finally got the knight. But today you bounced back, a big victory for you. Take us through today's game.
I thought that the position was kind of drawish, to be honest. Like, I was about ready to offer the draw, but then I was like, well, let's keep playing, like, worst case. Like, we're gonna go for a 3-fold, so
Why
that's kind of what I did.
And then a3, knight takes d4, yes, and you came up with this idea, knight to f5, to pick up the 2 bishops. How did you feel the assessment of the position is at this point?
Well, I didn't really like that knight on d5. It was kind of like invading my position. I didn't feel that my knight was doing the same for her position. Like, I thought she could kind of maneuver her pieces around it. So I just kind of wanted to trade that off for the bishop, see if I could do something with that.
And let's keep going. When is the next critical moment of this game? And by the way, sorry to interrupt you, this game is indeed over. Khmelnitsky picks up his first victory of the U.S. Seniors Championship for him.
Congratulations, Igor.
Let's keep going. Bishop to d2, h5, rook to a1. Now tell us the plan behind this move, rook to a1.
I mean, in here, I think I was just trying to make time control, and I was thinking maybe a4 at some point. Try to bring my rooks over to attack the a6 pawn, but I didn't really think that was going to happen. I was trying to make moves at that point.
And then a big moment came when you played the move bishop to e4. Let's go to that moment. Did you realize that she had this move rook takes e4 at that point? Let's keep going. Right here. Did you realize she has the move rook takes e4?
Yeah, she does have that.
Or was this a mutual blind spot, it seems like?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that would just be lost for me. Wow. Can't believe I missed that.
But she took with the bishop and she gave you another chance. Not only that, but it does seem like your king is much better placed right now. Were you already playing for a victory at this point?
Yeah, here I was playing for a victory because we could have gone for the 3-fold. I just tried to see what would happen if I tried pushing this pawn here. And I figured that her king couldn't catch up in time, so that's kind of what I went for.
She's just way too far. A big victory for you, Gracie, your first time at the U.S. Juniors Championships. What are your ambitions for this event?
I'm just trying to get some good games in, hopefully get a few points, and just try to enjoy the event because it's a really big event, and I'm glad to be here.
Definitely a lot of experience you will gain from this one. Congratulations for the victory, and we'll see you in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Gracie. Well done.
And one
and
game
there
left,
was one left.
But not really.
Not because
not much of a game.
This is the rook and pawn endgame draw.
And that one is going to be a draw. We have absolutely...
Oh, because this is where the king gets trapped.
Okay, there's a 0 to talk about in this position with the rook on the f file. Christian, what do you think of the round today? So many decisive games.
Like, what happened?
Like, what happened today? It
the
feels
damn
like
burst.
Exactly.
I guess we're getting closer and closer to that midpoint of the tournament, and we know the players are getting a bit tired. A lot more chances are arising on the board, and we see some of the players taking advantage of that. I feel this is the explanation, and oh my goodness, no, don't forget about the junior girls.
Commentators picks, how are we doing in the junior
Congratulations, I mean, I'm proud of you. I'm kind of proud of you.
But guys, nobody picked
none of us
Sophie.
Picked Sophie. Shame on you guys.
Shame on us, right? And in the Well, Awonder with us, bounce back. Mishra with a win. Christopher Yu with a win. Jacobson with a win.
Okay.
Hey, like this commentators know something, right?
All right. Today was a good day.
It was a good day for the commentators.
The seniors,
and the
I got a
juniors.
feeling Joel did not bring his best up.
No, but
Dennis is
Shaba-
happy.
Dennis is happy. Shabadaba with a big victory. Akopian and Kaidanov, Christian, we split our point. Can't really complain about that one, but I need my boy to start collecting some full points.
Likewise. I feel the same.
And we are expecting a handshake here.
How much time do the players have? Because it could still go on. I mean, it's not like the handshake is coming.
I was really hoping she was playing Rook F8.
Perhaps they're still trying, guys. All right, let's see. Rook stays on the F file.
Trying for
There's
what?
For what exactly, Christian?
Rook check.
Not much. That king is
We are
stuck
hoping
on
for
H8.
it.
Rook F8 would be nice, though. Would be a nice finish.
Rook F8 is understanding.
Yes.
Actually, I don't think it's understanding because you're finishing the game from an inferior position. When you
Yes,
are...
sir. Take him out. What is this nonsense?
We're talking about commentators getting ready to go to dinner, and he's talking about an inferior position. Stalemate is stalemate, dude.
Make the draw
Equal is
from
equal.
a superior position. An extra pawn.
An extra pawn.
Nope.
No.
No draw.
No handshakes.
All right.
Rook F7 would really be understanding.
Ooh.
That was close.
Ooh, Rook F7.
It's still a draw, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh,
there we go. The
There we
handshake.
go.
Tom called it. He said, I want to stay for the handshake.
And
he
Tom
wouldn't
got
let us
it.
go.
No, he wouldn't let us go. But we have it. That's every result for the tournaments. Perhaps we can look at the standings of our tournaments. Let's take a start
Absolutely.
with the junior girls. Even if we don't have it updated, it's not a big deal.
Well, I know who's got 4. Oops,
Well,
that's not the girls.
Well, we don't have the junior girls first. Yeah, there's the juniors.
Yes.
Christopher Yu, he catapults himself to first place, defeating
Bravo.
one of his rivals, Andrew Hong. Huge result there. Abhi Mishra, he goes from potentially having a disaster of a tournament to 2 victories in a row. Now he has 3 out of 4 and is where you would expect him. Vladimir Jacobson also regaining ground. After losing in the first round, he now has 2 victories, as well as does Balaji Daggupati, who's also on 2.5, both of them joining Andrew Hong in third. In the senior tournament, we had a big victory by Larry C, defeating one of his other people on 2 points, Maxim Dlugy, and that means that Larry C is currently in first place, and in second alone, by the way, Dmitry
Surprise.
Gurevich, and shout out to him because I believe he is the lowest rated player in the event.
All right, and a big tie at 50%.
Yes.
And finally, in the girls section.
I think they're still updating that one.
Oh, sorry, that's slow. So
It's okay. We'll go with Christian for some final thoughts of the round, and I think we know who the leader is in the girls.
I sure do.
Well, finally, guys, we're starting to see the cream rising to the top. We see Jennifer Yu picking up some speed. Larry Christiansen as well. We knew coming into this event, after we've seen what he did last year, we knew he will be a force to be reckoned with, and he's showing that up to round number 4. And again, Christopher Yu definitely showing his stuff, as well as Abhi Mishra after surviving a miraculous game against Awonder. Now he's picking up the pace. I'm definitely looking forward to see what we're going to have in the next few rounds.
All right, thank you, Christian.
As we have the junior girls standings after 4 rounds of chess, as we mentioned, Sophie Morris-Suzuki definitely in a great spot. 4 out of 4.
Wow.
Perfect, Sophie. She's followed a full point behind by Jennifer Yu and Thalia Cervantes, and surprisingly, only Ruiyang Yan on a +1 score, 2.5, 4th position for her at the moment.
I don't know what it is, but it's been a very, very, very decisive rounds, and this one look says it all.
Yeah.
Jennifer, she's done. She's got this. Waiting for her opponent to resign.
Important victory for Jennifer to
Yes, it
bounce
was.
back into this event. We didn't like her opening, but now she's in second place.
Yeah, no, she's fought her way to a second place. Bad start, but she's getting her groove.
Absolutely. Well, thank you everybody for joining us today. We will be back tomorrow as we have more chess in store. Join us at 1 p.m.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.